1776, a nation is born, and in 1793, America mints its first coin. As much change as our country has undergone, some things persevere. As the Founding Fathers were the original faces of our country, today they endure as the faces on our coinage.
December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
You have witnessed my solemn oath of service to you.
We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth.
From the Lincoln Cent to the Washington Quarter, we honor those who have made this nation what it is today. From Morgan dollars to silver eagles, learn America's history through our coinage, right here on Collectible Coins.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday night here on America's Value Channel. Next 6 hours loaded with coin. First question, does anybody other than myself look at the calendar lately and say, it's the last week of July already? Where did the summer go? Just venting a little bit, that way it's off my chest. Now we're back into the show. Talk about loaded. That special July 4th Privy coin, got you covered. The brand new enhanced, we got you covered. It's going to be a great week, lots of great stuff. So let's enjoy it, shall we? First item up every night, well, it's something special. Tonight, it's something real special. We call that segment the Daily Deal. USA 250 and the hunt for all the brand new coins in circulation. The nickels are new, the dime, the quarters, the half dollar, all new designs this year. So we're out there with the hunt. But the US Mint makes it one better. They created a special privy on quarter number 3, the Declaration of Independence, and released it into circulation mixed up like it's done before. So we have the rarest uncirculated coin of 2026 next. Here we go. So quarter 1 is different, quarter 2 is different, quarter 3 is different, and it's all of them, the obverse and reverse are different. Actually, the quarter program this year has 4 different presidents. This is the first big change. Washington's on quarter number 2, the Revolutionary War, but Thomas Jefferson is on the 3rd quarter, which is the Declaration of Independence, right? And then we're going to have James Madison on number 4, the Constitution. We're going to have Lincoln on number 5, the Gettysburg Address. And we're all out there hunting for the coins to put our sets together. Well, the U.S. Mint announced right before the 4th of July holiday that they created a special privy mark that is being released into quarter number 3. They made only 250,000 coins, and it's totally at random. I.e., they seeded them into the bags that Brinks, Wells Fargo, what we here get as well from the Treasury. And then it's just a function of how lucky are you to find a coin or two, right? And that is just a great challenge. The interesting part is the numbers overall are what make this beyond special. They've made 84.8 million Ds and 63 million Ps so far. The question is, if they're seeding these coins in, and I have friends that are on the West Coast saying they're finding a few of these in circulation out of D cribs, which is just, again, a comment, where a lot of people thought it was only going to be P cribs, which is a thought. It hasn't really been declared. It's just we're seeding this cool July 4th issue. Let's find it. The Great American Coin Hunt is there. Well, the math is the second part of this conversation, right? There's 147,800,000 number 3 quarters that have been made so far in the last 7 or 8 weeks. They make them for 10 weeks and we're done, right? And that's the way the whole system was made for this year. 10 Just like the state quarter program, basically. 10 weeks, a new design. 10 weeks, a new design. So if you're seeding number 3, that means your 1 out of every 600 or so coins made is going to be a July 4th privy. Now that's pretty cool. Sounds attainable. Now let's do the math on that. That means about for every 15 to 16 rolls of coins clean, you might find a coin. The key word is you might. Sometimes you get lucky and you find 2 out of 10, and in other cases, go through thousands of coins and find none. With rolls selling for $25 to $30 a roll right now because of this program and because of the July 4th privy. If you need to buy 15 rolls, because that's what the math tells you, and you feel lucky being inside of those rolls, then you're looking at $350, $400 to find one. But you do have a bunch of extra quarters. The other option is just buying the coin outright. Now, this package, this presentation was put together by my graphics department using the Defender holder, which keeps it in uncirculated condition. The beautiful label ties together the theme of this year. But of course, it's all about the July 4th privy. So I referenced earlier the coin in uncirculated condition. It's right here, right? Yes, the Lincoln cent, which is only in uncirculated sets this year, is pretty special. But you got to buy that big set for hundreds to get those 2 coins. Just the random nature of this makes it fun. Remember the National Parks program in 2019, right? We brought out the special V75 scenario. That was 2020, excuse me. 2019, we just had a privy mark on a number of these coins. The quarters in circulation at random. And it was crazy. We had a lot of fun doing that. And then they put the V75 on the 2020s. So we've seen what this can do to collecting. And the whole idea behind this year, from the Mint's perspective, and I applaud it, is we should be collecting coins. It is our history. And this year's designs tell the story. But is there one that's rarer than all the rest? Absolutely. And this one is it. Again, the global number released by the U.S. Mint was only 250,000 coins. They were seeded into ballistic cribs. Now, cribs, as they call them, you might have heard that terminology. A crib is a $50,000 face value ballistic bag put on a big steel crib. That's what they fill when they're at the Mint. If you've taken the tour, you might have remembered seeing those. It's a pretty cool process how they put it together. When they get to 200,000 coins, which is $50,000 face, they seal the bag, and then they push it off into circulation. Brinks, Wells Fargo, all the various security companies that work with the banks across the country work and have access to this to make circulation happen. They also have a program for people like myself with the Treasury Department where I can order those same cribs. That way collectors have access to these coins at a little easier play than it is trying to go to your bank, which, again, a lot of banks don't even offer the ability to get a roll of uncirculated coins today. So this just makes the process special, but it makes the hunt even more so. It's just an outright fun idea. So quarter number 3, which is Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence. The first non-Washington president on a quarter in our government's history. Now that'll be followed up by Madison and Lincoln, as I referenced later in the year. But at about 9 o'clock is where that July 4th privy sits. We've seen these advertised for $400, $500. I've seen certified NGC 64s and 65s, which is an average grade, a good average grade for a circulating coin, selling for $800 to $1,000. Because the topic is hot. We're all wanting that coin that by chance is or isn't. And that's just a numbers game. I've had people that have worked with us and bought rolls that have said, hey, I found 1 coin out of 5 rolls. I've had others say I bought 20 rolls and I got none. For us, we buy all of ours on the open market. All of our rolls are sold unsearched. So these coins tonight are ones we bought. People like yourself found them. And now we have the opportunity to talk about them. Guys, I don't have time for a clock, But I wanted to make sure we had a chance to talk about this because it is that hunt coin that even we have been searching for. And after tonight, we're going to be searching again. It is a phenomenal story. It is the hunt of 2026. The special 4th of July privy. And again, come on, it's USA 250. The 4th of July is important. On the coin, limited, yeah. Give us a call.
In 2009, for the 100th anniversary of the Lincoln cent being in circulation, which is the longest tenured cent in circulation, the U.S. Mint made 4 different designs throughout the year 2009. Each one struck for only about 3 months, and they featured different parts of Abraham Lincoln's life. The first one was this one here, the log cabin. What you'll get for just $4.95 is 50 uncirculated Philadelphias and 50 uncirculated Denvers. Now you'll get them in those plastic snap lock tubes, and you'll notice they're taped blue for Philadelphia. The reds are Denver. Birth and early childhood is another description term for the log cabin. It kind of went hand in hand. The log cabin was his birth and early childhood design. Join us, folks. $4.95. You get 100 uncirculated coins. Our competition, they charge $3 per P&D 2-coin set. So you're looking at $150 for P&D rolls with our competition. How about join us and save a bundle? Kennedy half dollar, first issued in 1964, replaced the Franklin, and it was a very, very popular release. We still had it in our collecting mintage as of last year, 2025, but they pulled it, and we have a new half dollar now for the first time since 1964. But through that span of time, we have a couple special sets featuring Kennedy. And what is up next is the 50th anniversary 2014 set. It was a 4-coin set. It was the most anticipated release of the year, 2014. And it had 4 distinct different coins, all in 90% silver. So what made these 4 coins distinctly different was we have 4 different finishes. We have a reverse proof. That's the coin there on the top left. That was made at the West Point Mint. Then we have a regular proof. That's the bottom, first one on the bottom, that one right there. That was made at the Philadelphia Mint, the first Philadelphia Mint proof since 1964. Then we had an enhanced uncirculated coin, and that was made at the San Francisco Mint. And then last but not least, this one right here, the satin finish, made at the Denver Mint, the first 90% silver out of the Denver Mint. So not only did we have 4 different finishes, we have 4 different mints, West Point, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Denver, all collaborating to make this special set happen. You'll see the mint marks on the obverse of the coins above the date as well. And it's just, all in all, a gorgeous set. Mintage figure, very, very low, less than 220,000 after all said and done. And something to compare it to, for this price, $149.95 at a mintage of 219,000. Think about this one. Another very popular Kennedy was in the 2012 silver proof set, where that mintage is almost 400,000, and that set retails for $299. Another special Kennedy half dollar to 2014, the silver proof set, the 2014 silver proof set, has a mintage of almost 500,000. The Kennedy in that retails for almost $75 by itself. So any way you look at this, folks, this is a great buy, a great opportunity to get a very popular set celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half. Now, another thing that not many people know is that in the first year of issue, 1964, they were rushing to make this coin because of the late tragic events of 1963. And they pushed through the design. They made the 1964 Kennedy, and the First Lady did not like the design. She thought his hair looked messy. So they had to change the design on the die, and every other coin in the series was made with the revised design. Well, that first coin, 1964, became known as the accented hair variety. So the 1964s, the first strikes on the die, had a very distinct hairline, became known as accented hair. What they did was they made these 2014s to replicate that original 1964 accented hair design. Very, very cool fact about this set. All in all, folks, you got a great deal here. 90% silver, 4 different finishes, 4 different mints, a mintage figure, an edition limit of under 220,000, and a price that can't be beat, just $149.95. Our competition for this set is $468, so you're looking at over $315 less. Time to buy. This one is available online. Website is avccoins.com. Enter 9055368 into the search bar and you'll find this gorgeous set in its original government packaging. So when we say OGP, it stands for Original Government Packaging. It's as issued by the United States Mint with the original box, the original certificate of authenticity, etc., etc. Looking at the finishes again, each one distinctly different. You have that West Point reverse proof. So if you're familiar with regular proofs, it's just the opposite. They reversed out the design on a reverse proof, so your background is frosted and your foreground is high gloss, whereas a regular proof is mirrored background right there. See the two differences? It just looks like a negative image of one versus the other, proof and reverse proof. Then you have your enhanced uncirculated, and then your satin finish, just a little touch different from a regular uncirculated coin. Satin finish has a more satiny-like appearance on the obverse and reverse of the coin, and of course that satin finish was made at Denver with that EU enhanced uncirculated made at the San Francisco Mint. A lot of firsts as well. West Point's first reverse proof in this set right here. Philadelphia's first since 1964, 90% silver in this set right here. San Francisco's first enhanced uncirculated coin, this set right here. Denver's first 90% silver, satin finish, this set right here. So you have a number of firsts, 4 different coins, 4 different mints, 4 different finishes, one low price. The most popular release of 2014, this set right here. Under 220,000 were made. Competition, over $315 more than our low price here tonight on America's Value Channel. Join us, give us a call, join us online via the website, avccoins.com is that website to visit 24/7. There's a beautiful wide shot of the entire set, packaging and all. So it's a folder, each coin encapsulated, certificate of authenticity as well. It comes with a gorgeous presentation box. OGP all the way. 905-5368 is the item number. Getting down to just a hand or so left. We brought in a good little quantity to bring out to you folks. And when they're out until we restock. West Point, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Denver Mint all coming together with 4 different finishes to make this special 4-coin set celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half dollar. 90% silver, and while they last, just $149.95. Let's put a 1-minute clock up, please. Almost out of these, folks. Join us, give us a call, join us online. avccoins.com is the website. $149.95 is the price. Competition, $468. Comparing this set at 220,000 made to the 2012 silver proof Kennedy. In the 2012 silver proof set, where you had a mintage of 396,000, that entire set retails for $299. There's almost 400,000 of those. How about this? Less than 220,000 for half the price. $149.95. San Francisco, West Point, Denver, Philadelphia, reverse proof, enhanced uncirculated, satin finish, all in one OGP, not $468, what you'll see out there on the marketplace, just $149.95. Join us. In 2018, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof coins, the U.S. Mint made a very special limited set. They only made 200,000 of them, and they changed the production process. They made a reverse proof set. So we have a small batch of quarters from the 2018 silver reverse proof set, and while they last, just $9.95 per coin. So they're all year 2018. We have a handful of different designs. There was only 5 that year: Pictured Rocks, Apostle Islands, Voyagers, Cumberland, and Block Island. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the National Park Series. So while they last, folks, just $9.95. When you purchase more than one, we'll do our best to give you all the different designs. We'll do our best to give you 5 different designs, but those will only be guaranteed the first couple callers, and then it'll be 4 different, 3 different, until we are out of stock. Just $9.95 each. By the way, 200,000 made. Our competition sells regular clad proof quarters from the same year for $40 a piece. They're silver proofs, regular silver proofs, for $40 a piece. Join us and save.
The United States Treasury first began printing currency notes all the way back in 1861 in direct response to the American Civil War. And this was because during the Civil War, so many people all over the country began hoarding their coins, there simply weren't enough of them in circulation. So the United States government had to find something else to take its place. That alternative became our modern-day currency notes. The first ones struck all the way back in 1861 were known as demand notes, but it wouldn't be until 1878 that we would see the introduction of one of the most iconic currency notes in United States history. I'm of course referring to the vaunted silver certificates. However, in 1878, when those certificates first came out, they were only in denominations of $10 to $1,000, nothing smaller. And we're talking about the 1880s, so for a lot of people, they were not even going to have a silver certificate because $10 back then was some serious spending money. However, in 1886, the Treasury would start producing lower denominations of $1, $2, and $5. These $5 notes are some of the most iconic, and we have 2-piece sets tonight of 73-plus-year-old silver certificates, the $5 Abraham Lincoln notes from 1934 and 1953. And both of these notes are in beautiful, uncirculated condition, despite being almost 7.5 decades old, at least I'm referring to the 1953. This 2-piece set is item number 905 12573. That's 905 12 5 73. And each of our 2-note sets tonight are just $59.95 each. At that price, we are more than $142 less than our nearest competitors' prices. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933, or you can head on over to our website, avccoins.com. Again, that's AVC, the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar on the webpage. Click on that and type in 905 12 5 73. One more time, that's 905 12573. To grab yourself an iconic pair of United States silver certificates. Now, the silver certificates from 1934 are iconic because they're some of the first silver certificates struck right during the middle of, the Great Depression, which began on October 29th, 1929, aka Black Tuesday. And the reason the United States government started issuing so many of these silver certificates was because after that market crash in 1929, a lot of Americans did not have any trust in the value of their money if it was just going to fall apart like it did. And that's why these silver certificates became so important, because each of these notes were redeemable for their silver content at the United States Treasury and Mint. As a result, it began putting faith back into the United States economic system. And then in 1953, the second note in this set was the final silver certificates issued by the United States Treasury. And that's because Congress would, in 1963, decide that silver certificates were going to come to an end, which meant the production from 1964 was the final time we ever saw these $5 silver certificates printed. And those silver certificates were only redeemable up until June 24th in 1968, when they could no longer be redeemed for their dollar amount in silver. These are identified by the blue seals you can see to the right-hand side of Abraham Lincoln's face. And they are incredibly hard to find today in any condition alone, and you're certainly not going to find them in the wild, I can tell you. I used to look for them all the time when I was a lot younger. Our notes are in uncirculated condition, and if you tried to find these notes in that grade with their competition, you'd be paying over $109 for the 1934 by itself. And then the 1953 is going to be another $93. Altogether, it would cost you $202 for both of these notes. We are more than $142 less at just $59.95. Less than $30 per note. It's one of the better values you are going to see tonight. It's been a long time since we brought these notes out because every single time we do, they sell out very quickly. So it takes us months to years to find enough of them to bring them back. We recently found a small hoard of these while at the coin show, and we can bring them back for the first time in a very long time. At just $59.95, we are $142 less than our nearest competitors' prices. And you'd be getting yourself a literal living and breathing piece of United States history. From the 1934 note made during the middle of the Great Depression to the 1953, the final $5 silver certificate ever made. These notes are still in beautiful, uncirculated condition at more than 73 years old, but they're going to disappear quickly. So make sure you call in now and grab yours while you still have the chance.
The rarest Morgan dollar, made in 1898, was out of the San Francisco Mint. Only 4.1 million coins made. And if you look at population reports, it's even better. NGC and PCGS combined, you're looking at all grades, every coin they've seen, less than 14,000, 0.34% of the entire mintage. $89.95 for a gorgeous collector grade circulated coin. Our competition wants as much as $285 for the same coin in the same grade. By the way, in uncirculated, what a jump. You're looking at $1,500. Join us and get one of these for your collection, a 98S, for just $89.95.
The dual-dated Lincoln cent. Yes, it will exist. It'll be out later this year from what we've been said. Only available in special uncirculated sets. And the market's already in a frenzy for it. And I understand why. Because last year, 2025, was the last year of the Lincoln cent. The cent itself was made for circulation. And over that 232-year period, where a cent was made every single year, dating back to the first coin ever made in 1793, we have fun with collecting cents. Most of us cut our teeth collecting cents, Wheaties, memorials, etc. But there is one category inside of Indians, Lincoln memorials, Lincoln Wheaties, and even the Lincoln Shield cents that get our attention. And that is when an oops happens. When something happens that's not supposed to. Now, we all remember 1995. It was a crazy year with the double die. Now we have 3 double dies, 55, 72, and 1995. But 2023 is the year of the unique extra V. A crazy error, so obvious, yet so rare. And the good news is tonight, I only have a handful. It's going to be a short conversation, but a fun one. Here we go. So the last Lincoln is the Shield cent, and that started in 2010. So we got 16 years of this beautiful Shield cent. And now that it's gone to the wayside, it is now part of our coin past. But in 2023, Philadelphia Mint, there was a discovery. And it was a very unique discovery. And it wasn't an omission, i.e. we forgot to do something. It wasn't a double die. It was they added something to the die. It was a double strike of the dies, which means all the coins after it now have this unique extra mark. Experts believe it was one die, and that's the reason why the numbers are so tiny. Guys, let's go to the graphic real quick. It's known as the Extra V. It is very special. And as you can see right there, the circle out area, it is the VDB, right? They added VDB back onto the coin years after all the turmoil from 1909. But this one is VDB with an extra V, as you can see in the graphic. It's just something happened in the process, but one die, one rarity, something very special, something very unique. With the total span of Lincoln cents going back to 1909, the only one of its kind. There are no other VDB errors, and there's no extra error either. It's just a unique, and uniquely enough, close to the end of the line. 2023 Philadelphia. Now in 2023, they struck 2.2 billion Lincoln cents at the Philadelphia Mint. If you go right now to NGC and look this coin up, and it has its own line because it's that significant, you're going to see that in 66 or higher, which is where the money really starts, there are only 1,578 of them known to exist. There are only a handful of those that are in 67, only a couple in 68. Those, very pricey. In 67 grade, they're give or take $1,000 today in the marketplace. We had them available earlier this year, sold out instantly, and the market's gone crazy since our conversation. But we were plotting through this and found what I believe to be the sweet spot. Now, if you worked with us before on a 65, you got a great coin. 67, wow, that's the holy grail. But the sweet spot is how few of them are known, yet how affordable it is. We've had conversations before on this regular coins, circulated, about uncirculated, and then uncirculated, right? The three basic categories of coins. That about uncirculated categories, wherever it swings, is the value. If it swings closer to circulated, then it's a value. If it swings close to unk, well, then the unk is the value, right? Well, in this case, we're looking at a 66 swinging so close to a 65 grade in price, yet it's significantly rarer. It acts like a 67, but a lot of money less. So we're just thrilled to have a handful of them here. NGC made a very special label for this. You have to call for it. It's called the Extra V label or magnifying glass label, or they just kind of give they did a great job on this very special error. The error in the Shield cent era. If you look at the Lincoln cent over the years, every grouping kind of has its thing, right? The 22 plain and the 55 double die was the Wheaties, on top of a few other minors. In the Memorial era, we had the 72 double die, and then we had the changeover in 1982 with the copper and going from copper to zinc, etc. And then in the Shields, we have this one, the Extra V. And it's extra, all right. It's extra special. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock, please. Only had a handful of these available. We did see this on one of our rival networks. They were $100 more than we are tonight for the same coin, same holder. But again, that's our middle name value. It's always about the item. Yes, finding special items. We're all looking for that. But it's also finding then the price that matches it. And if you can save a few dollars and get the good rare stuff, why not? In this case, yeah. 1,578 known out of 2.2 billion coins struck at the Philadelphia Mint that year. In 67 or higher, where it jumps to $1,000 or more, if you can find it, even crazier. So the sweet spot again is the 66 because it's so close in price to the 65s, yet significantly rarer. Value on top of value, now add in the price. Told you we're going to have a great show tonight. This one is special, and it's the reason why it's called the Daily Deal.
So the year 2000, the U.S. Mint started the Sacagawea Golden Dollar series, and then in 2009, they started Series 2. So from 2000 to 2008, we had the same design on the obverse and reverse of the Sacagawea Golden Dollars, and then 2009, when they started Series 2, they started changing the reverse each year to honor Native American contributions. So 2026 is the 25th year in the Sacagawea / Native American Golden Dollar series, and this one here features Polly Cooper. So what you get in this set: 3 coins, Philadelphia uncirculated, Denver uncirculated, and the stunning San Francisco proof. Each one individually packaged in our custom Defender holders for one low price of $24.95. Competition, $70. Get all 3 with here and save.
It is time, and that is, well, a statement we've made a number of scenarios so far early this year, right? All tied to some of the special releases from the U.S. Mint USA 250, whether it was Silver Eagles, Gold Eagles, or the special sets. And the Silver Proof set was released, sold out instantly. We've been talking about some of the beautiful 70s the last couple of weeks, but I finally have in stock, ready to ship, well, that elusive sold out Silver Proof set. So here we go. So this year, the U.S. Mint kind of threw us a curveball, and that is the Silver set, the most limited of the proof sets every year, came out first, and the regular clad San Francisco is out later this year. So you are looking at the most limited of all of these special coins made this year. The only cent in proof is in this set. The nickel, dual dated. The dime, silver. The 5 different quarters, 4 different presidents, completely different designs, lowest. The beautiful Liberty half dollar, lowest. And last but not least, the beautiful Sacagawea Native American dollar, and the theme on this year, which we will get to. They released this on June 11th. You might have been one of the people online trying to get through to get that set. I know a lot of disappointed people. We've had hundreds on our waiting list. Why we're about a week out on this prior to everything else is we were clearing out our wait list. We wanted to make sure everybody that asked us for a set we got a hold of, for them to make their decision before we walked and talked here live on the network. So here we are. Look at our price. At $349.95, we, no questions asked, are destroying everybody else in the industry, especially those on the airwaves. The lowest price I saw was last Thursday at $399. So we're not playing this Target Walmart game where Target's at $19.95 and Walmart's at $19.96 or $98 or whatever the phrase might be, right? We're talking about we are $50 under our closest competitor on this set. The silver coins are the dime, the 5 quarters, and that beautiful half dollar. So basically it's the bookend of the coins that are unique only to this set with new designs. The cent is unique and only released here, and we'll spend a few minutes on that later. But the design is the same as last year's design, just a dual date on it. The Jefferson nickel's the same way. The Sacagawea is the same way. But the 7 coins that are unique, obverse unique, reverse unique, dual dated, wow, are the silvers in this set. And again, remember, these are pure silvers, 0.999 silvers, which was introduced back in 2019. So we have a phenomenal opportunity here tonight to jump in on the rarest of the rare at one of the eye-popping prices. And I know this is going to change soon because we only have X number of sets available, a very limited number of sets at this price. And we have to go back and buy more. If we have to go and find more, the price has to go up. I know that. We all know that. But let's talk about what they did this year, which is drastically different than what they've done other years. Well, remember the bicentennial. I'm old enough, I do remember. And the U.S. Mint came out with 3 special unique coins for circulation. Not much unlike this year. But back then it was the Washington quarter Kennedy half dollar and Eisenhower dollar, right? And they dual dated the front, but it was the regular coin. And then the reverse was a unique design just to that coin. Well, this year, USA 250, the obverse and the reverse are unique to this year and this year only. Each one of them has a dual dated 1776-2026, but it's the story of liberty and the story of the United States through these 7 coins. Engaging liberty, enduring liberty, the dime and the half dollar, unique liberty designs, obverse and reverse, tied to the Statue of Liberty in theory and in thought. You can kind of look at the similarities between that and the 1986 Statue of Liberty coins. The other is the 5-piece quarter set. Now, we've seen state quarters, we've seen national parks, we've seen women making history. And the quarters on the front, good old George, but the reverse is a special design. This year, the front and the back are special designs. And this year, just listen, here's the lineup, right? It's the Mayflower Compact. So the Pilgrims are on coin 1, and the Mayflower is in the back. Coin number 2 is the Revolutionary War. That's the George Washington coin. Only one that's him this year, in a new design, and the reverse, obviously, the soldier. And then we get into 3 new presidents on a U.S. quarter for the first time ever. Right? We have the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson. Right? We have James Madison and the Constitution. And then last but not least, we have Lincoln and the Gettysburg Address. So this year we have a Washington quarter, a Jefferson quarter, a Madison quarter, and a Lincoln quarter. We've never done that in our history. All this stuff unique and tied to this year and this history. But for the last second or so I'm spending on this, and no disrespect to the dual dated Jefferson, which is a new dual date on the obverse, and the golden dollar, which is just unique, the design for this year, but that's a program all by itself. They did nothing special to that coin, which I can't figure out why, but talking out loud. But I think a lot of people are looking at the Holy Grail, not the 7 silver coins I talked about. They're talking about the most limited Lincoln proof ever. Right? Dual dated. And they brought it back for this year. Remember, last year was the last year the Lincoln cent was in circulation. And then late in the year, they told us the U.S. Mint bought a small number of blanks, the last buy of these copper-plated zinc-type planchets ever. And then you look at this year's plans, and it's the uncirculated and then the proofs to a T. So we have a Lincoln cent, the longest tenured coin in U.S. history, the cent as a denomination, the first coin ever made, in this set, which is only fitting. So it's kind of like a oops and wow, and by the way, I've seen my competition selling the coin out of this set right now for $250 to $275. Just the Lincoln proof by itself. Not counting the 7 silver coins I mentioned earlier. Guys, I do not have time for a clock. Looks like we're counting down anyways, so thank you for that. I blew right past it. Sometimes you just get excited. You guys know from my voice, based upon I love coins and I chat about them all the time. But this is an exciting opportunity for the rarest of the rare. That includes silver and the rarest versions. Tonight, it's here. In stock, shipping tomorrow. The beautiful silver proof set. And that price again, $349.95. Wow.
The year 2017 was a anniversary year for the United States Mint. It was the 225th anniversary. So they did a couple different special things. Very often you've heard us talk about how they added the Philadelphia Mint mark to the cent. So the 2017 Philadelphia cent has a P Mint mark, but they also made a special set. The enhanced uncirculated set was released as well. They only made 225,000 of them, which is so fitting because it's 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. And it was a complete sellout in 15 minutes or less. This is a 3-piece set of the 3 cents. So you'll get Philadelphia, Denver, and that special enhanced uncirculated for just $12.95. Our competition is upwards of $30 for this same exact three-piece set. And keep in mind that at $225,000 for the enhanced and circulated mintage figure, another one of the rarest cents ever made was the 09 SVDB, but they made 484,000 of those. Those cost over $1,500 in uncirculated. Get this one, the rarer than the 09 SVDB, for less than $13. Join us, folks. This one's a special, special buy.
This year we're celebrating a dual celebration. Not only the USA 250 we talk about a million times a night, but also the 40th anniversary of our Silver Eagle, introduced back in 1986. So the Silver Eagle of this year is a little bit extra special. And like we did for the 30th anniversary in 2016, a little extra edge lettering to make it special and never do it again, this year they did it one up. They had a dual date for the only time in the series history and a special privy mark to kind of accent USA 250. Tonight, the good news is this. I have proofs back in stock, but the story behind them makes it even more attractive. But not to mention the crazy price. So you're going to see that in a second. Here we go. You might remember the A&A in Savannah. It was a great celebration. The U.S. Mint launched this year's dual-dated Proof Silver Eagle with the congratulations Philadelphia Mint piece. They sold out instantly online and then sold out shortly thereafter at the show. The lines were long. There was 500,000 Proof Silver Eagles. But take a step back and just say, really? Our most significant coin, our big, beautiful Proof Silver Eagle, the only dual date, the special privy for USA 250, and we're only making 500,000 of them? And the answer is yes, which is why it's sold out. But the rest of the story is the significant part. The reason why it sold out so quickly is they didn't make all 500,000 immediately. They made 300,000, sold it out, and rumor has it, give or take the 4th of July, the last 200,000 are coming. But here is the clinch. As Paul Harvey used to say, the rest of the story. They also released that same day the congratulations. That was 60,000, right? And that sold out instantly as well. And then it was the same scenario, but they only made 40,000 of the 60,000. And then recently they released the other 20,000, which makes it a full 60,000 coin sellout. Can anybody find that coin? It sold out faster the second time than it did the first time. And now it's sold out for good. So we anticipate the final sellout to be swift. And it's because it is the dominant coin of this year. I mean, the dimes are beautiful, the half dollars are beautiful, the quarter series is phenomenal, great imagination and thought. But we live on the big, big, big Proof Silver Eagle. It's our number one coin every year. And this is the dual date, special design, privy, yada, 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 as Seinfeld would say, right? Now, here's what this piece is. You might remember that there's this program the U.S. Mint has known as the Advanced Release Program. And they work with a number of larger companies across the country, of which we are one of, on sending the message, talking to collectors, getting the coins out there to the collecting public, and all of our unique ways of doing it. Well, obviously, we're here on television versus others are catalogs, etc., right? They reserve 10% for that group of people. The 90% goes to the American public directly. So the smallest addition every time a special issue comes out is the advanced release. Because the grading services, NGC in this case, signify where it came from. And they do that because over the years we've loved first day of issue, first release, day one, first strike, right? Now it's first allocation for Silver Eagles. All of that matters and sells for a premium in the marketplace. We want the first, not just one of the first. We want the first. Well, the ultimate first on these beautiful collector coins are the advanced release coins. But the numbers are based on the big number, not the small number. Big number meaning the entire mintage. And that's what makes this special to this point. When the year is over, there's going to be 500,000 proof Silver Eagles, and they will be sold out. There are only 13,542 of them that have been tagged by NGC, certified as advanced release. That's less than 3% of all the proof Silver Eagles from this year will be tagged as the rarest. Now, the other part is look at our price. I did lead with that, but then I got on a side tangent. I'm sorry. Look at that price. Can you find anybody with a regular OGP, original government packaging, proof Silver Eagle for under $300 right now? And we're not only giving you the proof Silver Eagle, we're giving it to you in the rarest format for $50 less. Every hour of every show, and we've been doing this now pretty much all of 2026, we have what we call a stunner. It's meant to make your eyes open up, kind of like you're smelling an onion, right? Doing, just wake you up. This price should wake everybody up. But now when you add all the extra little pieces with it, it's like you could have your cake and eat it too. And how often does that happen? So tonight, if you have a proof Silver Eagle, congratulations. You're one of a small group of people. I worked inside of the original 300,000 released. Those 200,000 coming out soon are going to go away fast. And those will be higher priced than this will. We all know that. The congratulations when they came out, right? 40,000, 20,000 to sell out to 60,000. When the second group came out, it didn't tube the market. It accelerated the excitement of the market because there's still not enough of the coins out there for the year. And the other thing they did this year, which is different than past, the congratulations coin is different than the proof Silver Eagle this year. Philadelphia struck, not dual dated, where this is dual dated with the USA Liberty Bell Privy with the USA 250 on it. So tonight, putting aside one of the rarest would be here. The only thing rarer than this is a perfect 70 of this. We've all seen those, and what are they, $800, $900 today in the marketplace? It's the only thing rarer than this in the proof Silver Eagle this year. So tonight, $249.95 while it lasts. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Love it. And NGC has done some great holders for this year. They call this the Betsy Ross flag. Remember in the original colonial flag, which is the 13 stars? Beautiful look and feel. The other is that red, white, and blue Silver Eagle design. I mean, again, they've knocked it out of the park. Kudos when kudos are deserved, right? But tonight, not only getting the proof Silver Eagle for under $250, you're getting the rare format, which is the advanced release in this gorgeous holder, certified by NGC as being from the release. What do they say? If you can't beat it, you got to join it. So that means you got to give us a call. We're waiting for it. Let's go.
In 2018, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof coins, the U.S. Mint made a very special limited set. They only made 200,000 of them, and they changed the production process. They made a reverse proof set. So we have a small batch of quarters from the 2018 silver reverse proof set, and while they last, just $9.95 per coin. So they're all year 2018. We have a handful of different designs. There was only 5 that year: Pictured Rocks, Apostle Islands, Voyagers, Cumberland, and Block Island. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the National Park Series. So while they last, folks, just $9.95. When you purchase more than one, we'll do our best to give you all the different designs. We'll do our best to give you 5 different designs, but those will only be guaranteed the first couple callers, and then it'll be 4 different, 3 different until we are out of stock. Just $9.95 each. By the way, 200,000 made. Our competition sells regular clad proof quarters from the same year for $40 a piece. They're silver proofs, regular silver proofs. for $40 a piece. Join us and save.
As collectors, as investors, however we skin it for ourselves, we always like one consistent thing. Finest quality known. Whether it's a sports card, right, a 10, whether it's a comic book, similar grading style, or when it comes to coinage on the Sheldon scale, can I find that perfect 70? Well, knowing that many of them don't even have a 70 based upon the type of coin they are. Well, tonight we're going to talk about one of the special USA 250 coins. And we just got back one of our batches and beyond surprised, happy surprised, that we have a few 68 sets to actually talk about. Yes, not 66s and 67s like all my competitors are talking about. We're talking about NGC 68s. That means something. Here we go. So this year we have all of our special dual dated coins in circulation. The Jefferson nickel is just a dual date. The dime and the $half are on the theme of liberty, obverse and reverse, both different. And then we have the 5 different quarters this year. So that middle 7 are the unique special coins out USA 250. The dime itself is the theme of emerging liberty, right, from the US Mint. It's taking the barber dime and the mercury dime from the early 1900s, combining the look and feel into the modern USA 250 Liberty. The reverse, totally different than anything we've seen in the past. That eagle landing, a beautiful looking thought, an adaptation of the silver eagle. They nailed this design. It's gorgeous. Outright gorgeous. But here's some stuff to talk about, because this is not just the dimes. This is not just the dimes in 68. This is the dimes in 68 advanced release. Let me explain. So this year, since the beginning in January, the US Mint has been making dimes, P's and D's for circulation. I mean, how many of you have actually got one in circulation? I haven't yet. I wish I would. Keep on trying, but I guess the answer is it'll happen when it happens. And I will get them eventually because they're out there, even though they've made over 100 million of each of them, right? But they released the uncirculated set on June 30th. 300,000 sold out, and that is the only place an uncirculated circulating coin can be an advanced release. Meaning, when the year is over, these will be categorically, no questions asked, the rarest of the dimes, period. Now the only question is, what's the quality I can afford? And if you go to the auction sites, some of my competitors, you're going to be seeing 66 and 67 sets for between $150 and $200. More than we are for 2 grades higher as a 68, and it's tagged as an advanced release. It's like having your cake and eating it too, and it's real. How? Why? Well, again, we submit a lot of coins as part of our business model, and when we send a submission in, every once in a while you get the Holy Grail. You get lucky. Your submission does what you want it to do. You want it to give you great looking coins as a grade back, even though they all look gorgeous going in, right? So here are some numbers. Let's talk about them. So far this year, NGC, P's and D's combined have certified 48,000 dimes. With this batch we have just received, the number is now 5168 sets. So out of 48,000 coins, so if they're equal P's and D's, cut that in half. 24,000 possible sets. 51 of them are 68s right now. Now, will that change? Yeah, I think it's going to go up. I think myself personally, just by looking at the numbers and what I know is out there for certification, the min sets are about 30 days out right now, i.e. they were released and we're going to be seeing this flow for a little bit. If we got to 800 to 1,000, I would think it would be wonderful and so rare, because it's the only dimes that can be tagged as part of the advanced release program. meaning no matter what happens when the year is over, if it's advanced release, uncirculated, it is the lowest of the low, period. And that's the funny part of it all. Now, here's something else to think about. The silver proof set's been out there for about the same time. We love it, that pure silver. Pure silver dimes in 70, which is the high grade right now. We've seen them advertised for what? $200 to $300 for a 70. And love the coin. In silver, it is so gorgeous. And it's the coin, right? How about this? Right now, there's 1,900 of those known in 70. And it sells for double the price of a set. There's only 51 sets known. Again, knowing that that number will change a little bit over time, I don't think it's ever going to catch the silver proofs. Yet the silver proofs sell for significantly more money, finest to finest. I am hoping that we get to see some 69 dime sets or 69 dime anywhere. But does anybody think they're going to be under $1,000? Even if they do exist? If they don't exist, this is it. If they do exist, this is the affordable option. Right now it is. Understanding again, my competition has 66 and 67 grades, which are lower, part of the 24,000 sets that have been certified, 48,000 global coins. And we're less for better, and it's advanced. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Lots of people on the phone. Thank you much. Do I have other coins from the mint set? Yes, I do. Check us out. I guess the cleanest way is type in the denomination you're looking for or follow the various tabs across the top. But I know I have the cents, fun stuff. I have the half dollars. I think the quarter set's sold out, but they might be there. Just take a peek. Can't keep this stuff in stock because two things. One, the quality, the rarity because it's an advanced, but the price here on AVC for the same coins everybody else is selling, it's why you want to shop here. Thanks for listening.
The rarest Morgan dollar made in 1898 was out of the San Francisco Mint. Only 4.1 million coins made. And if you look at population reports, it's even better. NGC and PCGS combined, you're looking at all grades, every coin they've seen, less than 14,000, 0.34% of the entire mintage. $89.95 for a gorgeous collector grade circulated coin. Our competition wants as much as $285 for the same coin in the same grade. By the way, in uncirculated, what a jump. You're looking at $1,500. Join us and get one of these for your collection, a 98S for just $89.95.
The Jefferson nickel is entering its 89th year of production this year, making it the longest tenured nickel design in United States mint history. But 2026 will bring us something we've never seen before. The first ever dual date nickel in United States mint history. Released as part of the America 250 celebration, celebrating America's 250th birthday, the U.S. Mint is giving us a lot of special first of their kinds. And this nickel has a special 1776-2026 dual date. The first time in history that we've ever seen this done, which is going to make these nickels some of the most important coins in the entire series. And tonight we have a 2-coin Philadelphia and Denver mint set in NGC certified MS68 6 full steps condition with the coveted advanced release designation. It is item number 905 12620. Again, that item number is 905 12 6 20. And at just $79.95 each, not only are we less than $40 per certified coin, we are more than $20 less than our nearest competition is asking for these coins in MS68 condition without the advanced release designation. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use the phone tonight, that's totally fine. You can also head on over to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar on the right-hand side of the web page. Just click on that and type in 905-12620. Again, it's 905-12-62-0 to grab yourself an iconic U.S. Mint first in the second highest grade known today. Now, the Jefferson nickel was first struck back all the way in 1938, featuring one of the most iconic and influential presidents in United States history, Thomas Jefferson. One side features a portrait of him facing to the left originally, and his home at Monticello on the back. That design would run from 1938 all the way to 2003, when we would then have the special 2004 and 2005 Westward Journey nickels commemorating the Lewis and Clark expedition that Thomas Jefferson personally chose to have done. Then in 2006, we would see a design change. Instead of a left-facing Jefferson, you can see here, he now faces directly at you from the coin. And then finally in 2026, we would get the first ever Jefferson nickel with a dual date. Today in MS68 condition, NGC has only certified 632 from the Philadelphia Mint and just 379 from the Denver Mint in this grade or better. And there are just 90 in MS69 for the Philadelphia and just 16 for the Denver. So that means, as of right now, only 379 of these P&D sets can exist in this grade. That's why our competition wants more than $100 for them. We are more than $20 less than our nearest competitors. And these coins aren't just in MS68 condition. They have the 6 full steps designation, which is similar to the full bell lines for the Franklin half dollars, meaning they are the finest strikes of the coin regardless of its grade. And at more than $20 less than our nearest competition, these coins are going to sell out very, very fast. In this condition, very few of these coins are known to exist because by adding more design elements to a coin, it typically makes it harder to strike them, and it often results in those new elements, aka in this case, the dual date, causing the coin to not reach the coveted MS68 or higher condition. Our coins are less than $40 each tonight. A P&D pair, $20 less than our nearest competition, and it's going to end up being one of the most important nickels in the history of the United States Mint, which is going to mean it's going to be a very important piece for collectors going forward. You should call in now and grab yours before they sell out.
So the year 2000, the U.S. Mint started the Sacagawea Golden Dollar series, and then in 2009, they started Series 2. So from 2000 to 2008, we had the same design on the obverse and reverse of the Sacagawea Golden Dollars, and then 2009, when they started Series 2, they started changing the reverse each year to honor Native American contributions. So 2026 is the 25th year in the Sacagawea / Native American Golden Dollar series, and this one here features Polly Cooper. So what you get in this set, 3 coins, Philadelphia uncirculated, Denver uncirculated, and the stunning San Francisco proof. Each one individually packaged in our custom Defender holders for one low price of $24.95. Competition, $70. Get all 3 with here and save.
The buzz right now is what? The enhanced uncirculated Silver Eagle has been released, right? And it's sold out in less than 2 minutes. It is the most limited Silver Eagle of the year. 125,000 were made and gone that quickly. With that, you've seen my competition out there with $1,200, $1,300 for a 70. Well, we had our allocation. It was a very small one with the small mintage. And we had it talking with our people on the floor. Many of you I know chat with them on a regular basis. We had to cut it off. Because this time I said, I want this coin on the air. I want to talk about it for 5 or 6 minutes. So tonight, that's what we're doing. Let's enjoy this while we can. Look at the coin. It is outright special. And the price, well, kind of knocks everybody else out of the park. The label, yeah, PCGS did a great job. Kudos. So this year, we're celebrating the USA 250 theme, but we're also celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. And we've talked about that a number of times, but it's significant. Inside of that, we have special issue Silver Eagles that the U.S. Mint is dual dating, but they're only dual dating the collector coins. The regular uncirculated is not dual dated. Only the special collector coins. So the West Point Mint coins. So earlier this year, we had the 500,000 proofs. We saw how crazy that was, right? And then now we create, well, something even more special. Every year since 2006, which was the 20th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, this being the 40th, they have issued a West Point struck, what they call uncirculated. The other 19 years were burnished or sandblasted coins. This year, different, enhanced, uncirculated. The first and only one of its kind. Okay? And on top of that, they added that beautiful Liberty Bell 250 privy on top of it. So you have three things tied to this coin that have not been out there or anything else. A dual dated W Unk. This is an enhanced Unk, and it's the privy Unk. Now, 125,000 were made, making it 4 times rarer than the proofs. And tonight, in 70. We're still under 800 when everybody else is now over 1,000 because it's sold out so quickly. Now, this is going to sell out tonight as well. We only had a handful of these held in reserve, but as I referenced a few minutes ago, I want to talk about it. PCGS is where this group of advanced release coins were sent. Put it in the beautiful Premier label, which has that eagle landing on the side with the dual date. And this time, the dual date actually is on the coin. 1776, 2026. With the W enhanced dual date privy is the topic at hand. Now, I've seen these coins in the original government packaging. So just the OGP, as they call it, selling for $500 because it sold out so quickly. And it probably is going to hold there because there's so many people calling. At 12:30, which is only 25 minutes after it's sold out. It's actually sold out in 2 minutes. So by the time people could dial our phone number and talk to my people, we had people calling, can you get one? Did you get one? What do you have available? And all of it was, well, we have a small quantity. It's in the show tonight. Please tune in. And if I have any left, I'll call you tomorrow. There will not be any left. Not of the advanced release anyways, which, by the way, is the rarest of the rare of this issue. Right? And since this was released on a Tuesday, there's also no official show release either for this particular coin this year. It was released on a Tuesday. The next show, which is out of Michigan, it's going to be a great show, is on Thursday. So, in essence, doesn't qualify for an actual show release. So the label this year is going to be advanced release on the enhanced. Pretty outright special. Now, we've seen enhanced reverse proofs before. Remember 2019? Right? We had the Pride set, the Canadian-American Pride in America set. 225,000 sets sold out. Then we had, well, the S-enhanced reverse proof later that year, 30,000, the rarest, lowest minted Silver Eagle in history. It's sold out, commands huge premiums today. We had burnished coins like I referenced. The W mint mark has been on Silver Eagle's uncirculated classification since 2006. Regular uncirculated, the bullion coin has none, right? There is no mint mark on it. It's just the bucket it came from and the serial numbers that tell us where it was struck, which is why you'll see W, sometimes P, sometimes S on the label for a regular mint state 60, 70, etc. This one's different. They made it enhanced, which means they changed just the look of the coin. And on top of that, then they also changed the design. They put a dual date on it. They also changed the design by putting the privy mark on it. So, when the year is over, and we're not over for a while yet, you're going to look at the numbers from all the special coins they made, and you're going to come to one simple conclusion that I made months ago. This coin is it. Just it. The congratulations was special. Don't get me wrong. Philadelphia struck, going back to the Philadelphia Mint, the first U.S. mint. 60,000 coins, a quick sellout, yes, but no dual date tied to the program itself. The only dual dated Silver Eagles this year, U.S. Mint official struck, were the proof West Point and then this enhanced West Point. And this one is crushing with only 125,000 struck. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock, please. So yes, this is known as the premier label. It's the red, white, and blue. It's the flag in the background, the eagle on top, which is the same eagle design on the reverse. We're accenting the W here because, again, these are known as uncirculated by the Mint. This is the first time they've called them enhanced, so it is special. With the obverse with the dual date, only time ever, and the privy mark, only time ever on this series. 40th anniversary, and it's made special. It is made rare. It is made, well, in perfect 70. And tonight, well, it's also under 1,000 by hundreds. We're at $799.95 while it lasts. And I firmly believe these are going to be much higher in price because you can't make up rarity. There are so few of these out there, dwarfing the proof 4-to-1. There's 500,000 proof and only 125,000 of these enhanced uncirculated. The dual date, the same. The privy, the same. The mint mark, the W, the same. Just the finish, this one, it's so much rarer. And tonight, well, priced perfectly in this beautiful PCGS Premier label. Give us a call. Don't miss out.
The year 2017 was a anniversary year for the United States Mint. It was the 225th anniversary. So they did a couple different special things. Very often you've heard us talk about how they added the Philadelphia Mint mark to the cent. So the 2017 Philadelphia cent has a P Mint mark, but they also made a special set. The enhanced uncirculated set was released as well. They only made 225,000 of them, which is so fitting because it's 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. And it was a complete sellout in 15 minutes or less. This is a three-piece set of the 3 cents. So you'll get Philadelphia, Denver, and that special enhanced uncirculated for just $12.95. Our competition is upwards of $30 for this same exact 3-piece set. And keep in mind that at $225,000 for the enhanced uncirculated mintage figure, another one of the rarest cents ever made was the 09 SVDB, but they made 484,000 of those. Those cost over $1,500 in uncirculated. Get this one, the rarer than the 09 SVDB, for less than $13. Join us, folks. This one's a special, special buy.
For me, one of the fun parts of USA 250 is taking a look back. I mean, the U.S. Mint, and kudos to them, put a lot of great items out for us to enjoy our 250th, the dual dates, etc. But a look back at our history has so many great stories. And one of them, the most controversial of them all, which is not the 83 no-cent nickel, where we forgot to put the word cents on it, legal, all the fun. It wasn't the 1909 Lincoln, which put the word or the initials VDB on the back, which means we were doing something wrong. It was in 1917 when we chose to release our brand new quarter design, the Standing Liberty, and we just forgot to put clothes on Lady Liberty. Many people call it the Naked Lady coin, but there's a lot of great stories from it. Finding them in uncirculated condition today, like a needle in a haystack. We've been searching for about 14 months now, and we finally have enough to have this great chat. Let's enjoy this. Here we go. So the silver coin renaissance was 1916, right? And in 1916, we introduced 3 brand new designs, the Mercury Dime, Standing Liberty Quarter, and Walking Liberty Half Dollar. And was a lot of new looks, a different thought for Liberty. Prior to that, all of our silver coins were all the same. The seated Liberty designs, the Barber designs, they all look the same. So all you got to do is approve one design. But in this particular case, they, well, forgot to really pay close attention to what they're doing. Because she is, well, exposed on one side when you look at the actual design here, the upper left. She has the shield covering up one side, and the other side, well, just there, right? Just there. Well, obviously, people were a little bit upset because at that time we were a different society 100 years ago, and the U.S. Mint was forced to change quickly. And that created a second problem. So we changed quickly. And hey, guys, can we bring in the graphic? Because you can see it when you look at a coin in uncirculated condition, right? On the left-hand side is the Type 1. Obviously, the gown is exposing, right? On the right-hand side, you'll notice that there's like chain mail put over the top of Lady Liberty. So she's no longer exposed. So that was what they did to solve the obvious issue. But as this coin wore, and it was in circulation, all of them look like Type 1s. Which means they all look like she is exposed. So what did they do? They also changed the reverse design on Type 2. Let's go there for a second, guys. So you'll notice the Type 1 is just the beautiful eagle soaring. The Type 2, they added 3 stars. So if you looked at the front of a 1917 coin and it was worn like you're seeing here, a beautiful worn circulated coin, you're not going to notice that she has or she doesn't have. And there's a lot of controversy out there in reference to what was going on. So we add the stars to the reverse to make it very clean and very simple. So we have what is known as Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1 is the Naked Lady coin. Type 2 is the chainmail with stars. Well, finding the Type 1s in any condition is like finding a needle in a haystack. And over the last 6-7 months, we've had circulated versions available. And again, with circulated, you have to go to the back of the coin to see the no stars to know you got a Type 1. Well, uncirculated, it's straightforward. These are outright gorgeous coins. Beautiful uncirculated coins, like they were made yesterday. Now, my competition, we did find 2 of them with high-grade circulated coins. So we're talking XFAU, really nice looking pieces. And they were at $450 to $500. We're a grade higher and we're $100 less. That's the AVC way. But again, we see something, we accumulate over time. We do it cleanly, which means over time we're just going to find the coin at the right price. So that way we can have our conversation tonight and always have the right price. We're not at $500 for a coin that is worth every penny. We're at $3.99 tonight for the few that we have in stock. Now, the word defender, let me just take a side on that as well. Over the last couple of years, packaging has been an issue. How do I store, how do I protect my coins? And the old flips just, well, with a grade from a 58 to a 60, by just some highlight on it, or a 61 to a 63, just a slight, a sleeve doesn't work, right? Capsules are preferred, but then where do I put my capsules? So all the packaging today is dedicated more towards certified, the NGCs, the PCGSs, etc. This holder, known as the Defender holder, defending your coin, was introduced a couple of years ago, and we spend a lot of time and effort putting this together. You can buy these holders on the open market. They run 3 for $10, and you get a little white card across the top where you can write down what your coin is. You just got to buy the insert to fit the size coin you have, but they did a great job putting this together. Our advantage here is I got a graphics department that are really good at what they do, and they put together a series of colors, looks, and labels so that way everything ties together. So if you've worked with us before and you bought a Standing Liberty quarter from us before and it was in a Defender holder, they're going to all look the same. They have that same look and feel, the same color, the same upper right-hand image. It's just a great way. That's just, by the way, included. So again, let's spend a quick minute here talking about what we have. We have seated, we have barbers, and then we have, well, an enhanced look and feel of Lady Liberty. The St. Gaudens design was the first introduction there, right? The beautiful $20 gold piece. Then we had the Walking Liberty $50, which is the sister coin of this one when it came out. But the design elements are just, well, sometimes when you see a design, you say, I love it, put it into production, not realizing what you're doing, not realizing what. Where Europeans might look at this and say, what's the big deal? It was a different story in America in the early 1900s. Still is, for that matter. So as a result, we take a coin where she has a bare breast, and we now have to what? Cover it up. That's what the Variety 2 is. Guys, give me with those graphics one more time. So we have the left-hand side is the coin we're talking about, the Type 1 exposed. The one on the right, you'll notice there's chainmail over the top, like she's wearing a shirt of sorts, right? And that covers up the topic. However, if it's a worn coin, it created a second topic. How do I know the difference? And that's where the reverse design also was changed. Let's look at that real quick. So the Naked Lady coin has no stars, which means you look at the front and you know what you got. If you turn the coin over and it says 1917 and you see stars, you know you got Type 2. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Got to count this down. Do I have any circulated left? Honestly, I did not check that. We probably have one or two of them sitting there. Might be a Denver, San Francisco, etc. Check us out at avccoins.com. Right now, uncirculated. I know the Denvers are gone. The San Franciscos, the branch mint issues are sold out. Philadelphia, we finally have enough to have this 8-minute chat, and it is a fun one. One of my favorite coins, and this year celebrating lots of those coins as part of our history. But again, yes, at one point in the last 250 years, there was an oops on the clothing and attire of Lady Liberty. And this one, this is it. Tonight, ours, $100 less and an uncirculated grade higher. It's a great deal. Give us a call.
In 2018, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof coins, the U.S. Mint made a very special limited set. They only made 200,000 of them, and they changed the production process. They made a reverse proof set. So we have a small batch of quarters from the 2018 silver reverse proof set, and while they last, just $9.95 per coin. So they're all year 2018. We have a handful of different designs. There was only 5 that year: Pictured Rocks, Apostle Islands, Voyagers, Cumberland, and Block Island. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the National Park Series. So while they last, folks, just $9.95. When you purchase more than one, we'll do our best to give you all the different designs. We'll do our best to give you 5 different designs, but those will only be guaranteed the first couple callers, and then it'll be 4 different, 3 different until we are out of stock. Just $9.95 each. By the way, 200,000 made. Our competition sells regular clad proof quarters from the same year for $40 a piece. They're silver proofs, regular silver proofs, for $40 a piece. Join us and save.
We're all smiling because the U.S. Mint's 2026 uncirculated set is out. It's sold out instantly, and now big premiums just to get the set in the original packaging. Well, the next phase of that set is I'm looking for the cent, the quarters, the $50, all the unique coins. There's 20 of them in this set. Well, tonight we have one of the rarest pairs known out of the advanced release series, and that is the beautiful Liberty Dime P&D set. But tonight it's not a 66 or a 67 set we've talked about, or the 68 sets we sold out of not too long ago. Tonight, the best of the best, the finest known. We have a couple 69 sets. So here we go while they last. Yeah. Thank you, U.S. Mint. Thank you, 2026 uncirculated set. Because prior to these coins being released in this uncirculated set, we were not finding coins above a 65 or a 66, and all of you know that. We've talked about this. We've put coins out there, and the 7s are flying out the door, and we couldn't keep them in stock because we were not seeing quality. Well, the uncirculated set kind of changes the parameter a little bit. The unfortunate part is, who wants to break up that set because Everything in it pretty much is dual dated outside of the Sacagawea dollar. You got 18 unique, all 20 are actually unique, and it's wow. And it also has Lincoln cents in the set, right? Even more special. So tonight, here we go. This is a P and a D. It's a complete set. My competition, I've seen a couple of them on auction sites. I have not seen anybody on the airwaves yet that has a set or a single, but the auction sites are more than I am. And I have the set. They have a coin. Now, these are all in the USA 250 label. As it references, they tag it as coming from the 20 coin uncirculated set. Nothing being hidden there. We know that's where the quality is. If you look at the Denver version, the one on the right, it looks a little nicer, doesn't it? It's almost proof-like. Denver has just done something to their coins this year in the uncirculated set. And we say thank you for that. On the other hand, look at the Philly, not that far behind. The significance is what? There are no 70s, and only a couple of 69 sets are known to exist. Right? Here are the numbers global, because the dimes were released earlier this year. So far this year, NGC has seen 63,000 dimes. Which, when you look at the P's and the D's, that's 31,000 and change if you break it up evenly. Not horrible, right? Kind of like a silver eagle of some sort. Here's a number that's going to make you smile. There's only 221 sets in 69. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, that's a bit different. As of right now, that number is so tiny. And I don't see it changing by much. If it gets to 250, it's still crazy rare. And part of it is, if it does change a little bit, it's not going to be advanced release. You're going to see regular uncirculated sets add some numbers potentially. So you're protected by the label as well. So not only do you get the label, you get the special USA 250, you get the grade, right, which is what you want. And tonight with us, you're getting the price, which is just seriously kicking butt on everybody in the industry. We have no problem setting where we think the prices should be versus where people put them at. And this is just one of those examples. As I referenced, they're selling a P or a D for more than we're selling the set. And ours are advanced release and the same grade. Nothing wrong with that. That's the American way, right? It's about people, places, and things, knowing the right people, being at the right place at the right time, and then is it the moment? And I'm hoping for all of you tonight it is. Because at $599.95 for this dime set, it's special. Are there 20 coin sets in 69? Yes. I know there's like 10, 11, 12 sets. If you look at the population reports, and let me go there for a quick second. NGC publishes everything they see, which gives us all that extra information. It's not just how many uncirculated sets did the mint make, a mintage figure, which is important because it kind of starts the parameter. They publish the grades of everything they see. So you can see the curve that I just referenced. 63,000 P and D dimes certified this year. So far. And it's only going to get more because people are going to say, wow, I might get a 69. I'm going for it. And you can't blame them, can you? And then you get to the far right-hand column, and there's no 70s. And you see a 69, and the number right now is the P Mint, this coin. This is the most limited, but not by much. 221. Yeah. The best only gets better. So as I was referencing, yes, there are a few sets. Rumor has it they've been at $10,000, $12,000 a set, which when you consider it's 20 coins and they all got to make 9, that's not too shabby in the big picture of things. Will we have them? I certainly hope so. I mean, it's our goal, our desire. We just can't call up and say, hey, give me a few 9 sets. Wouldn't that be wonderful if we could do that? That also would just kind of kill the industry, but oh well. But over time, we're holding coins back just on the hope that we'll get all 20 to fall into this number. And we'll see where it takes us. But right now, I do know I have a small quantity of dimes. They're all advanced release and they're crazy in price. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So we talked about quarters earlier tonight in 69. Talked about half dollars the other night. That's sold out. Haven't had the privilege of talking about the cents yet in 69, and that would be a fun conversation. A couple $1,000 set. When we get them, we're going to talk about them. Tonight, it's affordable. Yet it's the symbol of this year, which is liberty, the dime. And it's the most limited and the highest quality and the lowest price, all wrapped up into a bow tonight. So, absorb, give us a call, and join us.
The rarest Morgan dollar, made in 1898, was out of the San Francisco Mint. Only 4.1 million coins made. And if you look at population reports, it's even better. NGC and PCGS combined, you're looking at all grades, every coin they've seen, less than 14,000, 0.34% of the entire mintage. $89.95 for a gorgeous collector grade circulated coin. Our competition wants as much as $285 for the same coin in the same grade. By the way, in uncirculated, what a jump. You're looking at $1,500. Join us and get one of these for your collection, a 98S, for just $89.95.
Today, the conversation of a proof coin, which is a special edition, special process done by the U.S. Mint, coins being made for collectors, right? Today, we don't think anything of it. But 75 years ago, when it was introduced to the American public for the first time, it was a big deal. That year was 1950. For the first 6 years we made our proof sets, we had them in polypack, stapled together, well, with tissue paper and an outside cardboard box. It was, hey, here are the coins, but we're not really thinking much about the fact that quality in this, well, so we changed the polypack in 55, we changed the hard plastic in 68 with San Francisco, and today it's a whole different look, a whole different feel, a whole different game. Finding the originals in the original packaging, not remade packaging, that's the fun. And tonight we have two of the early issues available. First time in years I've had the chance to talk about these, the 1952 and 1953. Look at the sets, look at the price, and the value should stand straight forward. So as I referenced, the box you're seeing on top, we're showing you the back of one, the front of another, is just a regular cardboard box that they put tape around. Inside of it is tissue paper like you're seeing right here. And inside of the tissue paper are little sleeves, right? And these sleeves are brittle plastic. They're all 5 coins, the cent, the nickel, and then the 3 silver coins, the dime, the quarter, and the half dollar. And then they're stapled together in this package. So if you want to know why there are no 67, 68 certified larger silver coins from these years, that's the reason. They didn't survive in high quality because they weren't packaged to do so. Now, over the years, I've seen many of these repackaged in 2x2 flips because that actual U.S. Mint wrap is just way too brittle, or the staple is rusty. I mean, we've all seen these. But every once in a while, somebody, a steward of coin collecting, bought some sets and set it aside. And they stored them properly. Storing them properly, as you can tell by looking at these coins, means the oxidation and the temperature have to be at the right scenario to keep the coins looking like you're seeing. The cent is the coin that you see turn first. Because when do you see copper not look brown? Well, these earlier proof editions will turn brown if they're not properly stored. The air, the moisture in the air just darkens the color. But then you look at the nickel. It needs to be bluish to be real at this level. And then you look at the silvers, and again, finding them where they're just outright brilliant, it's great. This deal we found had 50 sets stored in original packaging. It is like the find in early issue proof sets. We bought the perfect packaging because we know OGP stands for a lot A lot right now. And the other part of the deal went to a friend of mine who certifies coins for a living, because the packaging, it's not important to him. He's going to send them in and have NGC or PCGS do their thing. Fingers crossed they come back graded at the levels where it makes it worth his while. Now, if you look at these coins, coin by coin, you're looking at $700-800, because every year without fail, and these two in particular, 52 and 53, the rarest coin made every year was the Philadelphia proof. They made P's, they made D's, and they made S's for circulation for many of these coins. But they only made one proof, and the proof at this time in history was Philadelphia. That didn't change until 1968 when San Francisco took over. So we're looking at $700-800 for the coins that are in the set, just in capsules. Then you find the repackaged sets in those Capital Plastic strip holders, which are gorgeous. And they preserve the coins at a much different rate. And you're seeing those at between $650 and $750 today. And then you find a deal like this where it's like, wow, tonight we're under $400 for original box early issues. These are not the 54s and 55s. These are the 52s and 53s. Let's talk about the mintage, because you are correct. I did not mention that yet. Today, right, 2026, the U.S. Mint for our USA 250 celebration made 271,250 sets. They were silver, and it sold out instantly. It was crazyville. And can you find the brand new one for this price? I think not. We sold out at $349. The brand new one from this year. This is 75 years ago, basically. They made only 81,980 of the 52 and 128,800 of the 1953. It wasn't until we got to the 1960s that we started seeing 2-3 million silver proof sets. The American public finally were aware of the fact they could buy this stuff from the U.S. Mint directly. Prior, you had to know someone. You had to be someone. You couldn't be a normal Jane or a normal Joe and get these coins. Well, that changed in 1950 for the good, for the better. And today, it's the #1 produced product. Even the special issue coins, the Silver Eagle. The proof Silver Eagle's the big deal, right? The proof set, the silver proof set versus clad proof set is the real deal. Even this year's FIFA coins. The proof was the one everybody was sauding just because of this, the way it looks. Again, remembering a proof is different. It's a process of manufacture. A regular coin, uncirculated, is slapped once and put out there. A proof, the dies are polished. Then the piece of metal, the cent blank, the cent planchen, is polished. A regular coin is struck once, a proof is struck twice under more intense pressure, which gives it that razor rim around the outside, which is very noticeable in all these coins. But tonight, yeah, we got a handful of 52s and 53s. I did not say, did I? We kept less than 20 of the 50 that were set aside for both of these. That's how few of them had this beat up. The box was just right. It was a good, pure, vintage OGP, original government package. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So every once in a while we get one of those, they call it numismatic conversations. We're talking about true core collecting. Proof sets, the #1 set issued by the Mint every year. Started in 1950. This is how they packaged them through 1955. These beautiful flips with a staple, sealed individually, cellophane. Yeah, I mean, it's just, think of the process. And then a cardboard box. And it's the best we got. Well, today, whole different story. Packaging has improved over time. But tonight, the value is here. You can get these vintage sets for less money than the brand new 26. And these are significantly rarer. And oh, by the way, these are in the original government box. Give us a call.
So the year 2000, the U.S. Mint started the Sacagawea Golden Dollar series. And then in 2009, they started Series 2. So from 2000 to 2008, we had the same design on the obverse and reverse of the Sacagawea golden dollars. And then 2009, when they started Series 2, they started changing the reverse each year to honor Native American contributions. So 2026 is the 25th year in the Sacagawea / Native American golden dollar series. And this one here features Polly Cooper. So what you get in this set, 3 coins, Philadelphia uncirculated, Denver uncirculated, and the stunning San Francisco proof. Each one individually packaged in our custom Defender holders for one low price of $24.95. Competition, $70. Get all 3 with here and save.
USA 250 and the Premier set. The silver proof set's out, sold out, and available. One of those challenges to find it, and we're always hunting. We'll have it available the next time we have it available. It's just going to be with the market bearers, but it's a gorgeous set. The rare 271,250 pieces. But in that set, we have 7 unique silver coins. Surprising. In a silver proof set, the coin everybody's talking about is the non-silver coin. And that's because, well, they brought back the Lincoln cent to celebrate USA 250. And the proof is only being released in the proof sets. Well, tonight we have not only that proof, we have it in a 70 holder from the 10 coin silver set. Talk about a deal. Look at our price. Under $300. That is outright amazing. That is outright special. That is outright wow. So this year, for part of USA 250, even though last year, 2025, the U.S. Mint discontinued the Lincoln cent for circulation. Surprisingly, late last year, I think it was November, after the Omega coins from 2025 were released, the Mint announces we made our last purchase of copper blanks, or copper-plated zinc blanks, these blanks. We all looked the same. Well, the Omegas are done. What are these for? And it was like, ding, ding, ding. They're going to bring it back next year for the USA 250 celebration. So we were all thrilled, just not quite sure how they're going to do it. So what did they do? They made it available only in the special collector sets from the Mint. So there is no Lincoln this year, dual dated in circulation. I wish they would have. They could have ended it in this year, and then next year we have nothing. Wouldn't that be cool to find this coin in circulation? But you're not going to. The uncirculated coins are only in the Mint set. The proof, obviously, only in the proof set. So this set is going to be the rarest of the sets. They brought the silver set out first, clad set later in the year. This one's at $271,250, and on June 11th sold out. So as you can see on the label here, it's tagged as being part of the 10 coin silver set, and it's going to be released twice this year. This set will be the rarer set. This set will be the more desired 70, even though it's the same coin in 2 different holders potentially. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the year goes. But I do know one thing. My competition's at $3.99. That's the closest to us. Yeah, the closest to us. We've seen them as high as $4.99 and higher. Why? Because it's the holy grail of that silver proof set. It's the uniqueness of a Lincoln one more time. And we must remember and understand at the same time that most of us, myself included here, cut our teeth collecting the Lincolns. I mean, the Lincoln cent design has a 2-fold longevity streak. The first one is the cent was introduced in 1793, and it lasted for 226 years through, 232 years, through the year 2025. The denomination lasted continuous that long, and we stopped it. Logically, we would have done it earlier, but we did. And then the second part is the design in circulation. The longest tenured design in circulation was the Lincoln as well. The first 50 years were the Wheatie. Then we had 50 years of memorials. 2009, the 100th anniversary, we have 4 beautiful, unique coins. And then for the last 17 years, this being the 17th year, we have the shield design. So 1909 to 2026, 117 years. Wow, huh? And this time it's only being released in special sets. So it's all about finding the set and hoping you get a 70. But to get the set, you're paying $400 or $500 today. So why not get the cream out of the set in 70? Nothing wrong with saving a little money. Nothing wrong with getting the highlight. Nothing wrong with getting the best of the best. So all of our coins will be in the label you see or you saw on your screen. Right? It's called the USA 250 label. It's a U.S. agency for this year's celebration that has to approve where it's used. You've probably seen it on some commercials. If you still have regular TV, I've seen a few. And they gave permission to NGC to use it on some of the special collector coins for this year. Well, obviously, this is the dual-dated Lincoln cent. You know the other unique thing? Saving the best for last. The last Lincoln ever made is the only Lincoln that has a dual date on it. Even the 2009's, the 100th anniversary, didn't have a dual date on it. It just had 2009, and it was the 4 periods of Lincoln's life, right? This one, the only dual date. So we save it for last. We bring it back one more time. It's the finest strike, the proof. This one's from the silver proof set, the only one out right now, right? We know it's going to be the lowest mintage of all the proofs, so you're in the right category. You have the right coin. Now it's, can you afford the grade? Well, tonight, with $100 less than our competitors, we're making it that way too. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. We've talked about this before, yes. What we talked about before was the advanced release version, very special coin. We might have a couple of those left. I think we might be sold out. Ask our operators. Again, those of you that are familiar with the advanced release program, 10% of the coins get distributed prior to release. The other 90% get distributed. This is from the 90%. And the collectors get it, gobble it up. In this case, lasted a few minutes, and 271,000 sets disappear. Well, tonight, from those sets, we have the perfect Lincoln cent, the dual-dated Lincoln cent, in this gorgeous flag USA 250 label. Saving money, getting the key coins, that's our middle name, America's Value Channel. Just love it. Then again, I wish. I mean, they've done a lot of great things this year, the U.S. Mint. Bringing this back just for collectors, a wonderful thing. Wouldn't it have been more fun having it in circulation too? But oh well. Give tourists in the mouth. Sometimes you just say thank you and move on. This one's one of those thank you coins. Thank you for making the cent one more time. We're celebrating USA 250 with it, the only dual-dated cent in U.S. history. The silver proof, the rarest version, and in a 70 and saving hundreds. This is the coin. Give us a call.
The year 2017 was a anniversary year for the United States Mint. It was the 225th anniversary. So they did a couple different special things. Very often you've heard us talk about how they added the Philadelphia Mint mark to the cent. So the 2017 Philadelphia cent has a P Mint mark, but they also made a special set. The enhanced uncirculated set was released as well. They only made 225,000 of them, which is so fitting because it's 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. And it was a complete sellout in 15 minutes or less. This is a 3-piece set of the 3 cents. So you'll get Philadelphia, Denver, and that special enhanced uncirculated for just $12.95. Our competition is upwards of $30 for this same exact 3-piece set. And keep in mind that at $225,000 for the enhanced uncirculated mintage figure, another one of the rarest cents ever made was the 09 SVDB, but they made 484,000 of those. Those cost over $1,500 in uncirculated. Get this one, the rarer than the 09 SVDB, for less than $13. Join us, folks. This one's a special, special buy.
Did you know USA 250 this year? I think we said it a million times tonight, and we've been talking about it for the last 6 months, and it's a fun agenda. Lots of great things coming out, and we're going to continue talking about it. The U.S. Mint is doing a great job. Kudos to where it is. But many of us remember the original celebration, the USA 200, which was our bicentennial back in 1975 and 1976. And we had special quarters, half dollars, and dollars in circulation. Very similar to the concept this year. And then we had 2 special silver sets, the rarest of them all, uncirculated at 11 million, and then the proof at only 4 million silver sets. Tonight, we're going to talk about that set and something very special that we uncovered in the last 60 days. Here we go. So that 3-piece set actually was a special collection. I remember seeing it in my local bank when I was a young lad in Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's probably where a lot of you might have seen it as well that are familiar. And actually, guys, let's go to that really quick if we can. Let's go to that quick still if we can. This is the set and the way it was released by the U.S. Mint. And yes, we have a couple of them available. Phenomenal price, I'll get to it. But this is what was released all across the country. Again, this was back in the 1970s. No internet, no smartphones, no nothing. So it was a newspaper ad, you're at the Mint, or your bank had it, and that's the only where it was available. And all 4 million sold out, even with that process. Let's go back, guys, to the rest of it now. So with that said, we've had now NGC, PCGS, we've had ANAX, ICG here, and CAC recently, all grading and certifying coins, the big ones, for over 40 years. And over that 40-year period, one of the more popular items is obviously our bicentennial coins. Because back at this time in history, how many of us, when we got a quarter or a half dollar in circulation, we kept it? And it was the very same thing for the uncirculated silvers or the proof silvers like you're seeing here tonight. But here is the difference. If you go to NGC's website, there are 0 70 sets and only a small number of 69s. Big piece of information. If you go to PCGS's website, you're going to notice there's about 441, exactly 441 sets in 70. And today, those sets on their price guide are over $2,000. Well, a little over 60 days ago, as I referenced walking into this conversation, a good friend of mine actually had a case, 100 sets, in the original case, and made it available to us, knowing that this was the year and all the older stuff would be just as special. With that said, the company that has been grading modern issue longer than anybody else is ICG and ANAX. So we sent them down to our friends, Austin and his group down at ICG. They came back saying, this is some of the best stuff we have ever seen. However that person stored those sets, they look gorgeous still. And a handful of the sets made 70. That's significant. So tonight we have those few sets available. Couldn't wait another month to make it available in one of our 4th of July shows. Had to bring it out tonight because this is like big news. This is significant product. Our USA 250, yes, and all the fun. But this is USA 200, our bicentennial, the rarest item available, the silver proof. And now the opportunity to get a 70 set from one of the major players in independent certification in the industry. And we're not looking at $2,000 for a PCGS set, which will change most likely because of these sets being made available. Now, we did find one of our competitors with this set, obviously not from our group, but probably put it together, and they were at $488. So we could have easily been at $475. We could have easily been at $399 and beat that other person up in price big time. But sometimes you just look at the numbers and the math of the deal, and this deal of 100 sets, and it just made sense that this is a great price point. We are happy with it, and people save hundreds. Not a couple of dollars here and there. People save hundreds. Now, the key coin in this 3-piece set is the big Eisenhower. If you go to PCGS, you'll see there, like you see with ICG, at the quarter and the half dollar, there are 1,500 coins known in 70. But the Eisenhower, the big coin in the set, in the silver proof, only 441. And then the small group we have here, at the crazy price. Crazy is our middle name. Actually, value is our middle name. But it's all about the right place at the right time. This is the right time. It's our USA 250 celebration. A chance to peek back 50 years ago. This year, where all of our coins are obverse and reverse unique. The dime, 1 year only design. Right? The $50, 1 year only design. We have 5 different quarters with 4 different presidents, all different designs. At this time, 50 years ago, we had a dual date on the front, and the back was changed. The reverse was changed. And that makes this one a wow moment. Yes, these are silver as it references on the holder. There were P's and D's in circulation. There was a clad, or a San Francisco clad. I can't tell you how many times I see an S clad. And everybody says it's silver. It's not. They made a clad, and San Francisco made both of them. Turn the coin sideways. All 3 of them, they look like they're silver because they are. The clads are going to be sandwich coins, which we are very aware of. And those are very special too, by the way. Very special. This happens to be, though, from the family of the rarest of them all. So again, P's and D's in circulation. We had a clad proof for 75 and 76. Then they made that special silver uncirculated set. San Francisco made those as well. And then the rarest of them all was this set. Now, guys, let's go to that graphic real quick. A few people asked, do we have it available? The answer is yes. We do have a handful of these available tonight. We can't keep these on the shelves. This is the original packaging as released by the U.S. Mint 50 years ago. These are the 3 silver coins, what they call OGP, original government packaging. $99.95. My competition's a little under $200. Crazy value. Let's go back to the 70 sets for a quick second. Guys, give me actually a 30-second clock. We're getting down on this one. A lot of people on the phones, and I understand why. Do I have singles? Not right now. I anticipate having quarters and half dollars in the up and coming weeks. I just looked at the reports from ICG and noticed we had a small number of sets, and that's why my voice is a little bit higher than normal. The excitement on something that is this relevant. It was the signature piece of our bicentennial. And tonight we have certified 70 sets. Not at $488, not at $2,000 for PCs. We're at $299.95 while they last. That's a deal.
In 2018, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof coins, the U.S. Mint made a very special limited set. They only made 200,000 of them, and they changed the production process. They made a reverse proof set. So we have a small batch of quarters from the 2018 silver reverse proof set, and while they last, just $9.95 per coin. So they're all year 2018. We have a handful of different designs. There was only 5 that year: Pictured Rocks, Apostle Islands, Voyagers, Cumberland, and Block Island. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the National Park Series. So while they last, folks, just $9.95. When you purchase more than one, we'll do our best to give you all the different designs. We'll do our best to give you 5 different designs, but those will only be guaranteed the first couple callers, and then it'll be 4 different, 3 different until we are out of stock. Just $9.95 each. By the way, 200,000 made. Our competition sells regular clad proof quarters from the same year for $40 a piece. They're silver proofs, regular silver proofs, for $40 a piece. Join us and save.
The United States Mint has been producing coins for more than 230 years now. And over that long and storied history, every once in a while, the U.S. Mint does something very special. And in 2020, we got something incredibly unique and is perfect for collectors. The first ever West Point Mint Mark Jefferson nickels. They produced 3 West Point Mint Mark coins that year. An uncirculated coin that came with the mint set, a proof coin that came with the proof set, and then a first of its kind reverse proof Jefferson nickel that came with the silver proof set. These coins were riding the popularity of the 2019 West Point Mint Mark Lincoln cents from the year before, and they were just as popular in 2020. We have both the proof and the reverse proof here tonight in our beautiful Defender holders for up to $15 less than our nearest competitor's prices. The regular proof that came alongside the San Francisco Mint proof set is item number 905-12649. That's 905-12-649. And at just $49.95 for each of those regular proofs, we are more than $10 less than our nearest competitor's price of $60. And then we have the West Point reverse proof that came with the silver proof set, or alongside the silver proof set, excuse me. It is item number 905-12650. That's 905-12-65-0. And at just $59.95 tonight for each of our reverse proof coins, we are more than $15 less than our nearest competitor's price of over $75. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't feel like using the phone tonight, that's totally fine. Just grab your laptop, tablet, or head on over to your computer and go to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar on the page. Just click on that. And for the 2020 West Point clad proof, type into that search bar 905-12649. That's 905-12-649. Or if the first ever reverse proof Jefferson nickel is more up your alley, just type into that search bar 905-12650. It's 905-12-65-0. Whether you grab both of them or just one, you cannot go wrong with these true blue U.S. Mint firsts. Because when it comes to collecting, firsts and lasts are always important. Keys to a series. And these nickels are going to go down in history as being some of the most sought after nickels in the entire series, which in 2020 was entering its 83rd year of production, making it the longest tenured coin design in United States Mint history. But actually, it's been several different designs. See, the Jefferson Nickel series has had 2 regular designs and then 4 special coins made for a special anniversary in 2 years in 2004 and 2005. They started all the way back in 1938, featuring a left-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson and his home at Monticello that you can see right here on the back. That would last all the way until 2003, when then we would have, for 2004 and 2005, Westward Journey nickels commemorating the Lewis and Clark expedition that Jefferson ordered. Then in 2006, we would get this current design of Jefferson staring right at you from the face of the coin. And that is going until this very day. These 2 coins are the first ever time that the West Point mint mark was included on a Jefferson nickel, making them keys to the series. When we tried to find competitors with these coins to let you know how much better our deal was tonight, we struggled to find them. Very few people have these coins available. And that's because once collectors get their hands on these coins, they never let them go, because a very limited number of them were made. And we have tens of millions of coin collectors in America today, which means if every single person wanted one, absolutely could not every single one of them get them. We are just $49.95 for the proof and $59.95 for the reverse proof. $10 and $15 less respectively than our nearest competition. Call in now and grab yours before they're gone.
The rarest Morgan dollar, made in 1898, was out of the San Francisco Mint. Only 4.1 million coins made. And if you look at population reports, it's even better. NGC and PCGS combined, you're looking at all grades, every coin they've seen, less than 14,000, 0.34% of the entire mintage. $89.95 for a gorgeous collector grade circulated coin. Our competition wants as much as $285 for the same coin in the same grade. By the way, in uncirculated, what a jump. You're looking at $1,500. Join us and get one of these for your collection, a 98S, for just $89.95.
Another U.S. Mint sellout, that enhanced Silver Eagle, dual-dated W Mint mark, sold out. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later in the show, but it all stems from the dual date on those special U.S. Mint Silver Eagles. Why didn't they do it on the uncirculated back in January? Well, we're happy they didn't, because a lot of us, a lot of you as well, have enjoyed what Daniel Carr put together. A special Overstrike edition, 5 different releases throughout this year. And the good news is tonight we have release 4 and 5 in stock, ready to go. So let's spend a few minutes on this great, great Overstrike project. Here we go. So you might remember earlier this year we had the Constitution, we had the American flag, we had the original, which is the Minutemen, all editions that were released and sold out, no longer available to the American public. And it was the brainchild of Daniel Carr, right? A designer of a number of U.S. Mint coins over the last quarter century, back into the state quarters and national parks program. And he has his own mint in Denver, where he strikes medallions and other types of products. He also has a Denver Mint press from the Denver Mint after they were replacing equipment, and he uses that for a lot of his projects. So tonight we have one of those crazy topics, great deals, and over-the-top popular. You've probably seen it on the other networks as well. We have the Overstrike Uncirculated Edition. So you notice in the bottom of the coin right here, it's 1776, 2026. That is the Overstrike of the regular Silver Eagle. So this is a U.S. 2026 Silver Eagle, and Daniel Carr with his Denver Mint press, which is why you see the D there. It's for Daniel Carr, but also kind of a side on there are no D Silver Eagles, even though this was struck in Denver. His version of a little notice. Then the added plus is what the U.S. Mint has been doing with the proof editions, and that is the beautiful privies. So, as I referenced earlier this year, we had the Minutemen, number 1. Then we had the Constitution, number 2. The flag, number 3. All of them sold out. All of those were the privy marks. And now we have, well, the 4th of July. It's July, so it's appropriate. We're speaking of the topics of July. The Declaration of Independence, July 4, 1776, as it references right on the coin itself. And then it flows into the We the People and all the fun that goes with it 250 years later. And of course, the topic of the seat of our government, Independence Hall in Philadelphia. As you see right here, USA 250, Independence Hall with all the rest of the bells and whistles. So even though our competition over the last 3 or 4 months, as editions 2, 3 have been released, and now we're on 4 and 5, they've all raised their prices to that $279 to $299 level because of silver and the movement of silver, etc. Probably the popularity index of the program, because it is one of the top sellers this year. And for us, it's just, we brought it out at $229. We're going to hold the line at $229, so that way people that were in the program know what to expect and they can walk through it. So again, tonight it's number 4, the Declaration of Independence, and number 5, Independence Hall. 2 very significant themes in the month of July, since we're having that conversation right now. Good question. I should have brought this up earlier. Do we have any of the sold out editions still left available? I looked this morning, and I think we had 2 or 3 Minutemen. We were negative on the flag, so the answer is no. And then the Constitution might have been 2 or 3, or vice versa. Check us out online. That would be avccoins.com. Type in the word CARR, C-A-R-R, and you'll get all of the 2026 issues to pop up. It'll mark sold out or available. As we get a coin here or there, sample returns, etc., we will post them available. And if they are, you can join us on it. I look at it this way. If you're able to collect the collection, it's a wonderful feat. I'm a collector. We all want to start and finish if we can. But there are other topics that just have of the moment type issue. And this is one of them. It's just a phenomenal keepsake of the uncirculated Silver Eagle for the year 2026, our USA 250th anniversary. And on top of that, what? The 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle itself as well. And then the theme is what you like. The July 4th Declaration, I get that. A lot of people have looked at the Independence Hall and said, that's my favorite of them all. Even though the Minuteman was pretty cool going back to February of this year when it was released. Yes, a couple of other things that are, in my opinion, very significant. One, can you buy the proof Silver Eagle from the U.S. Mint in a 70 condition right now for under $400? That's the other dual date. The brand new dual date that's sold out today, which is the W enhanced with 125,000 struck. Can you find that for under $1,000 today in 70? And the answer is no. The only affordable 70s with dual dates on the Silver Eagle are part of Daniel Carr's Overstrike program. The other thing to remember is this isn't just in a beautiful holder. ANAX has certified all of these as a perfect 70. Now, he's a mint and he does them one by one with quality, which means they should grade at a high percentage, but they might not. Which just means they have to do all the work to make sure to us it's perfect. It's in this holder and it's what we want it to be. And with all that said, still significantly under the price of anything out this year right now with that same dual date. So the highlights and the overstrikes, let me repeat that for everybody. The dual date on the bottom on an uncirculated coin, love it. The background of Lady Liberty, in this case, it's the Declaration of Independence, and the privy being July 4th, 1776. Those are overstrikes added to the coin by Daniel Carr. The reverse is the D as in David, D in this case as Daniel mint mark. That is not a D mint mark from the Denver Mint. It is D for Daniel Carr, who happens to be in Denver, which just makes it even a little bit more fun there. All of them, by the way, all 5 from this year are with that D mint mark. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Sorry, was having too much fun talking about these issues. I have them. I mean, it's just, sometimes there are products that are just, yeah, well done. And I think everybody looked at the release in January and said, why didn't they do this? Well, the great ingenuity of the American people is the answer. This is the answer. Daniel Carr had the answer. Let's just overstrike an uncirculated coin. We're not going to hide anything. We're going to tell you it's an overstrike. We're going to enhance it to where it's what we would have loved to have the U.S. Mint do for us. But private industry always is going to trump that, is it not? So we had tonight, number 4, number 5, holding the price at $229.95. We're about a minute on the hold right now. Don't worry. Hang in there with us. We'll take care of you. And always remember, avccoins.com is there 24/7, 365.
So the year 2000, the U.S. Mint started the Sacagawea Golden Dollar Series. And then in 2009, they started Series 2. So from 2000 to 2008, we had the same design on the obverse and reverse of the Sacagawea Golden Dollars. And then 2009, when they started Series 2, they started changing the reverse each year to honor Native American contributions. So 2026 is the 25th year in the Sacagawea / Native American Golden Dollar Series. And this one here features Polly Cooper. So what you get in this set, 3 coins, Philadelphia uncirculated, Denver uncirculated, and the stunning San Francisco proof. Each one individually packaged in our custom Defender holders for one low price of $24.95. Competition, $70. Get all 3 with here and save.
Most of us older folk cut our teeth collecting on what coin? The wheat cent, right? I was a paper boy in the 1960s. It was the coin you saw in circulation. and it was part of the process of the time, right? And then we go to the memorials for 50 years, and then, well, last year we ended the cent period. So we cut our teeth on collecting these beautiful wheat cents, and finding a beautiful brown coin is something. But finding an uncirculated cherry red, that just makes us all just smile. And then it changes our approach. I got to find me more of that good stuff. Well, there is one coin in U.S. history that's different than all the other cents ever made. And it's not a copper to zinc thing. It is a 1 year, early on, World War II, we made a steel cent. It was a great idea, abysmal failure for circulation, and stopped after 1 year. Tonight, not only do we have uncirculated specimens, we have some of the finest known specimens on the table. Certified 66 three-piece sets. Here we go. As I told you, there's nothing like a true uncirculated Wheatie. And now you get to look at them in a steel sense. It's like a wow factor. Gorgeous coins. And the degree of perfection. Understanding mint state, MS, starts at 60. Right? There are very few 68 sets. 67 sets command a significant premium, north of 1,000. And in my opinion, with 65 sets at 200 to 240, the 66 sets are a sweet spot. And they're excessively rare. Well, let's talk about the coin, and then I'll get into all the fun numbers behind it, since I'm a numbers geek. So World War II, is on the table, right? And copper is a war material, right? And it's one that we have limited supplies versus nickel, which is a little bit more available. So we decide to change the number one coin in circulation, the Lincoln cent, to a steel coin for 1 year. The idea was we'd do it during the war years. And maybe we'll keep it there. There's been arguments over we got to make aluminum, we got to make them cheaper, right? And finally we just stopped making them last year. So we create this steel blank, and the coin looks gorgeous in uncirculated condition. It's gorgeous when it's new. It's really bad when it's old. They wore much faster than a copper, and they, because of the nature of steel, they got ugly quick. I mean, you throw them into a fountain, they rust. So it's a 1 year experiment, and the U.S. Mint discontinues it, and in 1944 they used shell casings, returned shell casings to make a cent similar in copper, making this a 1 year wonder. The U.S. Mint destroys as much of the evidence as they can find, because we know it's a failure. Why keep it out there? So as they were handed in the banks by us, the citizens of the day, they would now pull them aside and melt them and get rid of them, being replaced again by the shell case cents for the remainder of World War II. Copper's back in 1947. The numbers are, well, staggering when you look at the numbers. They made 84 million Ps. They made 217 million Ds. They made 191 million S's. So all three mints, P, D, and S, Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco, issued coins in 1943. Due to the unfortunate nature of pulling the coin after 1 year, and now we're 3/4 of a century later, finding high quality coins is always the challenge. And I can't tell you the last time I've seen a true uncirculated roll of either of these three mints. Every blue moon of Philadelphia shows up, but Denver's and San Francisco's original rolls, far and few between. And those are the only places 64, 65, or the dream of a 66 exist. But here's the rarity index. So about 40 years ago, NGC, PCGS joined us, an independent third-party certification service. So it's not me saying it's nice, it's somebody else saying it's nice. And then you recognize the coin and you recognize they're nice, and we're all happy together. So they've been doing this for 40 years. The only way they stay in business. certifying hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of coins every year is us giving them coins to do it with, right? Here are the numbers on the 43s in 66 or higher condition. The Philadelphia, which was the best struck of the three, which is a surprise, usually it's not the case, was 18,233. And then both of the branch mints, Denver and San Francisco, are fighting for rarity index. San Francisco had only 11,635 that have made 66 or higher. But the Denver is the key, a few hundred less, 11,366. So think of that. That means there are only 11,366 three-piece sets that could be put together, period, today. Now, doesn't mean somebody might not get lucky and find a roll and send it in and get a coin or two. But think of that, finding 30 more coins, right? Which sounds like a lot, wouldn't change these numbers much. That is tiny. That is outright tiny. If the U.S. Mint made only 11,366 sets for this year's USA 250 Lincoln Cent Special, because remember, they put the Lincoln Cent in the uncirculated cent this year. A one-time only opportunity, right, for collectors. A dual-dated coin. 125,000 were made. 125,000 sets were made. So that means that P&D set is 125,000 potential sets known, right? Today, can you buy that two-coin set for $299? And certified coins in 6 and 7 are $800, $900 a pair. These, 3/4 of a century old, excessively rarer, and we're under $100 a coin. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Sorry. Phones are very busy, and I thank you all. Remember, avccoins.com is there, 24/7, 365. Do our best to make sure we take care of you. My competition, we saw a 64 set at 200, a 65 set at 329, and they did not have a 66, which is even rarer. We have that 66, and we're less money than their 65. $299.95, everybody, while this stunning, very rare, vintage, one-of-a-kind set exists. And thanks.
The year 2017 was an anniversary year for the United States Mint. It was the 225th anniversary. So they did a couple different special things. Very often you've heard us talk about how they added the Philadelphia Mint mark to the cent. So the 2017 Philadelphia cent has a P Mint mark, but they also made a special set. The enhanced uncirculated set was released as well. They only made 225,000 of them, which is so fitting because it's 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. And it was a complete sellout in 15 minutes or less. This is a three-piece set of the 3 cents. So you'll get Philadelphia, Denver, and that special enhanced uncirculated for just $12.95. Our competition is upwards of $30 for this same exact three-piece set. And keep in mind that at $225,000 for the enhanced and circulated mintage figure, another one of the rarest cents ever made was the 09 SVDB, but they made 484,000 of those. Those cost over $1,500 in uncirculated. Get this one, the rarer than the 09 SVDB, for less than $13. Join us, folks. This one's a special, special buy.
So the enhanced 2026 dual-dated Silver Eagle is out. 125,000 coins disappeared before you could spell enhanced. That's how fast it went. And then we had the proof dual date earlier this year. Remember, we had that A&A special spring, sold out there as well. It was a frenzy in Savannah. Well, the other coin this year that nobody's talking about is by far the champion, by far the rarest coin, yet it's the most affordable. That's a head scratcher. You know where I'm going? I hope you do. Because tonight we're going to spend a few minutes talking about that very rare, congratulations, Silver Eagle, but this year from the Philadelphia Mint. So we're in Savannah. The U.S. Mint launches both coins at the same time, which is what they always do. And usually it's just the packaging that's different, right? And the packaging matters because if you send the packaging in with your coin, the grading services will give you the pedigree of it's coming from the congratulations set, meaning you got a home run. It's way rarer than anything else by label. Well, this is USA 250, right? 2026. And the government decided, because of the differences in our Silver Eagles this year, they're going to go to a whole different level of rarity. When we opened up in 1793, the Philadelphia Mint, our only mint at the time, right? We're here. So we're going to go back and strike the first Silver Eagle of 2026, our 250th anniversary, from the Philadelphia Mint. But we're going to put the P for Philadelphia Mint mark, which you see right there under the wing at 3 o'clock, on the coin. So kind of cool, making it different than anything else for the year. Because the proof, dual dated, right, San Francisco. The enhanced, dual dated, right? So we have these differences, West Point, on the proof and the enhanced. It's all about how many versus how few, right? 500,000 proofs, 125,000 enhanced. And yes, we have a few. Give us a call. But at 125,000 struck on the enhanced, they're more money because people love that coin. This is the real story. The Philadelphia congratulations. And again, in prior years, without the packaging, can you tell the difference? This year, obvious different. It's the only congratulations struck at the Philadelphia Mint. It bears the Philadelphia Mint mark. So by looking at the reverse, it's drastically different than anything else. The W proof and or the W enhanced. Yet the proofs are selling for more than this, the enhanced are selling for more than this, and this is significantly rarer and selling for less. Ding, ding, ding. That's why I love this coin. So yes, the dual dated on the proof Silver Eagle is special. And yes, I have one. With the 500,000 edition, it's still a tiny number and it's still really cool. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary of our Silver Eagle this year. It's really cool. For the burnished or satin, they make it enhanced this year instead. The coin that was just released and sold out. Really special. But that's 125,000, double the mintage of this coin. So it has proof going for it. It has the Philadelphia only, but the mintage figure at only 60,000 and gone is why today it's the winner. And no other question, period. The competition, they're up at $3.99. Most of them are over $4. And when you consider the rarity of this coin versus the others that have been made this year, it stands out. It is way rarer. 500,000 proofs, 60,000 congrats. 125,000 enhanced W's, 60,000 Philadelphia congratulations proofs. Drastically different no matter which one you cut it against. But the real separation here is how they marked it. They gave it the Philadelphia Mint mark you're seeing right here at 3 o'clock. That's the game changer. It kind of puts the 2026 congratulations on a different pedestal. Now, they've been making the congratulations since 2013. It was a brilliant idea for packaging by the U.S. Mint. And they've changed packaging once a couple of years ago to the style we're seeing here, which is the jewelry box. It used to be that open card, like a gift card. But the idea was congratulations. So it's a graduation, a wedding, a special event. The best coin we have is the Silver Eagle, the finest qualities of proof. Here you go. I've used them many a times as gifts. But this year's gift is a gift to collectors. It is the one and the only. It is the rarity. It is, well, the price. All wrapped up into a bow. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Do I have other congratulations? I believe I have a few, but not all. As I referenced, they go back to 2013. Check us out, avccoins.com, as you see in the red at the bottom of your screen. And then you'll see a tab for Silver Eagles. Just click on it, or just type the word congratulations, and it'll bring you to all of them that we have, whether they're OGP and or certified. All great stuff. Do I have any of these in 70s? Yes, I do. Check us out. I have NGC and PCGS in stock right now. Those are crazier than the OGP here is. Talk about rarity, talk about how few of something are known in the finest condition. But I think for the original government packaging, the OGP, which I love, original way of collecting, and you look at what's on the table this year. 3 coins in the Silver Eagle family celebrating our 40th anniversary. A proof with 500,000. An enhanced with 125,000. Both of them dual dated. And then the only Philadelphia proof in a congratulations presentation is at 60,000. No questions asked. That is why this is easily the clear-cut champion of the year. Don't miss out.
In 2018, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof coins, the U.S. Mint made a very special limited set. They only made 200,000 of them, and they changed the production process. They made a reverse proof set. So we have a small batch of quarters from the 2018 silver reverse proof set, and while they last, just $9.95 per coin. So they're all year 2018. We have a handful of different designs. There was only 5 that year: Pictured Rocks, Apostle Islands, Voyagers, Cumberland, and Block Island. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the National Park Series. So while they last, folks, just $9.95. When you purchase more than one, we'll do our best to give you all the different designs. We'll do our best to give you 5 different designs, but those will only be guaranteed the first couple callers, and then it'll be 4 different, 3 different until we are out of stock. Just $9.95 each. By the way, 200,000 made. Our competition sells regular clad proof quarters from the same year for $40 a piece. They're silver proofs, regular silver proofs, for $40 a piece. Join us and save.
2025 is turning out to be a good year. Not a good year, a fantastic year to be a coin collector. And it's because, well, the big news is the coin's being discontinued. But the real big news is can you believe it? The Silver Eagle is now 40 years old. Started in 1986. The world's #1 silver dollar, the most beautiful silver coin ever struck. However, we always have fun looking for that one needle in a haystack. And there's a lot of proof Silver Eagles that are a lot of fun. But one of them, above all, is different. Very different. And tonight, we not only have that year, we have the most limited set it was part of. So let's have some fun. So we've had in 2006 the burnished Silver Eagle. We had reverse proofs. In 2011, we did them again. 2012, we changed mints on reverse proofs. 2013, we did the enhanced. 2019, with the Pride of Two Nations, and by itself, we have the enhanced reverse proof. We did privy marks in 2020 for the first time. We brought them back in 2025 with the Army and others, right? So we love special issues. But in 2016, the U.S. Mint went kind of sideways. And that is because the legislation for the actual Silver Eagle, now becoming the American Bullion Program, silver and gold, was signed by President Reagan. So in 2007, we started the Presidential Dollar Series in order of our dead presidents. So at that time, there was 39 of them. Started with Washington, and the last president passed was Ronald Reagan. So to boost sales in presidential products, in 2013, 2014, they introduced a special collector's set for all of us known as the Chronicles, the Coin and Chronicles set of our presidents. Both Roosevelt's Truman, Eisenhower, Johnson, Kennedy, and Reagan. Those are the Chronicle sets. The last one, the Reagan. But here's something that's totally different than all the other sets. A few of the earlier sets, the Roosevelt sets, have a medallion, a presidential medallion made on the Silver Eagle blank. And then when you get into the others, well, they follow suit. The only Chronicle set that actually has the proof Silver Eagle in it is the Ronald Reagan set. But on top of that, it also happens to be the only one with edge lettering. In the history of the Silver Eagle, we've done things over and over again because we love them, reverse proofs, etc. But on the edge, we wrote 30th anniversary. It is the only proof in the entire 40-year series that has edge lettering. And that was the regular proof that year. You might remember it. They made 651,000, a low year, but we had a lot of stuff going on in 2016. But the most limited was the Reagan Chronicle set. They made only 150,000, gone within an instant, because of the fact that it's the only set with the Silver Eagle in it. Now, here's the fun one. My competition sells that proof Silver Eagle in the original government package for $165. We have the rarer version, which is part of the Chronicle set, and it's less money. But the coin you're seeing right now is the Anchor. It's only available in this set. It is the reverse proof. It is the most limited coin production ever by the U.S. Mint for President Reagan. And it's only in this set. The other unique feature, and you just saw it, but I couldn't get to it fast enough, was the bronze medallion that they add to all these sets. It is the only one that has husband and wife, president and first lady, paying tribute, obviously, to the Reagans for the 2 terms of service. So you have uniqueness all over this set. The only one with a Silver Eagle in it, the only Silver Eagle that has edge lettering, happens to be the lucky year this year, making it special. The reverse proof, the lowest minted Reagan coin ever. And then the bronze 1 ounce, which is now unique because it's not just the president, which is all the other sets. It's the president and first lady. So it all comes together quite nicely. Look at our price again. We're at $139.95. So, again, take it at face. Just a pretty cool thing. Now, they did come out in 2020 with the passing of President Bush 1, making another Chronicle set, but it did not have a Silver Eagle either. The set, the Anchor, by sheer popularity, Reagan, by sheer rarity, all 3 components, reverse proof dollar, special 1 ounce, dual image medallion, and then the Silver Eagle in the set with the edge lettering. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Down to our single digits. I mean, these do not show up. I looked at last year, and again, we're in the middle of 2025 right now, but I looked at last year's numbers, right? Coin shows multiple times a week, multiple hours every night. This is what we do, and love doing it. But we had this set 3 times in 2024. This is only the 2nd time we've had it in 2025. You find one here, one there, one here, one there, and over time you just accumulate to where we can talk for 7 or 8 minutes, on to the next. But this one always disappears because, one, the booklet on top tells the story and the life of our actor, governor, president, Ronald Reagan. The coins in the set are all special and unique to the set. The low mintage, how few of them they made, makes it even better. But when it comes down to it, it's brass tacks, right? Dollars for dollars. And they're selling the Silver Eagle out of the set, which is in the government packaging, for more money than we're selling the rarest set that has it in there with all the other good stuff. That's what makes this one special.
The rarest Morgan dollar, made in 1898, was out of the San Francisco Mint. Only 4.1 million coins made. And if you look at population reports, it's even better. NGC and PCGS combined, you're looking at all grades, every coin they've seen, less than 14,000, 0.34% of the entire mintage. $89.95 for a gorgeous collector grade circulated coin. Our competition wants as much as $285 for the same coin in the same grade. By the way, in uncirculated, what a jump. You're looking at $1,500. Join us and get one of these for your collection, a 98S, for just $89.95.
What were you most excited about walking into 2026? Was it the new dual-dated coins in circulation and the Great American Coin Hunt? Was it the looking for the July 4th quarter, the most recent announcement, another Great American Coin Hunt? Was it the Silver Eagle with a dual date? Was it, well, one of the other special coins? A lot of people, though, go back to the classics, and that's the Morgan and Peace Dollar program, the largest silver dollars ever put into circulation in this country. And then there was the special issue from this year. And they started out with the bang first. It is the first ever dual-dated Morgan and Peace Dollar. It has a privy, and look at our crazy price tonight. Yeah, crazy. Here we go. It is a your choice opportunity, everyone. These have just been released. We're making them available at a crazy price because we want everybody on the planet that is able to or wanting to be able to afford it. We know we've seen our competitors already at that $289 to $299 per coin, and that's not horrible considering. But why not save a bundle, which is our mantra here at AVC. So let's talk about this program. The coins themselves are the child of the 100th anniversary sale in 2021. We come out with the Morgan dollar 100 years later, the Peace dollar 100 years later, and it was the craziness of 2021 that just set it off. 175,000 Morgan times 5, 200,000 Peace. Every one of them, whether it was May 24th, August 3rd, or August 10th, sold as twos, sold out instantly, and then delivered in October, November of that year. It was so popular, they brought it back in 2023. And then they've made it a staple every year since then. So 23 had the regular uncirculated, it had the beautiful proofs for the first time, and then it had the reverse proofs for the first time. And we've repeated that in 24, we've repeated it in 25. Why? Because we love the Morgan and Peace, we love the big silver dollars, and affordability index. They're just priced properly. So now we're into our USA 250. What are they going to do? Well, they reversed everything. What I mean by everything is everything. Normally, and going back to the beginning of this modern Morgan and Peace program, you have the uncirculated first, the proof second, and the reverse proof third. This time it is the reverse proof first. It is also the very first ever Philadelphia proof. Now the first coin out always is Philadelphia, which is an uncirculated, but this time it's a reverse proof. And I think it goes back to the simple storyline of USA 250, and the first US Mint was Philadelphia. So it's appropriate to go back to the program we all love and make it a Philadelphia. But they made it a reverse proof first. Extremely low mintage of only 250,000. Blink. It was the hot topic of the show last week. It was a lot of fun. A lot of people excited because of, well, the dual date on a Morgan dollar, the dual date on a Peace dollar. First time ever. Makes it kind of special. And then add on the second extra. And that is that beautiful privy mark that you see to the right at about 3 o'clock on the Morgan. Highlighted in the next shot, right? It's just a gorgeous looking piece. Ooh, bad pun on the second half of that one. So let's chat. When these coins were introduced in 2021, they were made out of pure silver, which is 0.999, the same blank as they used for the Silver Eagle. All the vintage Morgan, all the vintage Peace were out of 0.900 fine U.S. coin silver, which is why when you see the photos of these coins, they just have a different brightness. They're a little bit shinier, a little bit more silver-ish, if you can use the phrase. Pure silver. Now, it's called OGP, which is original government packaging. You're seeing it in the shot here, the coin capsulized in the government jewelry box. That jewelry box goes into a display box. That display box comes with a certificate, and that certificate is wrapped into an outer box, just as they were released from the U.S. Mint. We just got ours in stock, and the conversation was, let's just bring a few out right away. It's been hot to trot and hard to find a lot of these dual-dated specials because everybody's jumping in that's never been there before. And we love the fact that we get a lot of brand new first-time collectors working with special USA 250 themes. But for me, as I walked into this conversation, what is your favorite from this year? Well, all the coins in circulation and the coin hunt is fun. But the other for me is the number one collectible coin, period, here in the United States is the vintage Morgan dollar. It was made from 1878 to 1904, 27 consecutive years, and then brought back in 1921 and struck again until they worked on the peace dollar design and got that approved. So 28 years in all. It is our largest silver dollar ever made for circulation. 38.1 millimeters, a beauty. So if you take the historical approach to coin collecting, which is this is the number one, period. And now you add the extra little kinks in the armor for just extra fun. Dual dated, the only dual dated Morgan, the only dual dated piece in our history, made just for this year. The privy mark added. It's not just a proof, it's a reverse proof from the Philadelphia Mint, another first. The low mintage of only 250,000 each. Now, I did bring up that the reverse proof was introduced for the first time in 2023. And it's been made the last 3 years, 23, 24, and 25. It was the last coin released each year, and they were made at the San Francisco Mint. So in this program, this Philadelphia reverse proof is a first. So now you have dual date, you have the privy, you have the reverse proof, all firsts in the series, the modern series of collecting, the Morgan and Peace. Yes, as I referenced, my competition, 270, 280, 290. And they're not horrible prices, understanding how hot this project is. Our graphics department put together some great shots to give you the images. They are in stock and they are ready to go. We ship in the next 48 hours for all the orders taken in. So it's not like an advanced order, we'll get it to you in a week or two, which, by the way, is nothing wrong with. This is just not one of those opportunities. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. So join us in 2026, hot product. It is the Morgan and Peace, but not just any Morgan and Peace. It is the dual date. It is the privy mark. It is the Philadelphia reverse proof. And our price tonight, under $200, the lowest price on the planet. Beating all of the people on the airwaves, which is what we do. We want people to be collecting. We want the good stuff to be affordable. And this is not just the good stuff. It might be considered by many, like I referenced earlier, as the greatest stuff of this year. And thanks.
So the year 2000, the U.S. Mint started the Sacagawea Golden Dollar series. And then in 2009, they started Series 2. So from 2000 to 2008, we had the same design on the obverse and reverse of the Sacagawea Golden Dollars. And then 2009, when they started Series 2, they started changing the reverse each year to honor Native American contributions. So 2026 is the 25th year in the Sacagawea / Native American Golden Dollar series. And this one here features Polly Cooper. So what you get in this set, 3 coins, Philadelphia uncirculated, Denver uncirculated, and the stunning San Francisco proof. Each one individually packaged in our custom Defender holders for one low price of $24.95. Competition, $70. Get all 3 with here and save.
One of the fun aspects of our shows, as many of you already know, is the fact that our partnerships with some of the grading services across the country give us some special products or some special pricing, which is their way of introducing you to, well, the quality of work that they do. And you've seen ANAX, you've seen NGC, you've seen PCGS, you've seen ICG out with special projects already this year. And there will be more because they want their name in front of you. They're not hiding it. But every once in a while you get into a product where, wow, that's like everything. And with that said, we're going to have tonight's phenomenal July 26 special from ICG. Look at this one. So you're getting 10 coins in total here. It's a 10-piece set, but it's actually 5 2-piece P&D sets. Those that have been released so far by the U.S. Mint this year. So the project, again, are all certified 67s. They are P and D by design, and it's 10 in total. And this is not a pick your pair, it's $99.95. This is all 10 coins, which means you're under $10 a coin tonight as part of this special. It is by far one of the wow prices in the show tonight. And we always have crazy prices. So let me explain what you're getting. And you're seeing the shot, we're going through the shot. But so far this year, there have been 5 coin releases. The Jefferson nickel, which is only a dual date on the nickel, but it's the first time and only time in our history. So there's a P and a D. Then there's the Liberty series, the dime and the $half. Engaging, enduring, right? So we have the unique designs of the dime and the $half. You get the P and the D of both. So now we're up to 6 coins. And then the last 4 are the first 2 quarters that have been released so far this year. It started out with Mayflower. What a great story, and we'll get back to that. The only non-presidential quarter this year, by the way. And then we go into the Revolutionary War. Coin number 2, which is George Washington. Now, the last 3 quarters will be made available as they're available. I don't think they're hiding any punches. They want you to be involved in this gorgeous 2026 set with them. And they're basically giving away the first 10. They're hoping that as the others are released, right, which is the Declaration of Independence with Thomas Jefferson, right, the Constitution with James Madison, and then the Gettysburg Address with Lincoln, as they come out later in the year, they're hoping you'll choose them to finish out the complete set of 16 coins, 16 special issue uncirculated coins struck by the U.S. Mint this year. This gives you the first 10, under $10. And also, if you look at the nickels, also, they're telling you they're full steps. So it's not like just a grade, which is significant. They're telling you it's the best of the best inside of it as well. Now, I see my competition with 66 pairs, and there's 5 pairs here, right? The nickel pair, the dime pair, etc. And they're at between $29 and $39 each pair for 66s, which is not a horrible deal. For 67 pairs, we're looking at $39 to $49 each, with the $half a little bit more than that. We've also seen a few of the 68 sets that exist out there. And they're selling for what? Give or take $1,000 today? So you can get in on the grade and the price balancing together like it is right here. It is a hoorah moment. $99.95, all 10 tonight. It is a great deal. Yes, let me go through the coins one more time. As I said, there will be 16 total this year. The 5 quarters, a P and a D makes 10. Then, for circulation, there is the nickel, right? There is the dime, and then there is the $half. Now, they are making a cent, a dual-dated cent, but they're only being made in uncirculated sets and in the official U.S. silver and clad proof sets. They're not being released to circulation. So the 16 uncirculated circulation strikes are the ones I mentioned. That is the overall universe. This is the first 10. Starting out with the Jefferson nickel, the only dual-dated Jefferson nickel in U.S. history. The designs for the Jefferson are the same. Jefferson facing forward, but it is unique with the dual date. The Liberty dime and the $half Liberty dime. I'm sorry, The Liberty dime and the $50 Liberty is unique one-year only designs. We're going back to Roosevelt and we're going back to Kennedy next year. Dual dated, all the fun stuff that goes with it. And then the quarter program, they took a playbook out of the state quarters and they just ratcheted up on steroids. We love seeing all those different designs on the state quarters and national parks over that 22-year period, right? But here we took our history, condensed it into 5 moments, and followed the pattern of the states. The Mayflower Compact. I mean, think of the storyline here. We're on the Mayflower, we're leaving England, and we're supposed to go into Jamestown, an English settlement. But we get lost. We never get there. Which is one of the most, it's like one of the oopses in history that is way in our favor. Right? They land. Before they step foot on land, they have a meeting on the ship to discuss, Bradford and all the others, how they're going to govern themselves. Because it's not an English territory. So we are technically in charge of ourselves. The start of our concept. Then we have the Revolutionary War, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Gettysburg Address, moments in our history that solidify who we are today. But it started with the Mayflower Compact and the concept of what this country, this new land would be. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So yes, do I have them available individually as pairs? I do. So the nickels, dimes, quarters individually, and the $50, the 10 you're seeing here. But I believe we're at $29 to $39 each, which is the best price in the industry, beating everybody up by 10 to 20 bucks a set. Tonight, this is the deal coordinated with our friends. They've done this before, like all the other grading services have. They want to show you what they can do, and they're doing it with the best stuff of 2026. Our coins. As referenced, there will be 16 in total this year. Quarter 3, right? Which is the Declaration of Independence, which is out right now. That'll be out probably in the next 3 to 4 weeks in certified condition. And then we're going to have the Constitution and the Gettysburg Address. Remembering the quarters this year. 4 of them have 4 different presidents. That's never been done in our history. So this entire series, this entire concept is just brilliance. Kudos when it's due, right? But tonight, all 10 in 67 for under $10 a piece when you buy the bundle. $99.95 while they last.
The year 2017 was a anniversary year for the United States Mint. It was the 225th anniversary. So they did a couple different special things. Very often you've heard us talk about how they added the Philadelphia Mint mark to the cent. So the 2017 Philadelphia cent has a P Mint mark, but they also made a special set. The enhanced uncirculated set was released as well. They only made 225,000 of them, which is so fitting because it's 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. And it was a complete sellout in 15 minutes or less. This is a 3-piece set of the 3 cents. So you'll get Philadelphia, Denver, and that special enhanced uncirculated for just $12.95. Our competition is upwards of $30 for this same exact 3-piece set. And keep in mind that at $225,000 for the enhanced uncirculated mintage figure, another one of the rarest cents ever made was the 09 SVDB, but they made 484,000 of those. Those cost over $1,500 in uncirculated. Get this one, the rarer than the 09 SVDB, for less than $13. Join us, folks. This one's a special, special buy.
2026 is turning into a very big year for collectors. And not just because the U.S. Mint is producing a bunch of brand new coins to honor America's 250th birthday. 2026 is the very first time in 116 years that the Lincoln cent was not struck for circulation, marking an iconic run, which made the Lincoln cent the longest tenured 1-cent denomination coin series in the history of the United States Mint, and it's probably going to be another 100 years before anyone ever would come close. And all the way back in 2009, the U.S. Mint did something very special for the 100th anniversary of the coin first being released back in 1909. And that was they made a special 4 design program honoring the great Abraham Lincoln himself. You had 4 separate coin designs released that year. Birth and early childhood years in Kentucky, the formative years in Indiana, his professional life in Illinois, and the presidency in Washington, D.C. These 4 coins were only struck for a limited time with each design in mind. That means they are actually some of the rarer Lincoln cents in United States mint history. And we have the complete 12-coin PDS set. That's all 4 Philadelphia coins, all 4 Denver coins in uncirculated condition, and then the 4 San Francisco mint proofs. And all 12 of our coins are going to be in our beautiful Defender holders, which means they'll fit perfectly in your collecting Roblox. This 12-coin set is item number 905-11581. That's 905-11-581. And at just $39.95 for our complete 12-coin set, we are more than $36 less than our nearest competitors' prices. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use the phone tonight, that's totally fine. You can also head on over to our website, which is avccoins.com. And that's AVC, then the word coins with an S.com. And then once you're there, you'll see a search bar on the right-hand side of the page. Just type into that 905-11581. One last time, that item number is 905-11-58-1. And grab yourself the complete Centennial Collection while also saving more than $36. Now, in 2009, not only was it the 100th anniversary of the Lincoln cent, a lot of people forgot that the reason we released the Lincoln cent in 1909 was because all the way back then, that was the 100th anniversary of Lincoln's birth, which means these coins were produced for the 200th anniversary of Lincoln's birth. And they created 4 special designs. That birth and early childhood coin has also been called by collectors the log cabin, because that's exactly what the design shows. The formative years in Indiana show Lincoln as a young man sitting on a log with a tool next to him. Then your professional life in Illinois is a picture of him in front of the Illinois House of Representatives, which was his very first job that he held in government. And then the presidency in Washington, D.C., which of course shows Washington, D.C. All 4 of these coins are some of the better designs ever produced on a 1-cent coin in U.S. mint history, and they have immediately become keys in the Lincoln cent series. And they have only become more popular now. Now the collectors know, outside of the mint set and the proof set, there aren't going to be Lincoln cents coming out of the mint by the hundreds of millions like they used to. At just $39.95, we are more than $36 less than our competitor's price of $76 for all 12 of these coins. In fact, the proofs alone with our competition, just those 4 coins, are going to cost you upwards of $64. Our complete 12-coin set, so you get all 4 of those proofs and all 8 of the uncirculated issues from both mints, you're still going to save $24 versus the price of just those 4 coins with our competition. We have a limited number of these sets in stock because they have simply been flying off the shelves ever since the announcement to the end of the circulation of Lincoln cents. So make sure you call in now and grab yours while you still have the chance.
In 2018, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof coins, the U.S. Mint made a very special limited set. They only made 200,000 of them, and they changed the production process. They made a reverse proof set. So we have a small batch of quarters from the 2018 silver reverse proof set, and while they last just $9.95 per coin. So they're all year 2018. We have a handful of different designs. There was only 5 that year: Pictured Rocks, Apostle Islands, Voyagers, Cumberland, and Block Island. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the National Park series. So while they last, folks, just $9.95. When you purchase more than one, we'll do our best to give you all the different designs. We'll do our best to give you 5 different designs, but those will only be guaranteed the first couple callers, and then it'll be 4 different, 3 different until we are out of stock. Just $9.95 each. By the way, 200,000 made. Our competition sells regular clad proof quarters from the same year for $40 a piece. They're silver proofs, regular silver proofs, for $40 a piece. Join us and save.
USA 250 and the hunt for all the brand new coins in circulation. The nickels are new, the dime, the quarters, the half dollar, all new designs this year. So we're out there with the hunt. But the US Mint makes it one better. They created a special privy on quarter number 3, the Declaration of Independence, and released it into circulation mixed up like it's done before. So we have the rarest uncirculated coin of 2026 next. Here we go. So quarter 1 is different, quarter 2 is different, quarter 3 is different, and it's all of them, the obverse and reverse are different. Actually, the quarter program this year has 4 different presidents. This is the first big change. Washington's on quarter number 2, the Revolutionary War, but Thomas Jefferson is on the 3rd quarter, which is the Declaration of Independence, right? And then we're going to have James Madison on number 4, the Constitution. We're going to have Lincoln on number 5, the Gettysburg Address. And we're all out there hunting for the coins to put our sets together. Well, the U.S. Mint announced right before the 4th of July holiday that they created a special privy mark that is being released into quarter number 3. They made only 250,000 coins, and it's totally at random, i.e. they seeded them into the bags that Brinks, Wells Fargo, what we here get as well from the Treasury. And then it's just a function of how lucky are you to find a coin or two, right? And that is just a great challenge. The interesting part is the numbers overall are what make this beyond special. They've made 84.8 million Ds and 63 million Ps so far. The question is, if they're seeding these coins in, and I have friends that are on the West Coast saying they're finding a few of these in circulation out of D cribs, which is just, again, a comment, where a lot of people thought it was only going to be P cribs, which is a thought. It hasn't really been declared. It's just we're seeding this cool July 4th issue. Let's find it. The Great American Coin Hunt is there. Well, the math is the second part of this conversation, right? There's 147,800,000 number 3 quarters that have been made so far in the last 7 or 8 weeks. They make them for 10 weeks and we're done, right? And that's the way the whole system was made for this year. 10, just like the state quarter program, basically. 10 weeks, a new design. 10 weeks, a new design. So if you're seeding number 3, that means your 1 out of every 600 or so coins made is going to be a July 4th privy. Now that's pretty cool. Sounds attainable. Now let's do the math on that. That means about for every 15 to 16 rolls of coins clean, you might find a coin. The key word is you might. Sometimes you get lucky and you find 2 out of 10, and you don't. In other cases, go through thousands of coins and find none. With rolls selling for $25 to $30 a roll right now because of this program and because of the July 4th privy. If you need to buy 15 rolls, because that's what the math tells you, and you feel lucky being inside of those rolls, then you're looking at $350, $400 to find one. But you do have a bunch of extra quarters. The other option is just buying the coin outright. Now, this presentation was put together by my graphics department using the Defender holder, which keeps it in uncirculated condition. The beautiful label ties together the theme of this year. But of course, it's all about the July 4th privy. So I referenced earlier the coin in uncirculated condition. It's right here, right? Yes, the Lincoln cent, which is only in uncirculated sets this year, is pretty special. But you got to buy that big set for hundreds to get those two coins. Just the random nature of this makes it fun. Remember the National Parks program in 2019, right? We brought out the special V75 scenario. That was 2020, excuse me. 2019, we just had a privy mark on a number of these coins. The quarters in circulation at random. And it was crazy. We had a lot of fun doing that. And then they put the V75 on the 2020s. So we've seen what this can do to collecting. And the whole idea behind this year, from the Mint's perspective, and I applaud it, is we should be collecting coins. It is our history. And this year's designs tell the story. But is there one that's rarer than all the rest? Absolutely. And this one is it. Again, the global number released by the U.S. Mint was only 250,000 coins. They were seeded into ballistic cribs. Now, cribs, as they call them, you might have heard that terminology. A crib is a $50,000 face value ballistic bag put on a big steel crib. That's what they fill when they're at the Mint. If you've taken the tour, you might have remembered seeing those. It's a pretty cool process how they put it together. When they get to 200,000 coins, which is $50,000 face, they seal the bag, and then they push it off into circulation. Brinks, Wells Fargo, all the various security companies that work with the banks across the country work and have access to this to make circulation happen. They also have a program for people like myself with the Treasury Department where I can order those same cribs. That way collectors have access to these coins at a little easier play than it is trying to go to your bank, which, again, a lot of banks don't even offer the ability to get a roll of uncirculated coins today. So this just makes the process special, but it makes the hunt even more so. It's just an outright fun idea. So quarter number 3, which is Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence. The first non-Washington president on a quarter in our government's history. Now that'll be followed up by Madison and Lincoln, as I referenced later in the year. But at about 9 o'clock is where that July 4th privy sits. We've seen these advertised for $400, $500. I've seen certified NGC 64s and 65s, which is an average grade, a good average grade for a circulating coin, selling for $800 to $1,000. Because the topic is hot. We're all wanting that coin that by chance is or isn't. And that's just a numbers game. I've had people that have worked with us and bought rolls that have said, hey, I found 1 coin out of 5 rolls. I've had others say I bought 20 rolls and I got none. For us, we buy all of ours on the open market. All of our rolls are sold unsearched. So these coins tonight are ones we bought. People like yourself found them. And now we have the opportunity to talk about them. Guys, I don't have time for a clock, but I wanted to make sure we had a chance to talk about this because it is that hunt coin that even we have been searching for. And after tonight, we're going to be searching again. It is a phenomenal story. It is the hunt of 2026, the special 4th of July privy. And again, come on, it's USA 250. The 4th of July is important. On the coin, limited, yeah. Give us a call. In collecting, whether it's sports cards, comic books, stamps, currency, coins, our category here tonight, we love our first evers, right? When something was introduced, it's something new and we love new. But the category over the last 4 or 5 years that's actually taking on a whole life of its own, a life cycle that's actually more popular than the early first of its kind, is the bookend, the last of its kind. And for the next few minutes anyways, we're not only going to be talking about the last of its kind. It's the end of a chapter. It's the last big silver coin struck at the New Orleans Mint. Let's enjoy. So today in U.S. history, we have every denomination has a unique design. And even this year, 2026, it's even crazier. We're making out new designs on top of existing designs for the last half century. Just lots of fun. Well, when that wasn't the case, which means prior to President Theodore Roosevelt's Let's Make Everything Special campaign, all of our coins looked alike. The early 1800s, they were the bust designs. The middle of the 1800s, they were the seated Liberty design. Liberty seated on a rock. And then it was Liberty in what they call the Barber series. He was the designer of this rendition of Liberty. Dimes, quarters, and half dollars, the end of the era. These are the last of that all mono look and feel. But this one's on steroids. Because today we have three mints that we see coins from. It's Philadelphia and Denver for circulation, and San Francisco proofs as part of the collector side of the industry. If you go back to this time in history, Denver started in 1906, which means we don't need New Orleans anymore. So the last big silver coin struck wasn't the 1904 Morgan. That was the last Morgan struck. The last year of silver in New Orleans was 1909. They struck three coins, the dime, the quarter, and this big, beautiful half dollar. So it's the end of the chapter. It is the largest coin of that chapter. And look at our prices here tonight. We're at $79.95 for a beautiful, hand-selected, circulated coin, a collector grade. My competition are between $150 and $170, and that's when they have it available. This coin, I looked at it. Last year, 2025, we had this coin available twice. We do coin shows 3 days a week, 16 hours, add all that up, and we had this twice for 5 or 6 minute conversations. It just tells you we love the bookends, nobody's giving them up. Well, tonight we understand why when you look at the beauty of the coin and the rarity of the coin, and now our value at only $79.95, all comes home to roost. It's just a lot of fun. Now this year, has everybody seen the brand new 2026 Liberty half dollar? Last year, the Kennedy half dollar was over after 62 years out there. Replaced this year with the Liberty, celebrating USA 250. What a beautiful design. Gorgeous. Statue of Liberty all over it, right? Well, if you look at the history of the half dollar, we had the Walking Liberty in 1916, we had the Franklin in 1948, and then we had the Kennedy in 1964. And the Kennedy lasted again 62 years. Well, the coin before that was the beautiful Barber, but this one has a different story. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. I didn't have that many of these. Never do, but when we do, we always like talking about special coins, even if it's only for a couple of minutes. And this one is that one on steroids. It's the end of an era. It is the last silver coin, the last large denomination, the largest denomination struck that year of New Orleans. Period. Done. The chapter is closed. Excuse me about that. And again, look at our price. Again, as I referenced my competition, pretty much double our price. All of our coins are looking like you're seeing here on your screen tonight. Hand-selected, circulated, just beautiful pieces. A great collector coin. Important dates are no different than people, places, and things in coins. The end of an era and the last of its kind together in one. And they get the same value. The best part for me is we actually got to talk about the coin. That makes this even more special. Join us, don't miss out. We've had the State Quarter program, we've had the National Parks program, we've had Women Making History program, and this year we have to have a USA 250 program. We have 5 special issue quarters being released every 10 weeks, just like we've done for the other programs. However, this year, everything has changed. Everything is off the table. Everything new is on the table. And now with the US Mint sets actually released and sold out, we're starting to see quality like you've never seen before show up. To a point where tonight we have the finest known set available. And of course it's the AVC way, which means it's affordable for all. Here we go. So as I referenced, quarters, 5 different quarters this year, right? It starts with the Mayflower Compact, then it went to the Revolutionary War. Now we're on number 3 in the coins in circulation, right, which is the Declaration of Independence and the hunt for the July 4th coins. And then we have the Constitution coming up in a little while and closing out the year with the Gettysburg Address. 5 unique coins. They are being made at the Philadelphia and Denver Mint. So the complete set of P and D is 10 coins. Tonight, however, we're talking about an affordable option on a really rare set. Denver, all 5. Now, going back to the Apollo program in 2019, Denver has put together some special issue coins that are, well, it makes all the other coins made for circulation look foolish. Look at these coins, and you're seeing them come through. These are coins and holders. These aren't mock-ups. These are actual coins. They all look proof-like-ish. Now, we've already had the first 2 coins out, right? So we've had the Compact, Mayflower Compact. We've had the Revolutionary War with George Washington. And right now we're in the middle of the Declaration of Independence. If you go to NGC's website, you're going to notice that there are 30, 40,000 coins that have been certified so far for each of the first 2. And number 3 is building, but that'll come over time. So with that many coins being seen, because we love our quarter programs and we love high grade, you're going to notice seeing 5 and 6 is the grade. If you see a 7, it's special. You see an 8, oh my. And then you see a 9. There are no 70s. When you see a 9, you kind of smile. An outright smile. Outright crazy, right? So tonight we have the complete Denver set. We've seen one of our competitors put together a great idea. 1 coin of each design, but it'll be a mixture of P's and D's. So you might get 3 P's and 2 D's, etc., but they're all going to be 69s, right? And they were at $1,200 for their 5 coins. We're under $500. We're under $100 a coin. Or they're over $250. And we're giving you the complete set of Denver. And on top of it, what I referenced a few seconds ago, how special Denver is. This year, like a few of the other special issues, the coins that were put in the mint sets are just zingers. It's like, whoa, where did those come from? Oh, and by the way, did I say anything about these are the advanced release program, which is the rarest of the rare? The uncirculated set was not released to the public at a show. So this happens to be the rarest label inside of it all. So we have the lowest price in a 69 set, the finest known set, and it's the rarest version. And it's still the lowest price. And it's still on the USA 250 label. How crazy is that? Now we're showing you lots of stuff here. Let me break it down one by one as we go through it. So the first quarter out this year was a unique quarter, only one of its kind in the history of the United States, and that is the Mayflower Compact. We have a pilgrim on the front. Not Lady Liberty, not a president, the pilgrims. The Mayflower Compact is, in 1620, a ship leaves England looking for Jamestown, the Jamestown settlement in the New World. They just landed way north. They got lost. But they elected to stay there and settle. So this is not England. This is free territory. As a result, we're going to self-govern the doctrine, the Mayflower Doctrine, the Compact, which evolved to the actual Declaration of Independence in 1776, which is coin 3. So we have a unique design, pilgrims on a coin. Number 2 is George in the Revolutionary War. 10 weeks. Done. Number 3, where we really start getting special in this series, we have the Declaration of Independence, but we put Thomas Jefferson, who's normally on a nickel, on a quarter for the first time in history. And then later this year, we're going to see the Constitution, which was written by James Madison. And now James Madison, who's been on a couple of special issue coins in our history, has never been on a circulating coin. We got a third president on a quarter this year. And last but not least is going to be, well, the Gettysburg Address. And if you have the Gettysburg Address, you have to have Lincoln. So now we have the land of Lincoln, who's no longer on the cent in circulation, but now he's showing up on the quarter. You can't make up how much fun this set is this year. And that's just the quarters. So now let's take a step back and go over the details of what this is. Every one of these is an advanced release, which is the rarest label, period. Every one of these is in the USA 250 logo, which means it's been approved to be put in this holder by somebody outside of NGC, outside of us. There's a governing body that approves or disapproves of the use of this label. And you got to pay extra for it. We did, because this is significant to the actual program. Now we're going to go through and look at the fact that coin number 1 and coin number 2 are out. 30 to 40,000 coins have been certified, and a significant number of them are 64, 65s, a few 66s. Fewer 67s, even fewer 68s, and a handful of 69s. The 69s are only coming out of the 20 coin uncirculated set, which sold out and is no longer available. So there are no 70s, making this the holy grail. Guys, give me 30 seconds. So this is a complete Denver Mint set, which is why they all look proof-like. I mentioned that earlier. The competition, $250 plus per coin, and or the set over $1,200. But their set is a mixture of P's and D's, which is not a horrible thing. It's another way of looking at it. Why don't you work with us tonight? Get the best set, a complete Denver set, which means you're getting the PL look you want, because these coins are special, and they look special. And we're under $100 a coin in this set. Yeah, this is definitely the AVC way. And thanks.
The rarest Morgan dollar, made in 1898, was out of the San Francisco Mint. Only 4.1 million coins made. And if you look at population reports, it's even better. NGC and PCGS combined, you're looking at all grades, every coin they've seen, less than 14,000, 0.34% of the entire mintage. $89.95 for a gorgeous collector grade circulated coin. Our competition wants as much as $285 for the same coin in the same grade. By the way, in uncirculated, what a jump. You're looking at $1,500. Join us and get one of these for your collection, a 98S, for just $89.95.
The end of an era, this time for real. Now what I mean by that is the Kennedy half dollar was issued for the first time in 1964, right? And it's been in circulation through these last 62 years, or has it? In 2001, they stopped making the Kennedy half dollar for circulation. 2002, they made only bags, rolls, uncirculated sets, but they made the coin for us collectors. There are so many collectors. We're talking millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. They continued it as a special coin every year. And they did that for over 2 decades. So last year, 2025, they surprised us all by saying, well, we've had enough of it. We got a new design coming out in 2026. It's not going to be Kennedy. And we'll think about it for 2027. So after 62 years of the Kennedy half dollar, the obverse, the reverse, what we've become accustomed to, it's over. Well, last year, 2025, the hammer date, the bookend, the end of the era, there were 4 different coins. There was a P and a D, uncirculated, a San Francisco clad proof, and then the rarest of them all, the San Francisco silver proof. Tonight, well, the good news is, for a few minutes anyways, I have them all. Here we go. Now, as you can tell by looking at the coins, and this is a great shot to show the differentiation between a regular uncirculated coin, the 2 coins on the left, and what a proof coin looks like on the right. And San Francisco made both proofs. And you can tell by looking at the far right, which is the reverse design, that it's a much brighter look versus the duller frosted clad look, right? But San Francisco did strike 2 of these. Now, I think we have a side shot which kind of really tells the difference. Guys, can we go there real quick? Early. There we go. The P's, the D's, and the clad S look like the one on the left. It's the sandwich coin. The silver, well, the pure silver, because 2025 is 0.999, that changed out in 2021. So we have a big difference. So tonight we have the P, the D, the clad, and the silver. This one is the opportunity for all 4. They're encapsulated, as you see on your screen, and they come in a little presentation pouch, the boot. The deal here is the P's and the D's, my competition, are out there in the marketplace, $4 or $5 a coin, and that's not bad, right? The clad is out there at that $40 to $50 range now. It's really spiked of recent because of what? It's the last of its kind. It's the last of the regular clad proofs. But the coin that's winning because of the low mintage is the silver proof. My competition sells the coin on the far right, the silver proof, for more than we're selling all 4. And they're not close. They're just shy of $300. We're at $199 for the few sets we have left. That's a huge difference maker. Why? Well, they made only 125,000 sets last year, and then they cut it off. We all thought they were going to go back and make more, right? Because they could, but they chose not to. This year, right? The silver proof set came out first. 2026. What was the quantity they made? The quantity. 272,000 sets, right? Which is a small number in the big picture. And the Kennedy or the Liberty silver out of that set is what? 140, 150 by itself. This is half the mintage and the end of the era. That's why the market has been pushed to a premium across the board. So we're just thrilled. I mean, we've talked about this probably a dozen times in the last 18 months. It is a staple. It will always now be a staple because we love the first, we love the last, but we love the completeness of as well. And this one has it all. They made 4 coins. This is the 4 coins. 2 unk, 2 proof. These are that. But the difference tonight is the fact that we're at $199.95, where my competition is way north of $300. That's the difference maker. But yeah, do I have uncirculated coins? The P's and D's, as I referenced, they made them only for us collectors since 2002. I mean, they make a couple of million coins every year. That's how many Kennedy collectors are out there. And that's why this set has become a huge premium. I mean, they made 11,000 bags and 22,000 rolls last year, right? In the big picture. So that meant these coins at 1.5 million-ish disappeared quickly. But the true is the silver. And when we're looking to put together the best of the best, we're always going to look for what? Well, the best. And the best can be quality. That is a proof. The best can be rarity. How few versus how many. That would be the silver proof. And tonight it comes down to value, the other coefficient. And we're under 200. They're over 300. That's huge. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. I didn't have that many of these in the first place, but I wanted to make sure we spent a few minutes talking about them. So yes, this is the complete set of the last of the Kennedys as we know it. Yes, they talked about bringing the Kennedy back in 2027. We know he's going to be facing the other way if they do, for the first time, facing right. And the reverse will be tied to the Special Olympics. So we'll see what that offers and where that program goes. But we do know 62 years of the same coin design, 64 to 2025. And this one, it's all of them. The P, the D, the clad, and silver proof. Saving 100 plus. $199.95 while they last. Proof sets. We love them. They're made for us. They're meant for collectors. It's been out there for 3/4 of a century, and every year, strong demand. This year, 2026, the U.S. Mint reversed the flow. Normally, it's the clad or sandwich San Francisco proof out first, and then the silver proof set a little bit later in the year. This year, the silver's out first. And at 270-odd thousand coins sold out almost instantly. Love the coin, love the sets. Clad to be out a little bit later this year. We'll talk about it when it's closer. But looking at that, I'm a big, big believer in value. You've heard me talk about it a million times the last 20 years. And when you look back at some of the earlier proof sets in the original government packaging, there are some values that you just can't touch once you look at what's inside of these special sets. One of my favorite decades is the 1970s. 1970 to 1979. 10 sets. What if I told you we're under $10 a set in our package? Crazy, huh? Let's enjoy it. So San Francisco proof sets were introduced in 1968. And they've been making the proof set our yearly set ever since that date. In 1992, they brought out silver sets for the first time since 1964, and from that date, clad and silver every year, as I referenced earlier. So this decade, at this time, these were the only sets. So there was one set per year, but a number of these sets have some very, very special coins in them. First of all, that 1970, the Kennedy in there silver. It was the last silver. Clad Kennedy started in 1971. So you turn the coin sideways, you see the copper nickel look, right? We also, during this decade, have the bicentennial. The U.S. Mint made 1975 and 1976 the theme of bicentennial. So you look at the sets, you got to look at the cent and the nickel and the dime to tell what year it is, because the coins somewhat look alike. But the 1975 and 1976 Eisenhowers will show you a difference. The 1975 set looks like a crayon was used. You're seeing it right there. And the 1976 set, very, very tight, like you're seeing right here. So it includes all the types. And then last but not least, that 1979 set is the very first ever Susan B. Anthony, or the first ever mini dollar. Now tonight, yeah, that's the price for all 10. We're under $10 a set, like I referenced when we were walking into this conversation. The value inside of these sets, wow. Beyond wow. My competition sells the same 10 sets in the original government packaging, which is the hard plastic lens with the outer box. None of these sets had certificates of authenticity, by the way. That did not start until 1984. So it's the lens and the box as you see it. The top three were blue. They went in 1973, the year the Eisenhower was added to the proof set. They went to the black box, red core, and it stayed that way until the early 80s, and then it changed into purples and then greens in the 90s. Now, this is the old packaging. This is Philadelphia packaging, 1964 back. So when San Francisco brought out proof sets for the first time ever, you can see the huge improvement. And that's the way people repackaged proof sets. So if you want OGP, original government packaging, the sets we're showing you, those plastic lenses, that's the way these San Franciscos came. Now, something else to talk about. This decade has the only jumbo dollar proof sets in U.S. Mint history. Period. By jumbo dollar, I mean the large 38.1 millimeter Eisenhower. When the Morgan was issued, when the peace dollar was issued, the other large 38.1 millimeter dollars made by the U.S. Mint, there were no proof sets. Proof sets started in 1950. So the jumbo dollar sets are only 6, 1973 to 1978, and they're also in this decade. So we have 1970 Silver Kennedy, 1979 first ever Susan B. Anthony, and then we have the 6 jumbo dollar sets, 73 to 78, of which 2 of them, the 75 and 76, include our bicentennial coins. Oh, by the way, we're celebrating USA 250 this year, are we not? All fun. Now, the phones are very busy right now. Remember, avccoins.com. A couple of questions. Do we have them available individually? I have all the proof sets available individually on our website. It's avccoins.com. There should be a tab across the top for proof sets. Find the year you need. Now, with these sets, even with our pricing, if you need 4 or 5, if you need more than half of these, to finish out your proof sets from the 1970s. I recommend buy them all, because it's going to be cheaper to buy 10 tonight in this package than buying 5 singly. Our prices are the best prices on the airwaves in the industry. My competition's at $245, and tonight we're at $99.95. That's value. Now here's a couple of other things to consider, right? I talked about how the Eisenhower dollars alone, the 6 coins, the 6 Eisenhower dollars. The competition sell those for $23.50, $24.95, upwards of $39.95, $39.75, which is the 74. Just the Eisenhowers that only come from these sets. So you got to crack a set to get that coin. They're at $179. Okay, that means they get the other 5 coins for free. Now, the other way of looking at it is the Kennedy. All 10 of these sets have a Kennedy. They sell the Kennedys from $14.50 upwards of $33.95, which is the silver from 1970. They're at $188 just for the Kennedys by themselves. So if you take the Kennedys out of this set, you take the Eisenhowers I just referenced out of this set, put them both together, you're at $350 coin by coin, not talking about the cent, the nickel, the dime, or the quarters. Crazy, huh? Outright special. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So again, it's all about the value tonight. Individually, our prices are going to be 50% higher. And our prices are $100+ less than my competition on a set-by-set basis. This decade deal, one of my favorite decades because of the Silver Kennedy, the end of the era, right there, because of the Susan B. Anthony, the first of a whole new concept, shrinking the dollar. And then the big Eisenhowers in the middle, which are the only 6 sets in U.S. mint history that have a large dollar as part of it, right? The presidential dollars were a small dollar. The Sacagawea dollar were a small dollar. The innovations dollars, they're all mini dollars like the Susan B. Anthony. So these 6 sets, 73 to 78, are the big jumbo sets. All tonight for only $99.95, saving hundreds and then some. Set by set, killing it. Individually, wow. Buy the sets, don't miss out. It's one of those special items. Got to be here to see it? Well, I'm glad you're with us, because that value, that can be yours as well. And thanks.
So the year 2000, the U.S. Mint started the Sacagawea Golden Dollar Series. And then in 2009, they started Series 2. So from 2000 to 2008, we had the same design on the obverse and reverse of the Sacagawea Golden Dollars. And then 2009, when they started Series 2, they started changing the reverse each year to honor Native American contributions. So 2026 is the 25th year in the Sacagawea / Native American Golden Dollar Series. And this one here features Polly Cooper. So what you get in this set, 3 coins, Philadelphia uncirculated, Denver uncirculated, and the stunning San Francisco proof. Each one individually packaged in our custom Defender holders for one low price of $24.95. Competition, $70. Get all 3 with here and save.
USA 250, a lot of great coin designs, a lot of great dual dated coins, number of them with privy marks. But it comes down to one coin kind of standing out above all the rest. And that is the Proof Silver Eagle. But not the regular edition, which is the dual date, a beautiful piece, don't get me wrong. This year, the Congratulations set coin was made at Philadelphia. The only time it's ever been made there. It's part of the USA 250. That coin is the key. 60,000 coins made, sold out, and tonight, well, we not only have the coin, we have it in the number 1 holder with the number 1 grade. Join us for a 70. Here we go. A Congratulations 70. NGC style, and we're under 600. That is outright crazy. So let's talk about the Silver Eagle and this year. The uncirculated Silver Eagle is not dual dated. The only dual dated Silver Eagle this year is the Proof but not the congratulations. They usually use the coin and just put it in special packaging. Not this year. The West Point is dual dated, and there's 500,000 of them. This one, Philadelphia struck a P mint mark for the first time ever on a congrats. The craziest mintage of the year? And yeah, there we go. So all of this was released, if you recall, dating back to the Savannah A&A, right? And it was a lot of fun. People loved it. It sold out instantly online and shortly thereafter at the show in Savannah, which was the A&A show earlier this year. And the U.S. Mint is actually doing this a number of times this year, and kudos for getting out there for us as collectors to see the stuff firsthand the days they're released. But the curveball was, well, how they dealt the congratulations hand this year. Because if you remember, in 2013 when it was introduced, it was just a special packaging. But then the grading services took the packaging, and if you sent it in the packaging, would certify it as the special attribute. And now we are all about how few versus how many. The attribute matters. What it says on the holder matters a lot. So a proof silver eagle versus a congrats, every year the congrats kicks its butt. In 2017, San Francisco struck a congratulations coin. They made 75,000. It sold out instantly and opened up a whole new dimension to the congratulations series. And it's being continued every year thereafter. This year we're celebrating USA 250 2026, and they throw us another curveball, a good curveball. Philadelphia, the first ever U.S. Mint, is going to strike this year's congratulations, making it the first ever a one-of-a-kind anomaly. That's the coin. Sold out, that's the coin. Well, here is the next step. The holder you're seeing is known as the Eagle Core, where it's the obverse and the reverse on the Silver Eagle are interactive with the coin design. The obverse is Lady Liberty coming off the coin. The reverse is the eagle landing through the coin. Now, in the past, you've seen it in that gray, black, and white. Beautiful holder. Been out there for about a decade, and people love it. This year, with USA 250 on the table, added the red, white, and blue flavor, and it has been the hottest thing since sliced bread. Now, at NGC this year, for the USA 250 event, they're making the Big 70, and all of our coins have the USA 250 logo, officially licensed, officially authorized to use this logo. So not only is it the best proof Silver Eagle, it is the best holder, it is the certified 70, and it's the holder of the year, America 250. And our price. Have you seen any of our competitors with the congratulations under 800? I'll take it back. $799.95 is our rival on the airwaves. We're $200 less, and ours is all the bells and whistles. It's like driving into a car dealership and looking to get a new car, and they have 3 different series. They have an entry-level series, and they have a high-end premium series. And you get to walk in and say, I want to buy one of these, and you're talking about the regular car, and they say, we're going to give you the best. Same price. No, actually, we're going to make it less. What a great opportunity. And again, they did kudos again to NGC with working with our graphics department and putting this holder together and the color configurations just to make the holder pop. Rarity, here you go. As of right now, so we're about halfway into the year, they have certified 72,970 regular dual-dated proof Silver Eagles, right? They have only certified 13,577 congrats. So it's no question. what proof silver eagle is going to be the rarest proof silver eagle this year. Now, the other part of this is I know the regular proof, and it is a beautiful coin, don't get me wrong. The dual dates is a lot of fun. But what are they selling those for? And tonight we can give you the congratulations for basically the same price. That's just what we're out there for and what we talk about. Yes, the congratulations is a special proof silver eagle presentation made by the U.S. Mint every year. It started in 2013. West Point has been the primary silver eagle in the congratulations. I referenced in 2017 they brought a branch mint out for the first time. That was San Francisco. This year, USA 250, the 2026 is struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Never been done before in this series. So this is a first special tied to the first ever U.S. Mint, Philadelphia, and this is the year of the U.S. Mint and our coinage. The edition was $60,000. It sold out instantly at the Savannah Coin Show. This is one of the congratulations, and it's one of the 70s inside of it. The holders, you can see it right in front of you right now. Guys, I'm not going to have time for a clock. Let's walk this through. So the special Eagle Core obverse reverse interaction. You get the big 70 this year with us, and you also get the America 250 logo. Everything on here is significant. Everything on here is special. This coin, for under $600, is special.
Next up is a true Wild West coin, the Buffalo Nickel. I have a roll of 40, folks, at an unbeatable price. You're not going to want to miss this one. Let's take a look. 40 coins of full date Buffalo nickels for just $49.95 for the whole roll, and we're of course including that collector tube as well. So back in 1883, President Roosevelt travels west after the Spanish-American War, before he got into politics. He organized the Rough Riders, and rumor has it that is where he got the inspiration for the Buffalo nickel from. Because travel forward in time, when he says, you know what, we need to change our coins, people. And he initiates the coin renaissance. And he says we need to change all the coins in history, in our coinage, to be more beautiful and more representative of our people. Well, the second coin to change in that Roosevelt coin renaissance period, aside from the gold, was this one here, the Buffalo nickel. So they changed the obverse to be a Native American wearing a headdress, but they changed the reverse as well to the Buffalo nickel. True Wild West coin, because a lot of people say, I'm mismatching my coins here. A lot of people talk about the Indian head cent as the first really Wild West coin. But that was actually Lady Liberty wearing the American headdress. This one here is actual Native American Indian portrayed on the obverse of the coin. So these are here circulated coins, but full dates. And let's talk about the Buffalo nickel. Nickel is a soft metal. It wears very easily. So in time, the high points wear first, and that is the date area and also, of course, the reverse. Now, if you're familiar with the beginning of the series, 1913, the first coins they made, the 5 cents wore off the reverse very, very quickly. Now, if you're familiar with the no-cent nickel debacle, 1883, when the 5 cents wore off the reverse, and then a gentleman by the name of Josh Tatum gold-plated them and passed those Liberty nickels off as $5 gold pieces because they didn't say 5 cents anymore. The Mint wanted to avoid that. So what they did was they changed the design. So halfway or some part during the year of 1913, they put a straight line above the word 5 cents, the words 5 cents, and now we had a quote-unquote Type 2 design. So all of the other nickels in the series have this new presentation or design element for the denomination, so there was less chance of it wearing off in circulation. So each one of these coins in our circulated roll has a full date. So 1927, that's a great example. We have a variety of different dates. but you will get a full 40 coin roll. The lowest price we saw today was $5.75 per coin. The lowest price. Multiply that by 40. Pretend you're getting a full roll of that one coin. You're at $230 for 40 coins. We're at $49.95 for 40 coins. Each one is hand-selected, circulated, also full date. And if you take 230 and subtract what I just told you, $5.75 per coin is 230 minus $49.95. You're saving over $180 with us here tonight at AVC. 40 coins circulated, Buffalo nickels, $49.95, full date in a collector tube while they last. Now, the obverse and reverse was designed by a gentleman named James Earl Frazier. Obviously, the obverse is an Indian chief, and the reverse is known to be Black Diamond, the buffalo, and he was a buffalo in the Bronx Zoo. True Wild West coins. And a lot of people bring up the Indian cent as a Wild West coin, but that actually was Lady Liberty wearing an American headdress. This is a true Wild West coin. It was inspired by Roosevelt and his time spent out in the West during the time period of the Rough Riders. Now, this coin was replaced in 1938 by the Jefferson nickel. We have a Jefferson nickel from 1938 until present. First year of issue on the Buffalo nickel was 1913. There were 64 different coins in the series. This is a full 40 count roll of full date circulated Buffalo nickels. So item number on this one, if you're searching online on the web, 905-10519. A 40 coin herd of Buffalo nickels, all presented and shipped to you in a nickel collector tube, snap lock lid. Iconic, true Wild West United States issue, the Buffalo nickel. This design became a U.S. Mint icon. They even brought it back in the year 2001 on a commemorative 90% silver dollar. Do you remember that? That was a very quick sellout, one of the quickest and first sellouts in United States Mint history. And they brought it back on that design. That design represented this coin series, the Buffalo nickels. 905-10519 is the item number. I have to put a 1-minute clock up. We don't have many rolls to go around. I brought in a small hoard of Buffalo nickels. We sorted through them. We put all the full dates aside for you folks. We rolled up rolls of 40, and we're offering tonight at $49.95. Our competition's at $230 because the best price I found for one of their Buffalo nickels circulated is $5.75 per coin. Iconic, historic, vintage, Wild West Buffalo nickels. Everybody knows the Buffalo. They brought it back in 2005 on the reverse of a nickel, and everybody went nuts over it again. They brought it back on a 1991 commemorative half dollar. Everybody went nuts again. There's something about that Buffalo, and it's all because of this very unique and very popular series. 40 coins in all, folks, just $49.95. The year 2017 was a anniversary year for the United States Mint. It was the 225th anniversary. So they did a couple different special things. Very often you've heard us talk about how they added the Philadelphia Mint mark to the cent. So the 2017 Philadelphia cent has a P Mint mark, but they also made a special set. The enhanced uncirculated set was released as well. They only made 225,000 of them, which is so fitting because it's 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. And it was a complete sellout in 15 minutes or less. This is a 3-piece set of the 3 cents. So you'll get Philadelphia, Denver, and that special enhanced uncirculated for just $12.95. Our competition is upwards of $30 for this same exact 3-piece set. And keep in mind that at $225,000 for the enhanced uncirculated mintage figure, another one of the rarest cents ever made was the 09 SVDB, but they made 484,000 of those. Those cost over $1,500 and uncirculated. Get this one, the rarer than the 09 SVDB, for less than $13. Join us, folks. This one's a special, special buy.
The State Quarter program taught us a lot on just the habits of us as collectors. What we were interested in, how we want to present it, how we want to save it, how we want to gift it, and all the variables that are involved. So with that said, 25 years ago, we've had hopefully time to make improvements and tie it together a little tighter for everybody. So this year we're celebrating USA 250, and we've talked about it a million times. We have nickels, we have dimes, we have half dollars. We have 5 special quarters, all of them dual dated in circulation. So how are we gonna put that together and present it? Well, our friends at Whitman came up with a beautiful 4-color album of the stuff I've seen by far my favorite. And there are enough coins released so far to where we can have a conversation and get this process started. Let's enjoy this one, everybody. Here we go. So beautiful 4-color, referencing the coins and a little bit of America behind it, 4-color. You open it up and that's where all the fun happens, right? And it breaks down all the dual dated coins in circulation. So of course we have the nickels in the upper left-hand corner. That is the Jefferson nickel. It's the only coin that really has nothing changed other than the date. A dual date, the only dual date Jefferson nickel. Then we're going to go into the dime and half dollar program, known as the Liberty Series, Emerging Liberty, Enduring Liberty. And those are brand new obverse designs, brand new reverse designs, dual dated, the whole 9 yards. All right? And those are out right now. The quarter program is what delays this process or pushes the process to the middle of this year, and for many people, probably the late part of this year. And that is every 10 weeks, the U.S. Mint is releasing a brand new quarter for this year tied to USA 250. When it's done, it's done. And then we're on to the next quarter. Number 3 is coming out very soon. So as a result, we just chose at this point to launch the album with the 10 coins that are out there right now, and then knowing that we will have the other quarters as they're released available on our website, and or just item numbers where you can talk to our operators or visit us at avccoins.com and fill these out. Or maybe get lucky, find them in circulation in your own respective area. Now, I use coin a lot, and I have yet to receive any of these beautiful new coins in circulation. But it might just be for where I am in this part of the country, etc. But what a beautiful look, what a beautiful feel. That $19.95 is the price for the album, and then the 10 coins that are released as of right now. It is a P and a D for each of those coins, and the coins are uncirculated as it says in the graphic. So the nickels and the dimes are on the left. That panel is complete. The half dollar, the Liberty half dollar on the right, that panel is complete. And then the top shelf, quarter number 1, which is the Mayflower Compact, and quarter number 2, our Revolutionary War, George Washington. The P's and D's are here and ready to go. We've been talking about those. It is the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, the Constitution, James Madison, and then the Gettysburg Address and Lincoln, the last 3 quarters of this year that just need to be added as time permits on your side, as you want to. We will easily make them available individually as they're out. We'll also have a catch-up package when the year is over. Here are the 3 quarters because of how we launched this album to the American public. Now, there's no doubts this is going to sell out in the next 7 or 8 minutes. We've already sold hundreds just mentioning we have the album on Thursday in the last 2 nights. It's a beautiful way to put something aside. So if you're like me and you've been collecting for a while, and I got my kids heavily involved in the state quarter program, going to banks, hunting for that quarter, finding friends that were across the country so they can get their D's if we were P's, etc., and all the fun interaction that coin collecting is all about, right? Remember the boards, the big giant quarter boards where you would put your quarter for each state up? Again, they did a lot of great stuff. I think this one really condenses it. The panels make it simple. The 4-color makes it attractive. What a great keepsake for yourself. What a great keepsake for your children, your grandchildren, your friends. It's just something great to have. So let's break this down a little bit further. My competition sells the album. I've seen it between $8.95 and $12.95. It's a beautiful album, and it can be purchased. We don't have them available right now because we don't have enough albums to make available, but we will as the year goes on. Have them available individually for yourself if you want to just do the coin hunt at your local banks, etc. Right? The coins themselves are between $4 to $5 a pair. The half dollar is $8 to $10 a pair. So right now, the 2 nickels, the 2 dimes, the 2 half dollars, the competition sells for $27. Adding the quarters in, that's now $47. And now add the album. We've put them all together, and they're all here, and it's done the AVC way. What's the AVC way? We want collectors to collect. We want you as part of the family collecting with us. So we are going to find the best stuff, the best presentations, and make sure that we have the best price we possibly can to make it affordable for everybody to enjoy the process. I mean, I was a young lad going back to the bicentennial, 1975 and 1976. And because I was a paper boy in the late 60s, and my grandfather got me hooked at that time, I kind of understood what coin collecting was before the bicentennial. But when all the new coins came out, I was like, God, can I spend these? And tell me you've thought that way if you were with me in age, right? You got a quarter in circulation. God, should I save this or can I spend it? Because it was something so unique and so different just tied to that year. Well, everybody, 2026, the government, kudos to the government, the U.S. Mint, for putting it together this way. We have dime, 5 quarters, and a half dollar, unique designs only tied to this year, and nothing in that series for those 7 coins relates to our past and the way coins look and how the way coins feel. Everything is new, everything's tied to us and our journey, and it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Multiples, absolutely. Absolutely. I've seen people buying 3, 5, 10. They are a phenomenal way to collect this year's special event through this year's special coins. And again, these are coins that are in circulation. These are coins that are dual dated from circulation that are involved in this album and when it was designed earlier in the year and made available, right? Yes, the cents were a surprise, but they're not for circulation. So putting an album out there and telling you have to find a $500 pair of cents because everybody wants those two, not fair. The album, the idea is to go do the Great American Coin Hunt. Enjoy the Great American Coin Hunt. Tonight, we're just cutting the curve a little bit. We're giving you the 10 of the 16 coins that'll be in this set to complete this year's package. $19.95 is for all of it, assembled as you see it. The competition, just under $50 for the same stuff. So not only can you have your cake, you can eat it too here with us. Told you this one was going to be a lot of fun, but it is time for us to be moving on.
26 years ago now, the U.S. Mint would do something very special that it had not done in centuries. Release a brand new coin struck out of a brand new metal type. I'm of course referring to the now iconic golden dollars. They first began being produced all the way back in the year 2000 with the Sacagawea dollar. For the first 9 years of this coin series, they would feature the exact same design. Sacagawea herself, who you can see over on the right. But then, starting in 2009, they decided every single year they would have a different design on the coin. Starting with the 3 Sisters of Agriculture in 2009, 2010 had the Great Tree of Peace and the Iroquois Confederacy. 11 had the Great Wampanoag Nation. 2012 had the Trade Routes. 13, the Treaty with Delaware. 14, Native American Hospitality. 15, the Mohawk Iron Workers. 16, the Code Talkers. 17 had Sequoia. 18 had the superstar athlete Jim Thorpe. 19 had Native Americans in NASA, Mary Golda Ross. 2020 had Elizabeth Petrovich and Alaska's anti-discrimination law. 21 had the Native Americans in the military. 22 had Eli S. Parker. 23 was Maria Tallchief. 2024 was the Eagle Staff. 2025 was the Mary Kawena Pukui. And this coin here for 2026 honors a long, often forgotten hero of the American Revolution. Polly Cooper. These coins have been certified to be in beautiful MS-68 advanced release condition by NGC. And this stunning 2-coin set is just $79.95 while they last tonight. It is item number 905-12623. 905 12 62 3. And at just $79.95 for each of our P&D 2-coin sets, we are more than $20 less than our nearest competitor's price of over $100 for the same 2 coins in the same stunning grade. And MS-68 is the second highest grade known today. And there are just a handful of coins in MS-69 and not a single 70. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933. Or you can head on over to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, then the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there on the page, click on that search bar and type in 905-12623. That's 905-12-62-3. To grab a coin honoring someone that I believe many Americans should know a lot more about, because she was one of the linchpins who came to our aid in their greatest time of need during the Revolutionary War. You see, Polly Cooper was from the Oneida Nation, who were staunch allies of the colonists during our War of Revolution, because the Oneida Nation had a terrible relationship with the British Empire, especially the superintendents put in charge of their nation, a man by the name of William Johnson and his son, Guy Johnson, who treated them terribly. She was among 47 people from the Oneida and Seneca nations who marched 250 miles, lugging hundreds of pounds of corn, fruits, and nuts to the starving Revolutionary Army in Valley Forge. And then once she got there, she didn't just drop it off and leave. She stayed for several months teaching as many soldiers and cooks for the army as they could how to make soups with corns, fruits, and nuts, which were significantly more nutritional than a lot of the rations the soldiers were eating at the time. And then when she was offered payment for the help that she gave them, she told General Washington, no thanks is necessary. And as a result, because she would not take any payment at all, Washington personally gave her a black shawl that has become one of the most iconic and beloved things the Oneida Nation has, which is still held in their museum to this very day in mint condition. She even had a statue of herself put up in the National Museum of the American Indian, a Smithsonian branch. And on her statue, it has the iconic quote she gave to Washington after the war ended. We were allies in war, and we shall be partners in peace. This coin is my favorite Native American dollar we've made since the 2016 Code Talkers. And because it's part of the America 250 celebration, it's clear the U.S. Mint too believes she needed more recognition. Our 2-coin sets are more than $20 less than our nearest competition while they last. These coins aren't going to last long though, so make sure you call in now and get yours before they're gone.
In 2018, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof coins, the U.S. Mint made a very special limited set. They only made 200,000 of them, and they changed the production process. They made a reverse proof set. So we have a small batch of quarters from the 2018 silver reverse proof set, and while they last, just $9.95 per coin. So they're all year 2018. We have a handful of different designs. There was only 5 that year: Pictured Rocks, Apostle Islands, Voyagers, Cumberland, and Block Island. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the National Park Series. So while they last, folks, just $9.95. When you purchase more than one, we'll do our best to give you all the different designs. We'll do our best to give you 5 different designs, but those will only be guaranteed the first couple callers, and then it'll be 4 different, 3 different until we are out of stock. Just $9.95 each. By the way, 200,000 made. Our competition sells regular clad proof quarters from the same year for $40 a piece. They're silver proofs, regular silver proofs for $40 a piece. Join us and save.
There's a great topic to discuss right now, and that is the Morgan and Peace program. The U.S. Mint just released the first of this year, which is the dual dated products, and we're going to be talking about that specifically in the show. But what I want to talk about is what started the process, why the Morgan and Peace are so dominant today. And that dates back to 2021, which was the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan, 1921, and the first Peace dollar, also 1921. Now, over the years, we've seen some crazy prices on these coins because, well, only 175,000 were struck. Still the key. But tonight, for a few minutes anyways, while we have them in stock, crazy price time. It's the AVC way. Here we go. So as I referenced, the reverse proofs are out, and right now, if you want to go and buy this year's first coin, if it's still available on the site, I believe it might be out, but we've seen funny things happening this year there. You're looking at $175 to get in on this year's dual dated coin. Great coin. I'm going to have one. My guess is if you've been working in the program, you're going to have one too. But the whole craze started with that 100th anniversary celebration, and it was brought out in 2021, and from that point forward, it was just on fire. It was so popular that the U.S. Mint had to delay the opening for 4 of the 6 coins, 5 Morgans and 1 Peace. They released them on May 24th. That sold out quickly, 175,000 pieces in 3 minutes. And then they delayed it till August 3rd, just to make sure inventory was updated, the system was updated, and that way ordering would be a little bit easier for all of us. And then they followed up with August 10th, delivering all the coins in late October, early November. It was just a crazy year. But it was special because the #1 vintage coin of all time, U.S., has been the Morgan Dollar Series. It's the largest silver dollar. It's the largest silver issue ever made by the U.S. Mint for circulation. It's the child of the Comstock lode, right? Which came from the Let's Go West gold finds in California. Virginia City, Nevada, we're waiting to go over the Rockies and we find silver, and now we have silver to make silver dollars again. For most of the early 1800s, our first 50 years, we didn't have silver dollars out in circulation in quantity. We didn't have silver to make them out of. So we make the Morgan dollar. It's the coin of the Wild West. It takes off and we're loving it, right? And then what do we do? In 1918, we melt over half of them that we ever struck for the Pittman Act, which was helping out the English with their silver shortage during World War I. Since we were neutral, we couldn't send them Morgans because they wouldn't know it's us, even though they kind of knew it was us. It's just the game, right? So we have this Morgan dollar, this vintage coin, and it's dominant because people love it. It's big, it's silver. And what is our motto? Go big or go home. This is the go big. So in 2021, we bring it back. And the Mint was not sure what to expect, and we showed them what to expect. Craziness, because they only made 175,000 of each of these coins. All of them equal. There is a Denver, there's also a Carson City on the Morgan side, and then there was a single Peace dollar at 200,000 made. So tonight we have a your choice opportunity on 3 of them, whether it's Philadelphia or San Francisco, who made coins all 28 years, 27 plus 1 of the original Morgan series, or New Orleans, the only Southern Mint, which was closed in 1909. Tonight, look at our price. We're at $149.95. I can't remember the last time we were below $180 on these coins in general. And when they were, they sold out quickly. Now, the phones are very busy right now, so let's put a shout out on the avccoins.com. If you're hearing that fast busy at any time during the show, you can always join us with your smartphone, your laptop, your tablet, etc., and put it in your shopping cart. We'll let you know when we start to see close to a sellout, so that way, if it is in your shopping cart, you're not going to lose out on the opportunity. But with my competition raising their prices over the last 30 or 45 days, because the brand new 2026 is coming out, and this is the coin that started it all in the modern era of Morgan and Peace, we got to move. Well, they're at $249 to $279. So tonight we're $100 less per coin. And it's all the same coin. They call this OGP. OGP stands for Original Government Packaging. That is the coin in the capsule, the jewelry box they go into, the display box, the certificate, and then the outer wrap box as well. Just as they were released back in 21, a little over 5 years ago. It is a fun project. Yes, I referenced earlier, we will be having the brand new 2026 coins in the show. Check us out online. We've been selling out often on that coin of late. And that's just because it's the first ever dual dated Morgan. And it's a reverse proof, the first one out. So the brand new ones will be special when it's time. But right now it's going back a few years and paying homage to the coin that started today's frenzy. It's remembering when they came back in 2023 and brought the program to where every year now we release a Morgan and a piece. In 2023, they increased the mintage figures by 100,000 on the uncirculated. Now we're at 275,000. They made over 330,000 proofs that year. Crazy and fun. They even made 247,000 and change, 250,000 reverse proofs that year. So we went from 175,000 with lots of quick sellouts, and the Mint listened and updated, increased the numbers. Can you find any of those 2023s for under $150 in the marketplace today? I think not. So tonight, join us. Again, 3 of the 5 Morgans from 2021 are in stock, ready to go. I do have the other 2. They're on our website. That would be avccoins.com. That's the Carson City and the Denver. I did not check them prior to coming on the air because this is the special. This is the crazy price at $149.95. But check us out or ask our operators. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Got to count this down. So we have 2023s with 100,000 to 150,000 more per coin issued, selling for more money. We have the brand new 2026 out there, selling for more money. And then we have the coin that started it all with the lowest mintage of all, with 175,000 here. We have 3 of the 5 available at this crazy price. So whether it's your choice to buy one or all 3, that is what we mean by the your choice. You don't have to buy all 3 to get the crazy price. On the other hand, looking at my competition's pricing, if you bought all 3 from us, it's like buying 1.5 of theirs. We're 100 plus less per coin. So the Morgans are back. Right there, you're looking at the Philadelphia above the D and the O in dollar. There is no mint mark. That's Philadelphia. The main mint doesn't have to mark its coins. San Francisco and New Orleans, the S and the O, they do. So again tonight, save the hot, the rare, the special 2021 Morgans at the AVC price. $149.95 while they last. It's time, everybody. It's time. The U.S. Mint has released that beautiful enhanced Silver Eagle. That beautiful dual-dated enhanced Silver Eagle. The one that, with 125,000, sold out in less than a minute. That's the crazy coin. And tonight, the good news is I got a small quantity in stock. Even better is our price. So let's dive in, shall we? So we started the year with the proof, right? And that was launched at the Savannah A&A earlier this year, and 500,000 coins gone. And it was all tied to the fact that we had a dual date, 1776, 2026, USA 250. We put a privy mark also on the proof edition. And then the W mint mark is just accented because it was a West Point struck edition, right? And we gobbled it up. We loved it. But the thing that caught all of our eye was the U.S. Mint publishes what they're going to do during the year. And we saw this new type of Silver Eagle, known as an enhanced Silver Eagle. Not an enhanced proof. We've seen those before. Not a reverse proof. An enhanced uncirculated, which is drastically different than a burnished or satin finish coin, which has been the normal number 2 Silver Eagle every year. That goes back to our 20th anniversary in 2006. So we come out with this enhanced. what is it going to look like? And by far, by looking at this, worth every second, right? Worth every second of the wait. That background is not just that satiny look. It has like a textured look to it, which makes the device, in this case, Lady Liberty, wrapped in the American flag, walking from east to west, right? The eagle, the dominant eagle landing, all pronounced with crazy offset detailing. Look at how they frosted the feathers on that eagle when you get to see that shot again. What gorgeous, gorgeous look. But the best part is what? Well, they made, again, 500,000 of the proof was the storyline of the year, and is it going to be enough? And if the answer was it wasn't, they brought out 300,000 or so right out of the chute, and that was gone, creating the havoc. And then they come back with, well, this one at 125,000. It's like, what? The dual date, the special finish for the first time ever, which is making the 40th anniversary a special anniversary, right? And that is it. That really is what it comes down to. Now, we've seen my competition selling these in 70 condition, upwards of $800 to $1,000. We sold out last week with our advanced release 70s. We were at $799, and they were just disappeared like that because we were $200 under everybody. Well, at $349.95, this one is something very special. I mean, can you buy a regular proof with an edition significantly higher for this number? I see most of my competition at $299 to $350 for the proof version. This is the enhanced. This is the first time ever. This is the dual date. This is the privy mark. But look at, again, just how that enhanced plays through the feathers on the eagle. Really pronounces the image itself. Gorgeous coin. OGP, yes. OGP stands for Original Government Packaging, which is what you're seeing right here. The coin is encapsulated. It comes in the jewelry box. It has that beautiful certificate of authenticity, red, white, and blue. And then the outer display sleeve, keeping it all together. That's how this will be delivered. And yes, they're in stock, ready to go. We received our coins, and they're working through the process. We got a lot of catch up to do, but give us 2 or 3 days, we'll be there. So it's not like you're waiting for 2 or 3 months or 2 or 3 weeks. I've seen a few of my competitors we'll deliver these in sometime in August, which is not that far away, but it's still weeks away in the big picture, right? So yes, we have our celebration year. It's USA 250, so we got the dual date. We have our celebration year. It is the 40th anniversary of the #1 silver dollar in the world today, which is our Silver Eagle. Why? Well, it is the largest, the purest, the heaviest, the most beautiful. And within that, again, 40.6 millimeters. It's 31.101 grams of silver up to your ounce. 0.9993 silver versus the old 0.900 fine U.S. coin silver. This design is the original Walking Liberty design, dating back to 1916 to 1947 on the half dollar. The reverse, this is a brand new reverse. It's our 5th year. This was introduced in 2021. Before that, it was the heraldic reverse from John Mercanti. But tonight, with all the fun going on this year, with the Morgan having the dual date, the Peace having the dual date, all 5 quarters, the dime is new, the half dollar is new, the nickel even has a dual date. You can buy the cent in the uncirculated sets only. Wow. The silver proof set sold out instantly, right? Wow. And then there is, well, the rarest of them all. The enhanced Silver Eagle. The West Point special. The dual date, the privy, all that. But this is what it is. And that changes everything. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Not proof, not congrats. This is the enhanced, the dual dated, privied enhanced. 125,000 of them were made available and sold out instantly. And now it's just a scramble to get in, because it is going to be the coin of 2026, as I referenced earlier. Everything else is special, but the Silver Eagle's the coin. Again, remember, the uncirculated coin this year did not have a dual date. Congratulations, didn't have a dual date. Of the dual dated Silver Eagles, there is the proof and the enhanced. The enhanced is the winner at $125,000 versus the mintage figure of $500,000 on the proofs. Yet the pricing is very similar. It shouldn't be, but that's okay. We know that. Right? It's all about gathering as much information as possible, and this one is loaded, everybody. It is outright loaded. While they last in the original government packaging, don't miss out.
The rarest Morgan dollar, made in 1898, was out of the San Francisco Mint. Only 4.1 million coins made. And if you look at population reports, it's even better. NGC and PCGS combined, you're looking at all grades, every coin they've seen, less than 14,000, 0.34% of the entire mintage. $89.95 for a gorgeous collector grade circulated coin. Our competition wants as much as $285 for the same coin in the same grade. By the way, in uncirculated, what a jump. You're looking at $1,500. Join us and get one of these for your collection, a 98S, for just $89.95.
We've been spending a lot of time every show this year talking about all the fun things that are happening in 2026. Dual dated coins, all the special issues, etc. And it fills up probably maybe a third of every night. 6 hours, 20 odd products. But there are some classics that just need a few conversations because the values today are just too good to pass up on. And one of those categories is vintage US proof sets. With that said, let me explain. This next 6 or 7 minutes, worth every penny of it. So in 1950, the United States Mint opened up the door to the American public owning the best quality product every year. And that is what they call the proof strike, right? Prior to that, it was a people, places, and things scenario. I got a guy. You were significant enough to where somebody would listen to you saying, I want one of those, and they would give it to you, versus the rest of us, which is, come on, please, right? So 1950, the game changes, and the American public now is opened up to the best quality coins of the year, the proof set. And for the last 3/4 century, it's been the number one draw, the number one consistency with the mint. Now, an uncirculated coin, the coins that are put out into commerce, are struck once, slapped and go, right? Same design, same look. But when you look at the coins, a proof is a whole different process. It's a method of manufacture. They take the dies and they polish them. They take the piece of metal and they polish it. A regular coin is struck once, these are struck twice, and the amount of pressure they put on them is higher, which gives you the mirrored background like you see here, and the razor sharp rim and information on it. Just something special, outright special. So we put out a set yearly called a proof set. And over time that has changed. The presentation has changed. The early sets were boxes, then they went to poly packs up until 1964. When San Francisco took over in 1968, and they still make them today, they went to the hard plastic lens, very similar to what you're looking at right now. And they've stayed with the concept. The packaging has changed over time as they evolved the conversation. So the 1980s is a great decade because you see some of the change. But because of the change, you also see the craziness in value. That number you're seeing there, $69.95, divide that by 10. You're under $7 for an official, original government packaged U.S. proof set. Our closest competitor is $17 to $19 for one or two of these 10. So we're half, if not a third of the price, but it's because we buy so much in this category, we're able to break it down accordingly to make values like tonight just given here on the network. But to the industry, how'd you do that? So let's talk. Every year there's the cent, nickel, dime, quarter, half, right? And then the earlier sets, we have 81, 82, right? Which has what? The Susan B. Anthony dollars in them. So those two sets are 6 coin sets versus the others, which are 5 coin sets. So there's a little extra bump here. If my competition set by set, and we have these available set by set as well, let me give you our price first. Our price set by set is close to $100. My competition's set by set is close to $200. So we're a third of the price tonight with this special, $69.95 while they last. But inside of this are 3 distinct breakdowns where the value is just so strong it makes the set even more valuable. The first is with the Lincoln cent ending last year. The Lincoln cent's been the draw, right? It's the coin we've all collected pretty much all of our lives. There are 10 proof Lincoln cents, the memorials here, right? They're between $4 to $9 each. So that means $40 minimum, upwards of $50, $60 is what they're selling just the cents, San Francisco cents, which only come out of these sets. The other fun category is, well, the 1980 and 1981 proof set, which has the Susan B. Anthony dollar in it as well. Those are selling for $20, $25 each, which means you put the cents and the $2 together, you're closer to $100. Well, the number one draw in all of these sets is the Kennedy half dollar. The Kennedy half dollar market right now, because of the Kennedy half dollar ending last year after 62 years, 1964 through 2025, are now at a big premium because every year without fail there were P's and D's in circulation and the rarest was the proof. The quality was the proof, only attainable through these sets. So if you break up one of these sets, people are selling the half dollars for between $19 to $24 each. Most of them over 20. So if you just use 20 as a benchmark, there's 10 of them. So that means you're upwards of $200 just for the Kennedys in these sets. So I call it break value. I'm not advocating you break them, but I'm just saying it's what's in the sets. When you break the coins up and you give the coins their valuation, or the market actually does that. They price out what they are worth. So if you want a 1982 Kennedy half dollar, they're going to charge you $20.50. Okay, if you agree to that, and they're one of the largest companies in the country, they compete with us every day for your business. Our prices are 10, their prices are 20. Why we get a lot of the business, but that is the realm that we're talking about. Great stuff, just great outright value. So all the packaging looks different. Yes, let me explain. So 1968 to 1972, there was the blue box you see on the second shelf. 1973, when the Eisenhower dollar came out, they went to a black box, red interior. That lasted up until 1981. Then they brought back the blue box for one more year. That's the second shelf. Then in 1983, they changed the purple box, and that lasted a decade. Then in 1994, they went to the green box, and then the state quarters, national parks, the last 25 years are all different, and they have a mind of their own. So over time, the government improved the quality by just looking at it and just going forward. These are all the official sets, and these are the only sets. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So again, it's not always the $500 coin or the multiple $1,000 coin. That's the rare coin or the key coin. There are values in all of the markets today. I love digging through these markets and just finding categories like this, where if you're out there buying the proof cent, the proof Susan B. Anthony's, the proof Kennedys, you're over $400. Or you can just buy the sets that have all of them, plus the nickel, the dime, and the quarter we haven't discussed. And with us tonight, pay $69.95 for all of them. The value is just intense. And it's just one of the markets today. There are many markets, and they change over time. The minute these start just going away, what happens? The prices change, which is just the norm in any industry. So tonight, this week, we're spending a little bit of time on pockets of U.S. proof sets because what's inside of them is crazy. If you're with us tonight and you weren't with us last night, look at us online, see some of the new items we listed, and look at the crazy prices. Because some of these bundles or decades like this one are special. Tonight, $69.95 for all 10. You got to give us a call. All right, it's time to have that conversation. The coin everybody's been calling and asking our operators about, do you have them, do you have them, do you have them? So let's just spend a few minutes saying, yes, we do, and let's just get right into it, right? It is time to talk about the dual-dated Lincoln cent, the uncirculated Lincoln cents, only available in the sold-out uncirculated sets from June 30th. Tonight, not only do we have them in 68 grade, finest known as of right now, and they're part of the advanced release program. And we're under $1,000. That makes this beyond just special. So the cent dates back to 1793. Every year since 1793, all the way through 2025, 232 years of our history, we had a cent. The longest tenured design was the Lincoln cent, dating back to 1909, and we'll come back to that a little bit later. So we have 117 years of Lincoln cent history. Wheaties, memorials, these are known as shield cents because of the reverse design. But through all of this, only one coin is dual dated. This one. Now, the second part is this was not released in the circulation this year. It was only available in the uncirculated sets that came out on June 30th. Those sets, right? 300,000 of them sold out instantly, and can you get the set for a couple $100 by itself? That's how hot that set is right now. So a couple things just to talk about, right? One, there are no cents in circulation. So we're hoping that the uncirculated sets are going to give us 66, 67, 68s. Wouldn't it be just a dream if they graded a few of these in 69? If they grade 69, does anybody think they're going to be, well, under $2,000? It's going to be special whenever we hopefully find them. But we do know this. Categoric statement. The lowest minted Lincoln cent in its history is this coin. Many of you that know the Lincoln cent series are going to say, time out, let's go back to the SVDB, 1909, first year of issue. And you are 100% with your answer. They made 484,000 of those coins. So the mintage universe is, well, more by almost 200,000. This one, again, is only 300,000 made. It's the driving force behind the uncirculated sets. So that's part of the conversation. The other part of this conversation is they had 300,000 made. The advanced release program, for those of you that remember, is a special program that has been out there for quite some time, where the U.S. Mint partners up with people like us. We are one of the ABBPs, 13 or 14 of us, that the government works with when brand new coins come out, and we release them and launch, let's talk coins, the Great American Coin Hunt, right? They take 10% of the set mintage. So in this case, it's 300,000, which means the dealer coefficient is only 30,000. 270,000, 90% get to the American public directly. Pretty good deal for everybody. Because of the nature of how these are distributed, however, the grading services tag these as part of the advanced release program. So now going back 5 to 7 years that they've been doing this, you look at every coin out there, and every one of them, the winner is, and still champion is, the coin in the grade advanced release. So just saying. And that here is for free, because ours are advanced release. My competition for just uncirculated sets are at $8.99, $9.99 or higher. And those are just regular sets. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with saving $100, saving $200, and getting the rarest format. Again, yeah, these are 68s. Most of the people I've been talking to have seen regular sets. The most recent that's still available was $973.70. An interesting price, but it works. And that's not for advanced release. That's just for a two-piece set in 68. or advanced release in 68. Yes, ours also comes in the USA 250 label. I mean, we had choices of putting in a Lincoln label and a bunch of others. And this is the more expensive label, but it's also the label made for USA 250. So paying the extra VIG, so to speak, to NGC to use it, which they pay then to the USA 250 committee, I think is worth it. He just kind of takes this coin, which is only available as part of this program, only available as part of this set, only available this year, all fits perfectly in this label. Yeah, pretty outright cool stuff. Yeah, the Lincoln cent is because of this coin the longest tenured coin in history, right? Where the same design, obverse design in this case, Lincoln, never changed. The first 50 years were Wheaties. The second 50 years were what? Memorials. Then we had 2009, let's celebrate 100 years of Lincoln cents. And then after that, we had 16 years in circulation of the Shield cent. This one now the 17th year. What a great, great, great product. I wish they would have made these for circulation. I think everybody has that wish. But they made them pretty special because of the fact that it's the only coin, only in this set. The nickels are in circulation. Now, have you seen one? Different story. I haven't, but they're out there. And the mintages said they made hundreds of millions so far. Same thing with the 3/4 that are out there. So far, quarter number 1, the Mayflower Compact. Quarter number 2, the Revolutionary War. Quarter number 3, the Declaration of Independence are all out there. And the Declaration is hot because of what? That special 4th of July privy on the coins, making that a special coin as well. That's a quarter. And then we have the $50, which is the other design, dual dated for this year. But the Lincoln cent will be the lowest mintage period. The dual date on what? The dual date on the Silver Eagle, proof Silver Eagle, was 500,000. This is 300,000. This is an uncirculated coin. So this adds a little flavor. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Yep, let me summarize it. Phones are very busy, and thank you. The others, just check us out, avccoins.com. You'll find them, 2026 advanced release, or just go to the denomination you're looking for. The key, the one that's driving the uncirculated set's value right now is this Lincoln cent. Only 300,000, sold out June 30th. By mintage, it is the only rarity in the entire series, and it's not anywhere else, so the number at 300,000 holds, beating now the SVDB. And not 973, not over 1,000. Ours are 68 sets, of which only a handful are known. Under 800. Yeah, just a sweet set. And thanks.
So the year 2000, the U.S. Mint started the Sacagawea Golden Dollar series. And then in 2009, they started Series 2. So from 2000 to 2008, we had the same design on the obverse and reverse of the Sacagawea Golden Dollars. And then 2009, when they started Series 2, they started changing the reverse each year to honor Native American contributions. So 2026 is the 25th year in the Sacagawea/Native American Golden Dollar series. And this one here features Polly Cooper. So what you get in this set, 3 coins, Philadelphia uncirculated, Denver uncirculated, and the stunning San Francisco proof. Each one individually packaged in our custom Defender holders for one low price of $24.95. Competition, $70. Get all 3 with here and save.
The Morgan silver dollar is a coin considered by many to be the true silver dollar of the American Wild West, and it is without a doubt one of the most popular coins released in U.S. Mint history. And if it wasn't for the release of the Silver Eagle in 1986, it could easily be argued as the most collected silver dollar, not just in American history, but world history as well. However, in typical U.S. Mint fashion, the first year of issue did not quite go according to plan. And that's because when the coin was first released, they issued it with the eagle on the back having 8 tail feathers. However, Apparently, the U.S. Mint was not aware that this was incorrect. Many national pundits and the public at large started complaining because they believed eagles don't have 8 feathers, they have 7. So the U.S. Mint quickly changed the design early in 1878 to 7 tail feathers. However, they were rushing so quickly to get this change made, they made a couple of mistakes. Some of the dies that they converted from 8 to 7 feathers didn't do it all the way, resulting in one of the first ever silver dollar error coins in U.S. Mint history, the 7/8 tail feather Morgan dollar. Without a doubt, the most popular Morgan dollar from 1878 today among collectors. We have a handful of these coins tonight with not just the 7/8 tail feather strike, but in strong condition and still in uncirculated condition 148 years later. These beautiful mistakes from the U.S. Mint are item number 905-1151. 905-1151. And at just $299.95, each of our coins tonight are more than $485 less than our nearest competitor's price. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or, if you'd like, you can also head on over to our website. The website is avccoins.com. That's ABC, the word coins with an S.com. And then once you're there, just click the search bar that you can see on the page and type into that search bar 905-1151. It's 905-1151. And grab yourself one of the most iconic U.S. Mint error coins ever made. Now, as I said, when this coin first came out, it had 8 tail feathers. And then they switched it to 7 tail feathers. And including these 7/8 mistakes that popped out in the middle of it all, they ended up striking 9,759,300 total coins. The second highest mintage released that year. Only the 1878S had more, with 9,774,000. Yet despite having almost 10 million coins being struck, when you look for these 7/8 tail feathers today in any condition at all with the strong strike designation, just a fraction of these coins still exist. You see, if you look at PCGS and NGC's population reports today, only 20,733 coins exist in any condition at all. That means from the VGs all the way up to stunning MS64s and 5s. Just 20,733. That breaks down to 1 in every 471 coins struck by the Philadelphia Mint back in 1878. You break that down to a percentage, it's less than 1/4 of a single percent. 0.21% to be exact. That's why our competition can get away with asking for over $785 for this same coin in this same condition. We are more than $485 less. And not only that, each of our coins have been hand-selected by us to make sure they have incredible eye appeal and will be the perfect addition to your collection. In fact, you can buy 2 of these coins with us tonight. So you're going to get 2 1878 7/8 strong, uncirculated silver dollars, and you'd still save over $185 versus just 1 coin with our competition. And with just 20,733 known in any grade at all with NGC or PCGS, they're actually some of the rarest coins released that year. Just take a look at those 8 tail feather Morgans, the ones that were first made by the U.S. Mint. There are over 44,812 of those known today. And that coin costs $835 when you can find it. Even more than this mistake. And even the 1878 Carson City Morgan dollar. And we all know how Carson Cities are considered the holy grail of the Morgan Silver Dollar series because they struck less than 3% of all Morgan dollars at the Carson City Mint. With a mintage of 2.2 million, there are over 86,542 known examples in every grade with NGC and PCGS. And that coin, when you can find it, is going to cost you upwards of $1,200. This coin is almost 4 times rarer by population and is just $299.95 tonight while they last. Remember how I mentioned that when they came out with the 8 tail feather coin, that the public and some political pundits got really upset and wanted it to be changed? Years later, they actually talked to some wildlife experts and found out there is no fixed number for how many feathers an eagle has because they fall out while they're living in the wild. Though it could be argued that an even number would have made more sense. So hilariously, the U.S. Mint's first big mistake with the Morgan silver dollar wasn't even a mistake at all. But thanks to that outrage, we got to get the first ever error strike in the Morgan silver dollar series. These 7/8 coins are keys to the Morgan silver dollar series and hardly ever leave a collection once someone grabs them. We have a limited number of them in stock tonight, and at less than $300 per coin, when our competition's at $785, they are not going to last long. I know the phone lines are getting really backed up right now, so if you're waiting to speak to one of our operators, please don't hang up. We'll get to you as soon as we can. You do not want to miss your chance to get an uncirculated coin that's more than 148 years old and the first ever error strike in the most popular silver dollar series in U.S. Mint history. We have a handful left, so get yours now before they're gone.
The last couple of years, we've had some fun with the U.S. Mint, right? The cent ending in 2025, the longest tenured coin in U.S. history. After 62 years, the Kennedy as we know it, no more, right? And then we have all the fun, cool coins of 2026, the dual dates and everything to go with it. But when you take a step back and look at the last quarter century, the coin that has defined collecting has been the quarter. The state quarter program from 99 to 09, national parks from 2010 to 2021, women making history 2022 to 2025. And now this year, 5 special quarters for USA 250, of which for the first time ever, we have 4 different presidents on our quarters. But there's one quarter we always forget to talk about. It was in that span. It was just a throw-in, a by the way, that has evolved to become the dominant quarter of the last quarter century. Are you with me on which one it is? 2021. Tuskegee early, and then what? The Washington on Washington, the Washington crossing the Delaware, the Washington pointing. Those are all the nicknames to one quarter. And tonight, look at the grade and the price. It's a knockout. And NGC put this cool label together on top of it all. So we have Washington crossing the Delaware, right? For 6 months and only 6 months, and then we rotate it out. A very, very special coin. I remember the hunt. Everybody's looking for these coins because it was the first time in U.S. history where Washington was on the front of a quarter and on the reverse of a quarter. The only time. And the Washington quarter's been out there since 1932. It was meant as a one-year only coin, and we love the idea of having George Washington on a quarter so much that we brought it back in 1934, and the rest is our history. But if you've been watching the Netflix Prime series on George Washington, I watched it the other day, 3 episodes, great, great watch. Tells the history of the man that kept us together and gave us a start, and that is George. And tonight, it's the coin that we don't talk about. It's the coin from 2021, the Philadelphia and Denver that were put into circulation. If you go to NGC's website, you're going to be astounded with what you're going to find. First of all, high grade in a proof is a 70. So if you go to the clad proof of this coin, the S-Mint clad, there's about 4,500 of them. If you go to the silver clad from the silver proof set, or actual silver, I should say, they're at 5,300. You would think the P and the D that was made for 6 months would be out there. They were out there, but the quality was not par. in 66 or higher condition. So it means 66, 67, and the few 68s added together. Added together, here are the numbers. Philadelphia, 1,344. Denver, 1,290. That means if you're lucky and you got one of each, there's only 1,290 of these sets in 66 or higher condition. Now, if you're watching the whatnots and the other auction sites, you're seeing these for $40, $50 a coin. Yeah, they're supposed to be special. You go and look online, you're going to be seeing the set sell for upwards of $100 a set. Now, we're always buying large deals, and we break down the deals accordingly. And then we throw curveballs, our way of saying thank you to those of you that have been with us and are watching live with us. So there's specials inside of every hour, which we always talk about. Well, you think this isn't one? You get the P and the D here for only $19.95. So talk about the significant quarter of all quarters is right here. The George on George from 2021. In 66, less than 1,300 sets are known. 1,290 to be exact. That's it. If the U.S. Mint would have made a special George Washington quarter this year with only 1,290, would it be under 5,000? Under 10,000? I don't know. But it would be in that stratosphere, right? Guys, I don't have time for a clock, so let's just stay with this for a couple of minutes. Lots of people on the phone. Visit us at avccoins.com. A lot of people buying multiples. I don't blame you. If you want to get somebody started in collecting, how about doing it the affordable way with a significant coin to start? This one. The Crossing the Delaware. It's made for 6 months only. Kind of the forgotten chapter in the last quarter century of national parks, state quarters, women making history. This one. This one's the key, and the numbers prove it out. Thanks for listening.
The year 2017 was a anniversary year for the United States Mint. It was the 225th anniversary. So they did a couple different special things. Very often you've heard us talk about how they added the Philadelphia Mint mark to the cent. So the 2017 Philadelphia cent has a P Mint mark, but they also made a special set. The enhanced uncirculated set was released as well. They only made 225,000 of them, which is so fitting because it's 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. And it was a complete sellout in 15 minutes or less. This is a three-piece set of the 3 cents. So you'll get Philadelphia, Denver, and that special enhanced uncirculated for just $12.95. Our competition is upwards of $30 for this same exact 3-piece set. And keep in mind that at $225,000 for the enhanced uncirculated mintage figure, another one of the rarest cents ever made was the 09 SVDB, but they made 484,000 of those. Those cost over $1,500 in uncirculated. Get this one, the rarer than the 09 SVDB, for less than $13. Join us, folks. This one's a special, special buy.
Let's talk about cents. Not common sense, i.e. that might be a full 5-hour show by itself, right? Ha. Talk about cents, C-E-N-T-S, right? We're looking at the Lincoln cent for 115 years now. And will 2025 be the end of the road? Good question. It's not an April Fool's Day question. It's a good question brought up by the president and his team about a month ago. We're going to see where that goes. But with all of this, a lot of pressure has been now on the longest tenured coin in U.S. Mint history, which is our cent. It started out as a large coin, the size of a $50, known as the large cent. But in 1857, the world changed. To the modern era, what we see today, the first ever small size cents. And tonight, for the first time in a long time, I have both coins made. The first ever small cents, the 57 and 58 Flying Eagles. Let's have some fun with it. So February 21st, 1857, Congress passes an act that changes our coins for the first time significantly. And basically the act said no more confusion for the American public. No more Spanish coins, no more English coins. You don't have to figure out whether our coin is heavier or lighter than theirs, etc. We're abolishing the banks from interacting with foreign coins. the necessity too. We're also updating the copper cost in this country. And because of the rise in the price of copper, it's a commodity like silver and gold, but was used more often on our coinage back then. The average person was more likely to have a cent in their pocket than have a dollar in their pocket, right? It's just the time. I'm reading the time. So in 1856, we proposition a new idea. We bring to Congress a small cent, the size of the coin you're seeing on your screen, which is the size of the Lincoln cent still today. Congress says, I love it. And then they introduced the series, the Flying Eagle series, in 1857. They made it for only 2 years, 1857 and 1858. This is the complete two-coin set. It then went to the Indian for 51 years, 1859 through 1909. And then the Lincoln cent took over in 09. And we had 50 memorials, we had 50 Wheaties, 50 memorials, 100th anniversary, and now 15 years of the shield. So these are the first ever small size coins made for circulation. Those 56 dated Flying Eagles were the pattern coins used for Congress. And uniquely enough, they did make a small number of coins for collectors. So if you were somebody in 1856, you might have got your hand on one of those. Tens of thousands of dollars, but never put into circulation. Only 2,000 or 3,000 they believe were ever struck. What a great idea, right? What a great idea. So the issue, though, now that we are 100 and almost 75 years later, yeah, we're in 2025. This is a long time ago. This is the first of what is a long run of the most popular collectible, which is the cent. And it's the most popular collectible because it's the one denomination the average person can actually afford. We can't keep Wheatie bags in stock because people love the wheat cents, right? They love the memorials. They love building their collections. It's what I cut my teeth on in the 60s when I was a paper boy, building collections. But the one you got the most coins out of was the cent, which makes the process more fun. My competition has these. I saw pictures of their coins on their website, which are the same coins they show on the air when they bring them on the air. And they're at $125 a coin. Your choice. Which means they're over closer to $250 exactly, excuse me. And we're at $99.95. Theirs are in capsules. Ours are in these beautiful Defender holders, which just preserves, protects. And also with packaging today being more unique, right? It's more geared towards certified coins from the Big Five. Well, this enables us to be able to do that as well. But the fun part is tonight is all about firsts. As collectors, we love firsts. The first of anything. If you're a sports card collector, it's a rookie card, right? If you're a comic book collector, it's that first edition. If you're a regular book collector, it's that first edition. Stamps, just like coins, first year of issue, first design. Well, this one's the first ever design on a small cent, because it is the first small cent. It's the Flying Eagle of 57 and 58. $99.95 is the price for the two-piece set. Yes, my competition's at $250, which means they're at $1.25 each. Ours are not $99.95 each, saving you $50. We're saving you $150 with our option, our availability here tonight. Certified. Love to have, we get those in, our concierge service here, which many of you talk to the guys and gals in that division on a regular basis. When we get a Flying Eagle in an uncirculated condition, it disappears before I can say Flying Eagle sent. They're just gorgeous. So our task is finding the collector coins that are affordable and have phenomenal quality, depth, and detail like the coins you're seeing on your screen. And then it comes down to this, value. We have the best stuff. We present it in the best packaging. And our mantra here at AVC is what? Having the best price. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. It's time to be moving. Lots of activity on the phones. Visit us at avccoins.com. If you go there and hit the cent tab, CENT, the denomination, it'll bring you through all of the various cents we have available. But tonight, this is the price, right? Saving $10, $15 off our already low price for these two coins. Tonight, the pair and the beautiful Defender holder for $99.95. That's something special. 2026 is here, and yes, it is our 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. So the 40th anniversary tied to USA 250 makes it a fun year to celebrate. We've had a lot of questions of late on the topic from earlier this year, give or take 6 months ago, and the relaunch of the Silver Eagle. Because again, the Silver Eagle is 2026. All the special labels make them special. The proof is the dual date, right? So people just want a keepsake from 2026. Well, there are a number of beautiful labels. NGC has one we work with, and PC has one that I think just knocks it out of the park. I only have a couple of dozen left in stock, but we're going to spend a few minutes for those of you that want to add what I believe is one of the beautiful Silver Eagles of 2026. And of course, the AVC way, the price. So the Premier brand is the primary, or it's their number one brand. The Premier is their Premier. It speaks for itself, right, in volumes. And it's been out there now for about a decade. And we have a huge following because that beautiful gray look and feel of the Premier label makes PCGS and that holder a special coin. Well, for this year, they redesigned it with the dual date on the label because the coin itself is not from the US Mint. But they also added in the red, white, and blue to the label, just making this year a little bit more special. And when we're referencing Betsy Ross and the label in the description here on your screen right now, because it's the original flag, right? The Revolutionary War flag by Betsy Ross, which is the 13 stars in the circle. That's what is represented here. So that's why it's nicknamed the Betsy Ross Silver Eagle, because of the flag in the background, to not confuse it with some of the other themes we've seen. And there's some really beautiful labels that have come out this year. So for us, it's all about having a 70, and then how can I afford the 70? Because we all saw the prices earlier in the year when silver was dominant, and it's still there. We're still looking at that $75, $80 price point in the industry, which means you're pushing the coin in a capsule up to 109, 119 for most of my competitors. I actually have a few of my competitors at a stronger price than that just for the coin this year. And a lot of that's tied to just the fact that people want a keepsake, and the world's dominant silver dollar is our Silver Eagle, and this is the bullion Silver Eagle of the realm this year. So let's have one. Well, I don't disagree with that, but I am adding to it, well, why not just get a 70 in these beautiful holders and get the best looking holder that PCGS has to offer? And that's what you're seeing. So again, tonight, the few dozen I have left, the few dozen I have left, $129.95, which is a crazy price. And we have specials in every single hour. If you're with us this hour, you're seeing it right here. I mean, earlier this year, we were at $159 to $179 for a Silver Eagle, and we were spanking everybody with our prices being as low as they were. This one, just a special opportunity for being at the right place at the right time. Yes, I will repeat the label again. So the label, which we'll get to here in a second in our shot, is known as the Premier label. And this year, the big banner is in blue across the top of the label. It is a red, white, and blue label this year, and below the eagle on the right, which is the eagle landing, which is normally buried in the background. They pushed it to the right this year, and below it, the dual date, 1776, 2026. But instead of having the eagle as the main theme in the Premier label, like it's been for the other 9 years, they chose to take the original American flag and make that the backdrop for the label. That original flag is known as the 13 stars. It's also nicknamed the Betsy Ross flag. And many of you might remember your history with that. So that's what the reference here is, that is the 13 stars in unison in the upper left-hand corner, tied to the overall body, the red, white, and the blue. Dual date on the label, it's just gorgeous. And again, kudos, when we always are first to jump in on, if we don't like it and they did something wrong, we have to be first in to let them know sometimes when they get it right, correct? And they did a good job with this one, with putting the overall look and theme together. I know you've seen these on the other rival networks. This was made available through us to a lot of different people this year because everybody loves the Premier label. Usually it's protected here, i.e. we have it available as our own, but this year with the special label and the special year, let's let everybody else work on it. But I can assure you one simple thing. The price you're seeing tonight, the lowest you've seen on this coin, in this label, in this grade. Again, I spent all this time talking about everything but it's a perfect coin from the perfect year, 2026. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Down to my last dozen, give or take 18 coins. Thank you all. If you're visiting us via the web, I reference it often during the show. When I see something moving towards a sellout, I want to let you know, because if it's in your shopping cart and you're hanging around for a while, which I applaud and say thank you for, I know a number of you end up calling us late in the evening saying I can't get my order to process, and it's usually because something's sold out that's in the shopping cart. So work with us. Push it through, and if we can entice you with something else later in the show, just give us that phone call back. We'll find your order, add to it. But don't miss out on the Silver Eagle of the Year, the 2026 uncirculated Premier Betsy Ross 70. And tonight, just $129.95 while they last.
In 2018, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof coins, the U.S. Mint made a very special limited set. They only made 200,000 of them, and they changed the production process. They made a reverse proof set. So we have a small batch of quarters from the 2018 silver reverse proof set, and while they last, just $9.95 per coin. So they're all year 2018. We have a handful of different designs. There was only 5 that year: Pictured Rocks, Apostle Islands, Voyagers, Cumberland, and Block Island. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the National Park Series. So while they last, folks, just $9.95. When you purchase more than one, we'll do our best to give you all the different designs. We'll do our best to give you 5 different designs, but those will only be guaranteed the first couple callers, and then it'll be 4 different, 3 different until we are out of stock. Just $9.95 each. By the way, 200,000 made. Our competition sells regular clad proof quarters from the same year for $40 a piece. They're silver proofs, regular silver proofs, for $40 a piece. Join us and save.
The fun thing about 2026, our USA 250 celebration, and our 40th Silver Eagle celebration, is the fact that there are a lot of different topics to look at and choose from. We're talking lots. Well, I'm going to spend a few minutes here talking about a set that I believe probably needs to be considered as number 1. We have 5 special quarters this year, right? 5 special quarters. The lowest minted will be the silver proofs, and we're talking about then uncirculated advanced release coins. No matter how you spin it, that's going to be the champion. For a few minutes anyways, let's enjoy. So as referenced, the silver proof set will have the lowest mintage. However, the uncirculated set this year, with only 300,000 sets being created, will become the number 1. And let me take a minute to explain that. Not complicated, simple process. So they make 300,000 sets, and June 30th, it's sold out instantly, gone. And part of the reasoning is, in that set is the lowest minted Lincoln cent in the history of Lincoln cents. They made 300,000 P's and 300,000 D's, just like they did here, right? And that's the only place they are. There are no rolls, there are no bags. They are different than the proofs, making them a very, very special coin this year. So people are jumping on the uncirculated sets, which is why it's sold out. Well, my conversation is going to be, and I love that Lincoln cent, by the way, and we'll talk about it tonight in the show. There are 5 quarters that are unique to this year, following the same flow as the state quarter program, national parks, women making history. We have put our emphasis on the circulating quarter series as the oomph coin of the year. And this year, our quarter set for USA 250 is loaded. The themes this year are the 5 themes you're seeing here. The Mayflower Compact. We're talking about the Revolutionary War. We're talking about the Declaration of Independence. We're talking about the Constitution, and we're talking about the Gettysburg Address. 5 very special points in our U.S. history. But one step further is this year. For the first time in our history, we have a Pilgrim on one of our quarters. We have Washington on one of our quarters. We have Jefferson, Madison, and Lincoln on one of our quarters. 4 different presidents this year. All fun stuff. So what are we looking at right here? We're looking at the complete 10-coin set. P&D for each, and then times the 5. 10-coin set. Look at the grade. These are certified 68 sets, everyone. 68 sets. Now, if you've been following some of the auction sites and a number of our competitors on TV, they currently are selling P&D Mayflower and P&D Revolutionary War in 67 grade for $129 to $149 for the 2-coin pair. So if you take just $1.25, the low end, times 5, you're looking at over $600 for a certified 67 set. We are 1 grade higher. Wow, right? And we are hundreds of dollars less. Now, the significance is they are from uncirculated sets, which is why we have quarter 3, 4, and 5 certified. And that is why on the holder you're seeing, right across the label, it says 20-coin uncirculated set. Then there's the next line, which is the oomph line, this most significant line, advanced release. These are the only advanced release uncirculated coins that are known and will be known. The math is outright silly, but positive for us collectors. I referenced earlier they made 300,000 sets and sold it out. Advanced release is 10%. The American public, 270,000, 90%. So these early sets get sent in, and if they get to the grading services from the U.S. Mint on our behalf prior to sale date, they can be tagged as the rarest of the rare, no questions asked. So the prices I was just referencing for you a second ago. The certified 67 sets at $1.25 to $1.50 per pair. Mayflower, 2-coin set. Revolutionary War, 2-coin set, etc. Those are regular coins. These are the rarer uncirculated set coins, where there's only 300,000 in the first place. And then these are the advanced release on top of it. Now, we did see one of our competitors with a 67 set. A 67 set at $399.95, which is not a bad price. Not a bad price. We are talking the 1 grade up and significantly rarer. Based upon the numbers I am seeing, I would not be surprised that there are less than 1,000 sets known by the time the year is over. And that's going to be wow. Because this year we have a lot of great coins. We have the Liberty Diamond $50. We have the cent I referenced earlier. Again, the W cent, dual dated, only in the uncirculated set. But the 5-coin quarter set is our history. It's really USA 250. But the uniqueness of the designs, where the obverse and the reverse are different. For all 5. And we're showing you the obverse of one, the reverse of the other. And we're showing you the reverse because it's where the mint mark shows up. So like right there, you're seeing the D mint mark. So you are getting the P and D pair. This is not for one or the other. This is the complete 10 coin set. So in 68 grade, here's the math. You're under $40 a coin here on America's Value Channel. We talk about having the great stuff, the best stuff. We also talk about having our prices be the best in the industry. This one, doing right there. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Lots of people on the phones. Greatly appreciate. These coins are going to be they're on their way into us right now, so we anticipate starting to ship in the next 3 to 5 days. It is a wonderful opportunity to own the set of the year, the quarters. USA 250 5-coin quarter set. This is the P and the D, so it's a 10-coin set. And every one of them a 68. Wow. Every one of them an advanced release. Wow. And the set at $399.95, hundreds under that of our competition. It makes the best even better. This one, beyond special. But it is time for me to be moving on. The buzz right now is what? The enhanced uncirculated Silver Eagle has been released, right? And it's sold out in less than 2 minutes. It is the most limited Silver Eagle of the year. 125,000 were made and gone that quickly. With that, you've seen my competition out there with $1,200, $1,300 for a 70. Well, we had our allocation. It was a very small one with the small mintage. And we had it talking with our people on the floor. Many of you I know chat with them on a regular basis. We had to cut it off. Because this time I said, I want this coin on the air. I want to talk about it for 5 or 6 minutes. So tonight, that's what we're doing. Let's enjoy this while we can. Look at the coin. It is outright special. And the price, well, kind of knocks everybody else out of the park. The label, yeah, PCGS did a great job. Kudos. So this year, we're celebrating the USA 250 theme, but we're also celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. And we've talked about that a number of times, but it's significant. Inside of that, we have special issue Silver Eagles that the U.S. Mint is dual dating, but they're only dual dating the collector coins. The regular uncirculated is not dual dated. Only the special collector coins. So the West Point Mint coins. So earlier this year, we had the 500,000 proofs. We saw how crazy that was, right? And then now we create, well, something even more special. Every year, full Liberty Bell 250 privy on top of it. So you have three things tied. Tied to this coin that have not been out there or anything else. A dual dated W Unk. This is an enhanced Unk, and it's the privy Unk. Now, 125,000 were made, making it 4 times rarer than the proofs. And tonight, in 70. We're still under 800 when everybody else is now over 1,000 because it's sold out so quickly. Now, this is going to sell out tonight as well. We only had a handful of these held in reserve, but as I referenced a few minutes ago, I want to talk about it. PCGS is where this group of advanced release coins were sent. Put it in the beautiful Premier label, which has that eagle landing on the side with the dual date. And this time, the dual date actually is on the coin. 1776, 2026. With the W enhanced dual date privy is the topic at hand. Now, I've seen these coins in the original government packaging. So just the OGP, as they call it, selling for $500 because it sold out so quickly. And it probably is going to hold there because there's so many people calling. At 12:30, which is only 25 minutes after it sold out. It's actually sold out in 2 minutes. So by the time people could dial our phone number and talk to my people, we had people calling, can you get one? Did you get one? What do you have available? And all of it was, well, we have a small quantity. It's in the show tonight. Please tune in. And if I have any left, I'll call you tomorrow. there will not be any left. Not at the advanced release anyways, which, by the way, is the rarest of the rare of this issue. Right? And since this was released on a Tuesday, there's also no official show release either for this particular coin this year. It was released on a Tuesday. The next show, which is out of Michigan, it can be a great show, is on Thursday. So, in essence, doesn't qualify for an actual show release. So the label this year is going to be advanced release on the enhanced. Pretty outright special. Now, we've seen enhanced reverse proofs before. Remember 2019? Right? We had the Pride set, the Canadian-American Pride in America set. 225,000 sets sold out. Then we had, well, the S-enhanced reverse proof later that year, 30,000, the rarest, lowest minted Silver Eagle in history. It's sold out, commands huge premiums today. We had burnished coins like I referenced. The W mint mark has been on Silver Eagle's uncirculated classification since 2006. Regular uncirculated, the bullion coin has none, right? There is no mint mark on it. It's just the bucket it came from and the serial numbers that tell us where it was struck, which is why you'll see W, sometimes P, sometimes S on the label for a regular mint state 60, 70, etc. This one's different. They made it enhanced, which means they changed just the look of the coin. And on top of that, then they also changed the design. They put a dual date on it. They also changed the design by putting the privy mark on it. So, when the year is over, and we're not over for a while yet, you're going to look at the numbers from all the special coins they made, and you're going to come to one simple conclusion that I made months ago. This coin is it. Just it. The congratulations was special. Don't get me wrong. Philadelphia struck, going back to the Philadelphia Mint, the first U.S. mint. 60,000 coins, a quick sellout, yes, but no dual date tied to the program itself. The only dual dated Silver Eagles this year, U.S. Mint official struck, were the proof West Point and then this enhanced West Point. And this one is crushing with only 125,000 struck. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock, please. So yes, this is known as the premier label. It's the red, white, and blue. It's the flag in the background, the eagle on top, which is the same eagle design on the reverse. We're accenting the W here because, again, these are known as uncirculated by the Mint. This is the first time they've called them enhanced, so it is special. With the obverse with the dual date, only time ever, and the privy mark, only time ever on this series. 40th anniversary, and it's made special. It is made rare. It is made, well, in perfect 70. And tonight, well, it's also under 1,000 by hundreds. We're at $799.95 while it lasts. And I firmly believe these are going to be much higher in price because you can't make up rarity. There are so few of these out there, dwarfing the proof 4-1. There's 500,000 proof and only 125,000 of these enhanced uncirculated. The dual date, the same. The privy, the same. The mint mark, the W, the same. Just the finish, this one, is so much rarer. And tonight, well, priced perfectly in this beautiful PCGS Premier label. Give us a call. Don't miss out.
So the year 2000, the U.S. Mint started the Sacagawea Golden Dollar Series. And then in 2009, they started Series 2. So from 2000 to 2008, we had the same design on the obverse and reverse of the Sacagawea Golden Dollars. And then 2009, when they started Series 2, they started changing the reverse each year to honor Native American contributions. So 2026 is the 25th year in the Sacagawea / Native American Golden Dollar Series. And this one here features Polly Cooper. So what you get in this set, 3 coins, Philadelphia uncirculated, Denver uncirculated, and the stunning San Francisco proof. Each one individually packaged in our custom Defender holders for one low price of $24.95. Competition, $70. Get all 3 with here and save.
The U.S. Mint's collector coin. The coin they make for us is known as a proof. It's a process or a method of manufacture. A regular coin is slapped once, put out into circulation, and we love it, right? But a proof, well, they polish the front, they polish the back. The piece of metal in the middle, the planchette, they polish that. And then we strike it twice under intense pressure, giving us that razor rim, that beautiful mirrored background. It's, well, a presentation piece. Now, in 1950, they opened up that to the American public. So for the last 3/4 of a century, it's been ours to enjoy. Now, the 2026 silver proof set came out first, and it's on fire, sold out, 270-odd thousand sets. And can you find it for $300-400? I mean, it's a gorgeous set, lots to talk about. But there are many others that are just crazy values. And one of my favorite decades is the 1990s, right? It's the end of the purples, the green box, the color of money, of course, and then the start of the state quarter program. That 10 coin, 10 set, well, has a price. But tonight, look at our price. That price you're seeing is for the entire decade, all 10, as you see it on your screen. Simple math, which we all can do, means we're under $9 a set tonight. Under $9 a set tonight. $89.95 takes them home. Now, this grouping is also the first decade where the U.S. Mint had certificates of authenticity added to each of these sets. They did that with the purples in 1984. So we have the 1990 through, right? And then we have the green box, and then we have the state quarters first set, the dual lens, first dual lens set. My competition, well, we all sell these sets set by set. If you look at my website, I have the best prices in the industry. You're going to see set by set, adding them all together, somewhere about $120, $130 right now. My competition's way over $200 for the sets, one by one. But when you break down the individual coins, there are two screamers that are now in this set. And it's all because of last year's 2025 U.S. Mint decisions. And what were they? After 232 years, the Lincoln cent, the cent as a denomination, is over. Done. And then the second shocker was the Kennedy half dollar, after 62 years in service, ended in 2025 as well. So they became two very prized denominations to collectors. Because most of us cut our teeth in collecting on those two denominations. I was a paper boy in the 60s, so the cent was a given, but I was also born, right, about that time frame. And as a result, when the Kennedy half dollar came out, you got to buy one, you got to put them in your albums, and you just got to build it over the years. So we had just an experience of youth with these coins. If you break these sets, the cent, just the proof cent, not the dime, the quarter, the half dollar, the nickel, just the cent. The lowest price is $10.25 each. The highest price is $15.50 each. So they want for just one coin over $100. Now the half dollar, different story. That's the money coin in this set, the more expensive coin in this set. The lowest price was $24.50. The highest price, $41.95. That's the 95 set, the key to that decade. Add that up, they're almost $200. A little over, I'm sorry, they're over $200, closer to $250. Just for the Kennedy. So the Kennedy by itself, the Lincoln by itself, and the only place those coins come from, the San Francisco proofs, is, well, the set, these sets. Whenever we have an opportunity to bring out some of our proof set packages, and it's nothing random here. A lot of our bonanzas where get up to X number of different, and that's a great way to collect, right? Kind of like the I'm hoping for, and usually I get surprised with. This one, there's no surprise. This one is exactly what you're seeing on your screen right now. The upper left is 1990, the bottom right's 1999. The proof set as it was issued by the Mint in the original government packaging, which means the outer box, the hard plastic lens, $99 set, 2 lenses with certificate of authenticity. And again, tonight we're under $9 a set when you buy this bundle. Good question, yes. Do I have them available individually? I have them all. As I referenced, add them up, 120, 130 on our website. So there's just a math equation to look at. If you need the 95, 96, and 97, 3 of the valuable sets in this grouping, it's probably more affordable for you to buy the entire set of 10, and you have this 7 extras, and it's the same price with our prices. Proof set's the way to go. So if you just take a journey backwards for a few seconds. The U.S. Mint, Philadelphia Mint, has made proofs dating back to our early mint days, the early 1880s. Always been. But to get a proof, you had to be pretty special. A dignitary, a guest, high-ranking official. So the power people had proofs. Well, that all changed in 1950, like I referenced. They introduced to the American public the ability to buy their own U.S. proof set. I don't need to know Joe or Jane at the mint or in this department. I can just buy and get my set. So for the last 75 years, it has been the #1 selling collectible from the mint every year. And over the years, they've changed, right? 1964 was the last year Philadelphia struck the set. 1968, San Francisco takes over, and they're making the clad sets still today. And then in 1992, they brought back 90% silver again. So now we have 2 sets every year. Then in 2019, we make the silver set pure silver. Can't make it any better because we're just improving on perfection. A proof is perfection. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Do I have other years? Absolutely. As I referenced, we get them all. I want to say, I think we're somewhere in the early 1950s. The box sets, then the poly packs, and then the San Francisco hard plastic lenses like you see here. The blue packs to start, then we went to the black, which was the Eisenhower years, the purple packs for a decade, the green packs for 5, state quarters to the sets today. The dual dated 2026 silvers. We got them all. We pride ourselves in having the best prices in the industry, and we do. But tonight, we took that to a different level, putting this beautiful decade, the 1990s, the roaring 90s. What a crazy decade. And tonight, we have all of them in a bundle for under $9 a set. As I referenced, the cents, add them together, north of 100. The half dollars, add them together, north of 200. They both come from this set. And tonight you can buy the set, which means the nickel, the dime, and the quarter are just extras. And under $9 a set. Yeah, this is a bargain. Thanks for listening.
The Morgan silver dollar is a coin considered by many to be the true silver dollar of the American Wild West. And if it wasn't for the introduction of the Silver Eagle in 1986, it could easily be argued as the most collected silver dollar in not just U.S. history, but the history of the entire world. In the Morgan Silver Dollar series, no mint struck more coins than the Mother Mint, aka the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia. But just because they struck the most Morgan Silver dollars, it does not mean that Philadelphia Mint coins are any easier to find today for collectors. And this holds especially true for the coins struck towards the tail end of the 1890s. Each of these 3 coins here tonight, the 96, the 97, and the 1898, all have less than 2% of their mintages known today in any condition at all, let alone beautiful uncirculated condition at over 128 years old at least. These coins are item number for the 1896, 905, 1967. That's 905, 1967. The 1897 Philadelphia Mint Morgan dollar is item number 905, 1968. That's 905, 1968. And the final coin in our trio tonight, the 1898. It is item number 905, 1845. That's 905, 1845. And at less than $80 per coin tonight, at $79.95 each, our uncirculated coins are more than $150 less than our nearest competitors' prices for the same stunning silver dollars. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use the phone tonight, that's totally fine. Just grab your laptop, tablet, or head on over to your computer and go to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, then the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar off to the right-hand side of the page. Just click on that, and for the 1896, type in 905-1967. Again, that's 905-1967. If you want the 1897, just type into that search bar 905-1968. That's 905-1968. Or if the 1898 is more up your alley, just type into that search bar 905-1845. One last time, that item number is 905-1845. And I like these three coins because they are the perfect example that a mintage figure can be incredibly misleading in regards to how many of these coins actually still exist today. And don't just take my word for it. Let's break down the mintage figures versus their populations and see how rare they truly are. In 1896, the Philadelphia Mint would strike a hair under 10 million Morgan dollars, 9,976,000 to be exact. Yet today, NGC and PCGS combined have certified just 151,332 coins. And that's every single grade they had, from VGs all the way up to MS64s and 5s. Just 151,332. That's just 1 in every 66 coins struck at the Philadelphia Mint in 1896. That breaks down to just 1.5% of the entire mintage. That's why our competition can get away with asking for more than $230 for an uncirculated piece from 1896. At just $79.95, we are more than $150 less than their price. The following year, in 1897, the Philadelphia Mint would strike 2.8 million total coins. Yet, despite 2.8 million coins, NGC and PCGS population reports today combined have just 54,617 coins in any condition at all. That's 1 in every 52 coins struck, and just 1.9% of the entire mintage. And just like the 1896, our competition wants $230 at least for one of these coins in uncirculated condition, which again, we're $150 less for the exact same coin. And then the final coin in our trio tonight, the 1898. They would strike 5,884,785 total coins. Yet despite almost 6 million coins in mintage, it is the rarest out of the trio tonight in terms of its population. NGC and PCGS combined, 63,958 in any grade at all. That's 1 in every 92 coins struck, and just a hair over 1% of the entire mintage. 1.09% to be exact. And just like the other two coins in our trio tonight, one of these is going to cost you $230 for an uncirculated piece. That means if you bought all three of these coins with us tonight, not only would you be getting 3 silver dollars that are a lot rarer than many collectors are aware, you're also going to save over $450 million. Now, the reason these coins are so rare today is twofold. One, these were the workhorses of the American economy, and the Philadelphia Mint struck all the coins that were used for the Northeast and for a giant portion of the upper Midwest. That meant these coins circulated heavily. which is why very few have stood the test of time at all 128 years later. And the other reason for their rarity is because of the 1918 Pittman Act, when the United States Mint and government melted down 270 million Morgan dollars for their bullion content. And that meant that the vast majority of the coins melted down were those from the Philadelphia Mint, because the Philadelphia Mint struck more coins than any other mint. New Orleans struck 186 million. San Francisco struck 131 million. Denver, in its only year of issue, 20.3 million. And Carson City came in with the lowest amount at 13.8 million. The Philadelphia Mint, meanwhile, struck over 305 million coins. So that meant when it came time to empty out those bank vaults and melt these coins down, the vast majority that were melted down were the Philadelphia Mint issues. And these three coins have become incredibly rare as a result. They have a limited number of each date in stock because they are getting a lot harder to find now with the new craze with the modern Morgan dollars being released starting in 2021. So make sure you call in now and grab yours before these coins too are lost to history.
The year 2017 was a anniversary year for the United States Mint. It was the 225th anniversary. So they did a couple different special things. Very often you've heard us talk about how they added the Philadelphia Mint mark to the cent. So the 2017 Philadelphia cent has a P Mint mark, but they also made a special set. The enhanced uncirculated set was released as well. They only made 225,000 of them, which is so fitting because it's 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. And it was a complete sellout in 15 minutes or less. This is a three-piece set of the 3 cents. So you'll get Philadelphia, Denver, and that special enhanced uncirculated for just $12.95. Our competition is upwards of $30 for this same exact 3-piece set. And keep in mind that at $225,000 for the enhanced uncirculated mintage figure, another one of the rarest cents ever made was the 09 SVDB, but they made 484,000 of those. Those cost over $1,500 in uncirculated. Get this one, the rarer than the 09 SVDB, for less than $13. Join us, folks. This one's a special, special buy. Well, that wraps up Tuesday night. What a great show, folks. Thanks for joining us. Guess what? We're back tomorrow. Wednesday's right around the corner. We got a great new lineup of things for you. I want you to come back and join us for another night of coins. See you tomorrow, everybody. Have a good night.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan dollars, world silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins. Our dedicated coin website, avccoins.com, is the #1 online destination for collectors, offering 24/7 access to one of the deepest coin inventories in the industry. There are tens of thousands of items on our site, with new listings weekly and specials posted every Monday. You've heard it said before, the United States Silver Eagles are the most in-demand, most anticipated, and most wanted silver issues in the entire world. We've got them by the year, uncirculated, in proof, special issues, and in sets, many of them in original mint packaging, and also certified. Are you missing a specific mint set in your collection? We have them listed individually at avccoins.com, so you're able to grow your collection even quicker. If you're looking for proof sets, we have them. The Philadelphia Silvers, the San Francisco issues, the new silver issues, plus the special premieres, the legacies, the prestige sets, dating back to the 1950s. We have them all online at the best prices. Now let's have some fun with dollars, a very special category. Morgan dollars from all 5 mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, Denver, and yes, Carson City. We've got all the peace dollars: Eisenhower, Susan B. Anthony's, even the Sacagawea and Presidential Golden Dollars, plus the new Innovation Series. Literally hundreds to choose from. Don't forget, we've got all the collector's packaging too, whether it's coin capsules, tubes, boxes, chests, trays, everything you need to help take care of your collection. You've asked, we've delivered. Now you have the opportunity to go to avccoins.com and acquire exclusive items not seen regularly on our shows. From the collector's experience, you'll find nothing else like it on the entire internet. avccoins.com. Best selection, best prices, guaranteed.